pleasure to have you on the walk with me this morning. It's a pleasure to have all of you with me. As you can see, it's raining pretty heavily. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a pleasure to have you on the walk with me this morning. I'm happy to have you all here with me, and it's a pleasure to have all of you with me. As my voice cracks and the rain drips off pretty heavily, gimbal and phone. So I'm happy to have you all here with me in the comfort of your dry home. As my voice cracks. That's all she wrote. And the rain drips off of my gimbal. The convoy on Wellington. We're here at the end. The junction of Wellington. Transition into Rideau Street. The intersection. That's all she wrote. At the Laurier Hotel. For the convoy on Wellington. We're here at the end. The junction of Wellington. Byward Market area in this corner. Transition into Rideau Street. And our large retail shopping center, Rideau Center, over here in this corner. The Chateau Laurier Hotel. Our touristic Byward Market area in this corner. And our large retail shopping center, Rideau Center, over here in this corner.
Go this way. Got that. That's the other thing. It's all popped off. Fully in the seat.
Well, we got up here yesterday.
Yeah, we're not today.
There's the RCs. What's that? Guys, take a look at the rooftops at Parliament on Wellington. Take a look at the rooftops. They've got us totally cut off from the group on King Street in Wellington. They've got us on Rideau and Wellington. We can't get into them.
Convoy early this morning. Quiet. Police presence. Quiet.
Rideau and Wellington, they can't get into them.
David Brown, thank you so much for the super
blocked
chat.
off.
They got us blocked off on every corner there.
All in all, I know a lot of the live streamers were out so late. Convoy early this morning.
Need as many men and women down at Rideau and Wellington to help our Quebec crew.
To get up
Wake them up.
in the middle of the night. Rain, and I'm down here.
Oh, we better just get out on the ground there. Oh, look at this.
Sunrise.
What?
You guys
Oh, I thought that was a bus, but it's a billboard.
I know a lot of the live streamers were out so late. So they'll
We
be
got
out
excited.
Thursday.
These guys here?
Should
we get these guys too here, eh?
Freedom Convoy. Pleasure to get
Yeah.
out in the middle of the night.
Cat noise.
Pre-sunrise.
There we go.
Joining me on guys' early morning tour. It's my pleasure to have you all with me in Ottawa, Canada. Today, Thursday.
Our buddy's there.
17th,
Isn't that a guy with the black truck?
No. No, he was in a Dodge.
Heading through the touristic Byward Market area.
Break, break, break. Break, break, break. Everybody up and at her. Up and at it.
Of the Freedom Convoy. Again, thank you for
Let's
joining
go,
me.
let's go, let's go.
It's my pleasure to have you all with me.
Freedom. Well, this is going to be an interesting day.
Heading through the
We'll see.
touristic Byward Market area.
Father, protect us.
Just on the outskirts of the Freedom Convoy.
So we went up there last night, and all of a sudden this morning, boom. No going up those roads no more.
I don't know if you guys had watched the live from before this, but the live from before this, we were parked at the area.
All right, so we're going to go back and we're going to park this truck in the parking lot where it can't be touched.
And walk up.
We're going to have to get up.
Restaurants, bars.
I don't know, I can do any more walking, man.
Well, I can't drive around. It's like, driver can't go anywhere. We can't help those guys on feet. So we got to put the truck in the parking lot. So then and it's safe. I got the ticket right here. It cost me $30. I got the best ticket you could get.
$30 for a parking.
Yeah,
parking
so
spot.
I'm gonna go park my truck in a private parking lot, and I bought the ticket for it. So, yeah, right on. That'll be good. Anybody got umbrellas?
Again, we're just finishing off the live stream.
Bring them down. Extra umbrellas. We need them. Oh man, there's a big ass hole.
And there's a big ass hole right here too.
I know. I remember this one.
Hopefully there's some other live streamers out at the moment.
It's full of water too right now. You wouldn't even see it.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is pouring rain outside. It is downpouring out.
Charge up for the
Yeah.
places. Get out another walk.
Hey, see.
Gotta go wrestle some pickets in the mud. Here we go.
We're gonna get into a jam. I didn't think it'd be smart to come up here.
It's all right, but we had no choice because they directed us this way. Well,
So you're gonna take that next exit,
yeah,
right?
10-4.
And this bus wants to get in there.
10-4, 10-4.
Oh,
bud.
copy that.
I'm driving, remember?
Sorry.
You just tell me right or left.
Yeah. I was telling you to go right.
Yeah, and into this lane, then goes back into that one. So, let's go. Okay. Well, let's take us back to the parking lot.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can get for raincoats around there. See what they got in that tent.
Garbage bags, man.
Garbage bags, sure. Yeah, let's do it. I know I got some pants back here. I believe in my truck somewhere.
Well, these pants are waterproof to a
Yeah,
point.
well, to a point, water resistant. Yeah.
Yeah. Repellent.
Parts of the Byward
Water,
Market,
I think.
Well, my foot isn't.
corner of Sussex.
But, yeah, your
I
foot
can't
is-
believe I got a messed up mustache.
Just up to the right.
You got what?
He got me on my mustache.
Got you. What do you mean?
Lots of ice.
Huh?
X-ray 032.
Again, we're finishing off live at exactly 7:30 in the morning. That was a perfect 2-hour walk. Give you an early morning check-in on what the convoy looks. Thank you again for joining me. Tune into the other live streamers and hopefully join me on my next walk as well.
Let's go, Ottawa. Get your rain gear on. It's nice and warm out here. You just gotta stay dry. You won't get cold. Come on. Everyone, wake up your friends. Wake up your friends, friend. You believe in freedom? We need you now. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Freedom. Freedom, freedom, freedom.
Joining me. Day number 18 convoy. 5:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're here in the Byward Market. Put the camera around.
Guys,
Right in front of the
I just want you to know.
famous Ottawa sign lit up.
I hope everybody's good. I hope. Oh no, yeah, you go straight.
Nope.
Yeah, yeah. This is Metcalf, so you need to go down.
Off in the background.
Yeah.
Got some snow coming down.
I just want you guys to know my heart is with each and every one of you guys.
We had another jump. That was deadly.
My heart goes out to each and every one of you individuals out there.
Eye open, trying to
If you feel unsafe and you need to get somewhere and you need to back away, hey,
Where are they?
it's your body. They are getting set up at Infinity Convention Center. 6 buses, over 100 cruisers, unmarked cars. They are down at the Infinity Center and they are getting to roll out. Whether they've rolled out already, I do not know. We left so we could come back and warn you guys. We were there. We saw it with our own eyes.
3 buses.
My last live feed shows it all.
Where are we meeting, Big Red?
Say again.
Where is everybody to meet on Wellington?
Stay in your trucks, lock your doors, blast your horns. Do not get out of your trucks. Your trucks are your house. They are your shelter. That is your residence.
Is this right? They turn up right on?
Yeah. No, this isn't Slater. No. Whoops. Bang. This is where they're going to come up. Not today.
The girl just said the devil works hard, but Fat King works harder.
Not today, Satan. Not today.
So they're on Queen, right?
They are on Kent.
Why do I keep thinking Queen?
I don't know, because that's where we were for a while.
Okay. So I can just take a left on Kent.
No. Kent goes north and south. There's OPP right in front of us. Say again?
There's definitely a lot of police crews around in cars.
There are unmarked, there are paddy wagons, there are Suburbans, there are cruisers everywhere. We're following 6 of them right now.
Oh, we got her blocked off here.
Guys, only if you see police, please. Foot forward at 29
We gotta go left on this one?
Yeah. Big Red, that's you?
Say again?
Hey Chris, it's Pat here.
But we got an order in place here. We can't be blowing horns at a false web. Until we see police getting out of buses on side streets, then we blow our horn. We still have a court order and your name is named on that lawsuit. You advertising that fact makes you more liable.
Well, we trying to save our guys and make sure everybody's ready, bro.
Don't wake people
Yeah,
up.
we're doing that right now, but we can do that quietly until we see physically police investigating.
We saw them.
Are they at trucks? We've had how many red flags now in the last one?
Have a drive-down plan.
I was told one long horn was to tell everybody they were coming.
Come in with their rubber gun bullets and stuff like that.
Feel
You
free
all
to
know
take
that
over,
police are
man.
gonna
I'll
be
go back to
regardless.
bed. I've been up all night.
Yeah, go back to bed. Good with that. Everybody else good with that?
Yeah, probably first night we've been up all the
Fucking guy on it. It's smart enough.
They did this on purpose.
Smart.
It's fucking spread everybody out so far.
come running in here, but you don't have a plan. Get a damn plan, and then come tell us what we need to do. This is for the safety of people, right?
They don't
Just
look
for
like
your
they're getting ready
fucking
to do anything.
whatever you're trying to do. This is for the safety of everybody that's here. Come up with a plan so we know what the fuck we're doing.
Wow.
They're just gonna roll in and block everybody in. Start fucking shooting everybody around the road. Fucking shoot tear gas in the crowds.
Hate to say it, bud, but you come out running out here when, at the last minute. We've all been out here forever. Fucking, we don't have the comfort of that hotel room. You guys are fucking shitting their pants out here, and you can't even come up with a plan, but you're telling everybody to wake up.
To be ready so that everybody is alert because they're coming. We go look at my live feed. We sat there and watched it for 3 hours while they loaded up.
Yeah, I've done that many times. I said I already told you yesterday that they were coming. I got laughed at. Don't warn everybody. Don't scare everybody. I wasn't scaring everybody. I was just giving the heads up. But you have to have a plan, Pat. You're a popular guy, man. You want to come out here and tell people to do stuff. We have no plan, you guys. Been saying this since day one.
I was told if I saw anything, I was told to get everybody to blast a horn, one long horn, and get people up and get them aware that they were coming. That's what I was told.
Okay, does anybody have a plan of what we do if the cops start raiding people? I am not fucking sitting in my vehicle if somebody's getting drugged out of their vehicle down the road. Okay, I come here to stand. I didn't come here to back down.
Backing down.
Stand around and video somebody being torn out of their vehicle or roughed up by police. There's more of us than there is of them.
The cops just seem kind of awfully calm right now.
Just making sure everybody's awake, guys. That's all. I've been up all night chasing these guys around. That's all, guys. My heart's with you guys, and I'm here with you guys.
That little room. this little group.
Yeah, I understand that, but we've been asking for a plan. Why are you guys so worried about everything else, but no safety plan is in place yet?
Wow, Pat Gig just went
Okay,
live.
what do we got going on right up
Come
here?
down here, there's nothing happening. People are getting tired.
Did I not hear horns?
The cop tells us to move vehicles in, so they move them in so it's easier for them to trap them, and then there's less people in these other places outside of town. We stopped 20 cops from taking somebody away with 100 people surrounding them yesterday. I'm sure you did the same thing, but come on, let's try to come up with some kind of a plan for everybody so they're safe if the cops raid us.
Can I go right
You know damn well you can say these are our vehicles, but they don't give a shit. Okay, the laws don't matter to these guys.
Well, what's the plan then? When they see a video, then everybody gets
Well, I
on
guess
their-
that would come from Chris Barber and everybody else what the plan is. Because I wasn't privy to anything. I was told by some of the other people in the buildings that if there's something going on, honk the horns, make sure everybody's awake.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. We're just trying to figure out if there's a plan and why, our organizers haven't thought of the safety of us while we're out here. You guys know this. We all know this is coming. These guys don't follow the laws. They don't follow the rules. And
Right.
you think they're going to get any nicer?
We
They're
got a
not.
band together.
You're absolutely correct. I'm trying to do the best I can.
And goddamn it, we all appreciate it. But let's just make sure that we're all going to be safe if they do raid us. Because I tell you, I'm not going down on my knees. If I watch somebody get drug out of their car, they're going to have to drag me away too.
That's right.
We got to stay peaceful as well, guy. We can't forget that. Yes, I understand peaceful. It's a peaceful protest, but if people start getting drugged away, are you going to let them get drugged away?
We don't know.
That's all I mean by having a plan. Are we going to gather around? Are we going to just stay in our vehicles? Are we going to let that guy get taken away? Should we have a muster point where we all meet to right now so that we're all in one group?
Well, the first thing we did was went to command, went and saw if anybody was up and awake. I went in there. The only one that was awake was Danny Bulford. I told Danny Bulford that this was happening. Videos are up. They're showing it all. I told Danny Bulford, please message everybody and let them know what's going on. He said, good. I said, I'm going to head out and make sure everybody knows. He said, yep, go and tell everybody. Again, I said, okay, I'm out of here. And I left. And I'm out here trying to tell people what's going on. Yeah. And that was from the retired RCMP officer sniper, who is somehow in charge of everybody.
Okay, so we'll stay in our vehicles then and hope that people don't start getting drug out. Can we maybe try and find out if people do start getting drug out? Do we help them? Do we stand down? I can't stand and watch a fellow citizen get drug away from these cops that, they don't even follow their own laws.
Copy that, guys. Like I said, I'm just trying to help. Been up all night, seeing this going down. I'm just trying to help, man. Not trying to scare anybody. Just boots on the ground like usual. Out here all fucking day long, all fucking night long. And nothing but fucking shit and abuse from some people. Let's go!
We appreciate all the work everybody's doing. We've all been doing the same thing, so you're not alone there, bud.
Okay, how do we get to our parking spot?
Left. Left.
I only have one person that
Ah, fuck. How does that happen?
We're on enter $150 fine bicycles.
How do you have a street halfway, two-way, and the rest is one way? Oh, no. Oh, no. Everybody's parked the other way here. All right, wait, well. Bank and Albert, you got a bus?
Full of cops?
Full?
Okay, just see him back there with the 408 on sitting there.
Falls X-ray 045.
This is the OPD. X-ray shit, man.
Lions one way.
Nice. Won't tell them.
We're cruising around all the side streets to watch for buses, guys. We're out here looking for them. Go up, Kent. There you are. There's Kent for you.
Right there.
Yeah, but you got it half blocked off on you, right? So you're gonna have to go up another way.
Which way? Left? Or that way?
No, go up, Kent, and then see if you can get around.
I'll go left.
There goes one of the SWAT wagons. Well, not SWAT wagons, but technicals.
Alright. So we gotta make it to our parking lot.
Alright, guys. All I can say is, guys, they're trying, and that's all. And you know what? Some people got that cushy hotel room, like he said. And some guys got bags under their eyes. I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what happens when they don't have a plan. They don't know what to do, so they say they're going to get hotels.
Where we turn? Gilmore.
I've been begging for a plan, safety since the beginning, and got laughed away.
My plan was to be with you guys on the ground, to do whatever I can to assist and to help, and to be here, that when it happens, to warn people, and be here for everybody. Go this way.
Yeah, we're all doing that. We're not asking you for a plan. We're asking whoever's doing this to follow somebody here that can have a plan. We gotta...
Let's go, let's go. Go up, man.
That's what we're told.
Break channel, useful info, please.
This is... Give everybody a feel.
There's our veterans. There's our vets. Go left. Left, bro. Right here.
My brother, buddies, I know that's behind my back 100%.
Can you get up this way?
There's a major amount of cops coming. Any more sightings on those buses with cops? I'm on my calf right now. Watch 6 of them go by.
Location, location.
On Lion, or on Bay Street. Heading from...
You say Bay Street?
Bay towards Parliament.
Copy. Go straight. That's Bay Street right there.
Get to our parking lot.
next one is, Bay. I'm on Bay Street right now. Freedom. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Which one do we gotta go down to get to our just later? The next one. Let's go. I'll give you a warning. Alright, is there a parking lot somewhere? Yep. Going that way. Is that? Going this way. Oh yeah, get ahead of these dumpers.
We got a scanner going on. That thing's still at 11.1, eh?
Yeah.
Real deadly. How many viewers we got?
How many viewers are you guys showing?
1.3
On mine, I mean,
They're reporting yours over 30,000.
over 30 grand, eh? Wow.
So, get down to Ottawa. Time to wake up. Time to wake Canada up.
37.2, someone said.
Wow.
Yeah, 37.2. Oh, 23.6 on tops. 23.6. Share it out to friends.
Okay, yeah, they're bunching up at Bay and Sparks Street. Bay and Sparks Street.
Yeah, there's a huge presence at Bay and Sparks, guys. We're watching them all down there.
There's a cop in front of us.
Yeah, I got an unmarked right in front of me. I'm following him right now.
Yeah, they surrounded us here this morning and then left Queen and went down there. Do we have any trucks that would be willing to come in and block these guys in on the street?
Oh, we're gonna go left here, right?
Yeah.
To get to the...
Yep, left and then left.
Prevent them from moving around anymore? Any other sightings on any more buses? One cop car and 3 cruisers unmarked just come down Albert Street.
Left here, right?
Yeah.
Why doesn't everybody just meet at the main stage? Lock your trucks up. Lock your cars up. Go get the music going.
Yeah.
Hey?
Get the party started.
Get the party started at the stage. Hey, brother! Freedom! Come this way! just doing some freedoming after we've been up for 24 hours now. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Adrenaline rush. What's this bus here? Empty? Yeah, empty bus.
Big Red, you on here?
Yeah, go.
What's the plan, big brother?
Just gonna get out and start walking around, see a bunch of lights on police heading down towards Wellington. We'll just go check that out.
You're cutting out for me.
Sees a lot of lights down Wellington. He's going to check it out.
Thank you.
Freedom. All right, guys, we made it back to our parking lot where I paid for a ticket. We just had to drive over 2 curbs, and we're freedoming. We better leave that ice rink open for the kids, because if they're up and the cops come around, we should
Park
get
right
them.
here so I can watch.
What? Park right there so you can watch?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we got to get up Wellington.
Well, I can't get out there, though. I was going to park over here where I can dart out.
We might have to go by foot.
Well, we're definitely got to go by foot. That's why we're in the parking lot. Yes, sir.
That's right up there, right?
Yeah. All right. Let's
All right,
go,
guys,
let's
I'm getting out on foot. I'm heading up Wellington as well.
We're all out. Oh, wow. That's sweet. Right on.
What happened?
I don't know.
Wellington and Bank area. Quiet. Nothing going on here. Just a lot of civilian residents walking on the sidewalk.
I don't know what the heck to do here.
Old Spirit, buddy.
Got RCMP here with a FLIR on the front of their thing.
That's a bush bumper, baby.
No, look at the FLIR on the top. Forward-looking infrared.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, about that time, guys. Go do some serious freedoming.
You
Your
going?
backpack in your pocket. We gotta get out and talk to these guys. We got shit to do. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You got a bag or anything I can throw over my phone?
A bag?
Yeah, plastic bag of some sort.
We got the case on yours. Yours is good.
But the screen I'm worried about, right?
No, that'll be fine. The screen will be okay. My phone is the one that won't be good.
Hey guys,
That's a face I know.
is it?
Yeah.
We got a lot of police presence here right now.
Yeah.
Lots of them.
I came over from Lindsay area
Nice.
over last night. Saw the calls. Came to pray. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thanks, man.
Can I pray?
Yes, sir.
Lord, I pray your spirit go with this convoy. In the name of Jesus, I pray for safety. I pray, Lord, for the police. That you work in their hearts. To keep in mind of their oath and of our Constitution. Pray for our leadership, Lord. That you bind the principalities and powers of darkness that are controlling them. And that you set Canada free. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
God bless.
God bless.
Thanks.
We'll walk up. How many you got? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a bunch moving back there.
How's it going, back?
Not bad. What's going on, fellas? Morning.
Down here, please. They're doing right there, so I'll get you to
Oh,
stand
I'm not
here.
gonna hurt anybody. I gotta
It's not
walk.
it's not about hurting. It's about you getting hurt by their machinery. Just
Oh.
step back, please. Thank you.
I'll go this way.
Yeah, you can go look on the sidewalk. I don't care.
Okay, so the mass police presence, it appears, is for the construction workers, but you got police officers left and right running all the way up and down here. You can't tell me it's so we don't get hurt from that thing. So they're building fences all around the buildings. So, tired. Imagine you guys down here when something's about to happen. Imagine that, eh? Good timing. That's all we can do right now. Morning. So they put up all these fences, guys. Chain all these fences all around.
The fences are to serve and protect, buddy. Serve and protect.
You got technical. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I count 5 down there. Morning. Tired. Right now is not the time.
Are they coming in?
There, we filmed them all this morning at about 5 o'clock this morning. There's 6 buses showed up, 100 plus police cruisers. They were loading up, getting ready to go. I tried to get away from them and get down here as fast as possible just to let everybody know.
Yeah, someone else just said they saw a couple buses down there.
Yeah, I think they're going after Wellington. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Tired. I've been here for a while. Right on. Hey bro, what's the fences for? What have they told you the fences are for? All right, so the city workers won't tell me what the fences are for. Now guys, I want you all to understand this. My concern is for the men on the ground. My concern has always been to make sure everybody's safe and protected. I'm here for these guys. I ain't here for the politicians. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks, brother. Thanks, buddy. All right, guys. Hey. Let's not do that. Come on. I don't know. I know, but we don't need to antagonize, right? We don't need to antagonize. They're putting fences up for a reason, and I do not know what that reason is. But I do know my reason right now. My reason has and always will be for the people. Cut on the horns, guys. Have you seen Chris Barber? He hasn't come down here at all. Alright guys, I'm downtown Wellington right now. We're gonna wait and see what's happening. I'm right downtown Metcalf in Wellington. Hey dude. Dude, something happened to your car. Who are you guys media for?
Newsmax, US.
Newsmax, nice.
Thank you.
No, not a problem. Wondering.
We're not CBC or CTV.
I know. I'm packing.
Michael Shartle.
Nice to meet you. All right, guys, so we're sitting right downtown Parliament right now. We're just checking everything, walking the streets. I know we saw what we saw. We were there. We were there, guys. I'm tired, but I know something's going down. I saw it. I watched it. I'll do a interview, maybe. Yeah. Sure.
What's your official title? What's your official title, Pat? What would you call yourself?
I'd call myself a Canadian. My official title is a Canadian.
Sorry, brother.
I'm just a Canadian citizen trying to make my country better. That's all I am.
So would you count yourself as one of the organizers?
I had a part in it. I might have.
Okay, there's a cop car coming here.
Yeah, that's all right.
Tell me when you're recording. I'm recording. Okay, start on me first. You're good? Go ahead. I'm here with Pat King. He calls himself a Canadian. He's basically one of the organizers of what's happened down here since day zero.
Yeah, sorry.
You're all good.
I'm watching these guys behind me. I don't want to get.
I know this is one of these mysterious black vans they're calling it.
Yeah, full of officers, right?
Full of officers. They're talking about 1,800 officers that are going to come down here and
there's a few, yeah.
Start to arrest people. What do you think of that?
I don't think it's right. I think it's really unfair.
So they sent that note around yesterday so that everybody can say that they were informed of the fact that with the Emergency Act that's happening, that they're going to come and effect arrests. I've talked to a lot of your truckers who are saying, go ahead, arrest me. Is that really going to be the sentiment? Is it going to take arrests to physically remove some of these people?
If they choose to make that option, that's option is available for them.
What are you looking to achieve to get this to be resolved? What is it going to take to stop this occupation?
You want the mandates over?
So Alberta, Saskatchewan,
the whole country. The whole country and the mandates. And the only one who determines that is Justin Trudeau.
So Justin Trudeau has remained resolved. He's saying he's not going to change it. He wants the trucks to move and to Ottawa to open up. That puts a stalemate. Who's the first to budge?
The first to budge? Justin Trudeau.
What do you think you've achieved here? Do you feel you have the support of Canadians? I mean, you've got the support of many Americans and people around the world. If something goes down here, do you think that other interaction is going to take place in other port crossings in Canada?
I don't know. I'm not there. I can't answer for that. I can answer for here, and that's it.
You've been accused of having a violent demonstration. I have not seen any violence here. I mean, I've seen people come on the weekends and it becomes a carnival atmosphere, a party. How would you react to some of the press reporting that it's been violence?
There's never been violence, not once, never.
Some media outlets have been showing the Nazi flag, the Confederate flag. My understanding is those two guys were run off this location within hours of appearing. How does that make you feel when they constantly use that imagery and categorize you like that?
That shows the quality of the people. That shows the quality of the media. That shows exactly what we're fighting against. The media is the virus. And if you're going to focus on that rather than focus on what's going on, then you don't deserve to be a news reporter. And the good news reporter gets the whole story, not just a little piece or a little tidbit that their editors want them to get. Or that little tidbit that they put in there and made sure that they focused on. It's what it's always been.
So if they're going to start towing trucks, they're going to have a problem doing that because your fellow tow truck drivers don't want to be the guys who are going to be hauling rigs out of here. How are they going to move these vehicles?
I don't know. There's no tow trucks in Canada that'll touch them. They even tried Buffalo, New York, and they said no.
Pat, are you concerned some of the truckers that might lose their vehicles?
Nope.
They might lose their livelihoods?
Nope.
Talking about freezing their bank accounts?
No. I've already had my bank account frozen. It is what it is.
You're not afraid that you don't think Trudeau will follow through, or
follow through on what?
Freezing people's bank accounts, canceling their insurance.
He's already done it.
Not to the people I've talked to. I'm talking about all the
really?
here.
You're talking to one where he did.
I've talked to a dozen.
He froze
truckers.
my bank account.
Okay, but I'm asking if you're concerned for the truckers who are here.
Our concern is for everybody. Our concern first and foremost is for the safety and well-being of all our participants. That's our concern. Bank accounts, that'll get fixed. It's just money. They make new money every day.
What about the GoFundMe situation? and
Not a
the
part of it. Have
goals that
nothing
you
to do with
use?
it. I don't want to talk about the GoFundMe.
Research, okay. So how are these truckers sustaining their livelihood? They've been here for almost 3 weeks. They are not able to make money. How are they able to survive?
By the act of God and the kindness of man.
Yes.
Well,
Is there anything that you'd like to say? Just tell our Newsmax viewers in all of America, almost 100 million viewers, what you want to say to anybody in America with regards to what's going on here.
Support us, man. You guys all see it on the news. You see it everywhere. You see how peaceful this is. Tell the truth. Talk about it. Spread the word. Share the love. Show what we are like up here in Canada, and carry on that same thing. If you're doing the same thing in your countries, carry on that same pride, that same love from everybody. And do a good job. Be responsible. We're professional drivers. Act professional.
Yes.
Thank you, Pat.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Associated Press in the U.S. Could you tell us what you're expecting to happen today?
I sat down at the Infinity Convention Center. We saw four buses unload all the police officers. We saw 6 buses line up, get ready for them all to start boarding. There's over 150 plus police cars, prisoner transport wagons. There's 6 buses getting ready to load guys up. We sat down there for 3 hours. We saw all the cruisers, all the unmarks, everybody that's been down here funneling through the streets in the crowds. They all rushed down to the convention center. We were sitting there. It's all on my live feed. Feel free to go and pull it off. And down there, they were loading up, getting ready to go. And I was going to wait to see if they were going to run out. But my heart has always been with the men and the women down here. So I felt it upon myself to leave that spot and get my ass down here and make sure everybody knew something was about to happen.
What does that build-up symbolize to you?
A build-up symbolizes unlawful operations, unlawful orders, because this is not an emergency act right now. This is not in place. It has to pass. Pass through 2 more levels in Parliament. Come down and get everybody up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your words. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
What are you prepared to do today?
Prepared to sit on my ass and watch them hit me with pepper spray. Because I'm a peaceful person. And if they're going to go unlawfully and under unlawful orders, I'm not voluntarily accepting their offer to contract. I'm going to sit on my arse. I'm going to put my arms around my fellow brethren, and we're going to sing "Oh Canada."
Amen.
Yes. Describe to us your role here, what you've been doing since this all started.
My role as a Canadian citizen fighting for my freedom. That's it. I don't have to be part of an organization. I don't have to be part of any of it. I may have been a part of it, but some people like to be more of a part of it. I don't. I like to be on the ground with the men and women here. I've been doing this for a long time, and I know this is where ground zero is, and I'm staying at ground zero.
It's the least you guys could do for us down here, and the least you could do for the folks at home that are yet to have this eye in their living room with them. Everybody's on guard.
Some of those questions are really silly, bud. Do some research before that.
They weren't silly.
Yeah, no, there was
serious.
no, there were some silly ones in there that you shouldn't even have asked him. If you were a proper reporter, you wouldn't have asked half those.
You go ahead and do yourself.
I got it all, buddy. Good for you, man. I'm just letting you know some of your questions are silly.
Hey, I didn't budget myself to get jail or anybody else. Yeah.
No, there's a couple silly questions there that you wouldn't have asked me. Done some research though. Especially the GoFundMe. I heard the guy say, I don't have anything to do with the GoFundMe 800 times already. Why are you even asking about it? And then bringing up Nazi and Confederate flags from 3 weeks ago. Don't, man. We moved past that already. Stop. Stop reusing the old news. That was my point. If Buddy got upset, clearly, you know, he got butthurt, and if the shoe fits, wear it, right? Yeah, he's a USA reporter. Media is the virus, that's right. OPP, OPP, OPP. Everything's OPP. Lots of them. All to help them hurry up to finish this fencing. Yeah, guys, I really don't care if it's a left-wing channel, a right-wing channel, or whatever it is. It's just, if you're going to talk to an organizer convoy that's already talked to millions of reporters and have answered those same questions 3 weeks ago, why are you still answering them? Like, why are you still asking them, man? It's silly. But anyways, moving on from that. If you guys heard Pat King, he saw everybody for me. He saw the multiple loads of police officers getting ready, buses getting ready, TAC units, paddy wagons. So they're all coming this way. Pat King was right just in front of me, Tyler. Thanks.
Guys, I'm just hoping I don't get trench foot, really. At this point, I mean, look at the ground. So we got a lot of people coming down right now.
Everybody should be recording. That's right. We take you guys down to where I saw a lot of the police going into.
Go to the main stage. Yeah, I'm probably gonna head back down there. Once a couple more people come through. Yeah, it looks like
it's a wet one
there
today.
Definitely are more people heading down there. So
it's a little bit milder than it was, but feet are definitely cold because they're soaked. I think it was 10 degrees this morning when I got out of the car when Pat drove by, honking the horn, screaming, "Get up, get up, get up."
Hey, how's it going?
Different feeling today. Again, guys, if you haven't already, hit that like.
Looks
share,
like there's some cops down
here.
here.
The only way that this is going to reach people, because YouTube's trying to hold these streams down.
This is a big fence, guys. For from the point I started way up on at Parliament to down here, they don't have the fence up.
See how this group of guys are doing down here. Oh, sorry guys. Yes, Derek, Facebook is already playing my live streams, and I'm in Facebook jail right now because of live streaming, I believe.
Don't know exactly what's going on here. It seems like they're
holy trolls, sorry guys.
Moving some equipment.
Yeah, you're right, it is hard to find live streamings. I'm here, share it out guys. Belgium, thank you, love you. Lots of love from around the world. More OPP. You're welcome, CH. Guys, if you don't agree with what's going on or whatever, just move on, man. So you guys have something better to watch with your morning coffee? Just like some mainstream something?
Yeah, I'm going back up for the new viewers. I'm gonna go back up to Parliament.
Keep it clean, folks. Come on.
But basically, there's, you know, police and there's construction workers putting up a fence around
come in
Parliament.
Here already. Black cars and
that's been going on,
cars that
you know, all morning since I got here.
Groups and groups of them, they're not here anymore. Ooh, it's windy. Burr.
In the rain, that's one thing. Someone said donate. Yeah, if you guys do want to donate, my PayPal and my e-transfer is in the description. Sharzot123@gmail.com. Hey guys, you mind if I ask one question? Why is the fence going up? Do you know why? Yeah, the fence.
Where?
Just the one that's going up around Parliament.
Yeah, there. We don't know where it's from here.
You don't know? So it seemed like they didn't want to talk, you know.
Thank you, Wisconsin. Love the cheeseheads. Oh, I smell a grill. Somebody's cooking something. Yeah, those fences there stopping people from going in make me feel like they might start from the center going out. I don't know. Wow, 2,500 you in here, guys. That's amazing. Like I said before, the way to help us out, or help me out, is to like, share, and subscribe. That's the only way this algorithm will get sparked and people will be able to see this video if you guys share it, because YouTube's holding it down, guys. Just trying to be a live eye on the ground to show you what's really going on, because I know those mainstream medias aren't streaming live. They'll pick and choose what they're going to be able to show you. Anybody that's calling me a liar, saying the title's a lie, just go check out one of Pat King's lives this morning when he saw them all getting in, going around telling everybody to get up and go. So if you want to call me a liar, just take it up with Pat King. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Awesome, buddy.
That's right.
Let's see you.
All yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is where I saw everybody going this morning. That's probably about 40 different officers this morning I seen go in here. Seems like a big briefing to me. Pretty windy here today, guys. Sorry for the bouncy video. Really had no time after the wake-up call this morning to get the gimbal ready or the microphone. Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in the wee hours of the morning, Pat King observed the police getting ready, multiple buses, huge numbers of officers, lots of OPP, tack gear, paddy wagons, buses for people. He saw them all getting ready and he said, this is no shift change, the time's come. He went around waking up all the truckers, honking his horn, yelling, get up, let's go, it's time. So everybody's waking up and everybody's on guard. Pat King style and forming up, so this isn't really a false flag if the leader's saying get ready. Good morning. So hence why I put out the you're coming in. Let's pray for Canada today, folks.
Hallelujah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Morning. Good, you?
Awesome.
Seems like spirits are still high here, which is amazing, guys. Good morning. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, the police have not made their move yet, but they have formed. Says Pat King. You've seen them all getting ready in the buses, TAC unit. Huge squad of them. So it's a pretty reliable source, guys. Don't exactly know where or when they're gonna come at us, but he says they're coming. He drove around this morning in the wee hours before the sun was up, honking his horn, getting the truckers going, saying, get up, let's go, it's time. So everybody thinks that today's gonna be the day. And even in this rain, it hasn't hindered the spirits of some. Still out here in the pouring rain. Again, guys, YouTube's trying to slow these feeds down, so if you like, share, subscribe, it's the only way folks are gonna get to see this. Thank you, and I'm sure they thank you. Wendell should be over here. Wendell's the gentleman of a truck I know, driver of a truck that I know. What's up, Wendell? You on the phone? He's on the phone, guys. After he's done on the phone, maybe I'll go back and give him a talk. I hope you're right, Jay DeHilly. I really hope you're right, bro. We'll talk to him in a minute, and he's off the phone. He's probably talking to his daughter. I would be too. Anybody in that house? Alright guys, now's the time to share this out to people.
What are you doing, dude? No, you're checking out the scenery. What's that? Just checking out the scenery. Oh, you are? Okay, cool. Yeah. Good. Yeah, I just making sure that it's good. You know what? You know what sucks? That this could have been a really decent protest. And then, do you know, everyone's aware of the court order, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm figuring out why they're honking, because they haven't honked in a long time. I wonder what's going on right now.
I'm like, could be decent, and then you go and you legitimize it by fucking doing your thing.
Hey guys, how are you? Do you know why they're honking? There's an issue
also have Wellington.
Good morning.
Okay, we're gonna head up. Thank you. Yeah, I figured there was a reason they were honking. What? Well, I don't listen to anybody till I see with my own eyes. Pat or anybody.
I wonder where they're headed.
It's good to see you guys. Good morning. Yeah, morning. Yeah. There's a bunch of honkers, so we're gonna head up to work. Appreciate you. Jumped out of bed because we heard the honking, which was highly unusual. I mean, they're not doing this, especially 7 in the morning. Hey, buddy, how you doing? What's that? Sure, why not?
They're all heading down to the hotel I was just at.
What's going on? Let's hope nothing.
Seems like some huge briefing there, guys.
How long ago did you go?
Huge briefing,
I
I
just
guess.
stopped back there from there. I was with somebody and then you heard them.
Now it's stopped. It's really weird.
They're all going down to that hotel.
You know when there's a lot of press and
Lots of more cop vehicles down there too as well.
Well, they have been in town.
They just started going into that hotel.
Tons of press.
If anybody's aware of anything going on downtown Ottawa and can let me know in the chat, I'll keep an eye out. Yeah, cut the phones and I got my digital SLR with a big memory card to start recording, guys. Yeah, they're all going for a briefing, man. Morning. Whoa, I got an assault. Assault, we got to fight. He's over there, he's over there. That guy over there, look at him, there he goes. Oh, mischief, mischief, mischief. Hey, littering. Arrest that man. That ain't one of us. No, 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 no. Unreal, we don't need stuff like that right now. He's not one of us, guys.
Protest to stand down. Let the police do their job.
Look at these guys in these suits, man. That's RCMP stuff right there. buddy. This guy's big man. Hey, he almost took my mic. Right? Unreal. No need for that, man. They witnessed the guy doing the stuff, man. Just arrest him. Again, guys, YouTube's trying to slow down the growth of these videos. If you could like, share, subscribe, that's the only way everybody's going to see what's going on in these streets right now.
I honestly think he's just a street kid.
Right? I think so. Probably just need some help, man. Help more than anything. That's what's wrong with Canada, right? That's what's wrong with Canada. This guy needs help. Help more than anything. Poor dog. So you just admitted to the mischief. Arrest him already. Help the guy.
You have that right. Yeah, no problem, man. I'd say we're probably back far enough.
Yeah, we're good. We're good here. Anyways, guys, I'm going to head over here. I'm going to go back up to the hill. This guy needs some help. I don't think they're going to be aggressive with him. Guy needs help. That's all, guys. Good morning, guys. That officer that's talking to him is doing a great job, by the way, guys. That's amazing. Good for him. That's a good cop right there. A lot of cops wouldn't have dealt with that and probably would have just tackled him right down on the ground, right then and there. This guy's helping him out. Nice. It's good. Hopefully it ends peaceful. Do you guys want me to stay or do you guys want me to go? It's like Canadian Secret Service or something here. His pants, I guess, are stretchy. A citizen was upset with some of the protesters up there instead of throwing garbage around.
Oh.
So they waved down the police and he tried to run away and now they're just talking to him.
Okay, someone trying to disrupt the protest.
If anything, it seems like he's in a little bit of distress and might need some help, if anything.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the officer over there dealing with him is doing a great job talking to him.
Okay.
Really good job. All right, guys, let's go back up to the hill, see what's up. Hopefully that man gets the help he needs. He's pretty angry there. Has anybody got the time? That's like the third time I've done that where I've asked you guys for the time and then I forget. Literally, I'm standing at Parliament. So it's almost 9. It looks like 8:45 in the morning. Justin Trudeau's supposed to make an announcement or speak today? Is it? What time? Is that at 10 a.m.? Does anybody know? Yeah, daytime. Yeah, now it's daytime. We've been all up all night, though. Does anybody know what time that Trudeau is going to be speaking today? Okay, 10, I thought. Yeah, so maybe they're just waiting for that discussion to be done. I don't know. Who knows? Good morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning. At least some of them say good morning back. It is a wet day today. Good morning. Heads up. Again, guys, we're just waking up and just joining me here. Been live now for almost 2 hours after I was woken up by Pat King. Driving by, laying on the horn, saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. Says it's time. Says he witnessed the police getting ready today. This morning in the wee hours. So everybody's been on guard. Oh, now the guy's mouthing off the cops, man. They've really been lenient with this guy. Gave him the guy miles of rope. Don't hang yourself with it, buddy. Just keep going. Now he's harassing everybody on the street. Come on now. Officers, this guy's still going, eh?
That was us with being cuffs already.
Jeez.
You know what? That guy's so lucky there's police officers around to save him.
You need some help, man. But I'm scared for him because he's going to walk up the next block, man, and somebody's not going to take it. That's what I mean, man. They need to help the guy. Somebody's not going to take him screaming in their face like that. Oh man, he's going to smash something. Uh-oh. Yo! Cops, man, what are you guys doing? He's going to hurt somebody. Somebody's going to hurt him. Look at this. Officer, he was just being spoken to for the last 20 minutes by about 20 police up there, and they let him walk away, and now he's got that big thing in his hands. I'm scared he's going to hurt somebody. If not, he's going to get hurt. Up there, yeah, he was throwing lots of garbage bags around and kicking. He assaulted somebody. I got it all on camera, but the other police already talked to him for the last 20 minutes and talked him down, and let him walk down the street. Now he's got that big thing of wood in his hand, man. He's going to hurt somebody, or he's going to get hurt. Why aren't they doing anything? I don't want to get too close to the guy, man. These guys are going to put him in the place. There we go. He put it down. Good. What is he doing? He's going in and wrecking everybody's stuff. Officers, come on. This guy's going through everybody's stuff now. Somebody's gonna get hurt, man. Dude, can somebody call the police? Guy's gonna get hurt. Somebody's gonna knock him out, man. He's a homeless dude in distress, man. Yeah, man, that is meth. That's bad. He's coming to steal some tents. Poor dog, man. Somebody needs to help this guy. I honestly hope that nobody knocks him out, man. Hey, this guy's gonna get hurt. He's lipping off to everybody, man. Not sure if that's him or not, man, but things are getting pretty tense over there. He's lipping off to everybody. The guy right there ripping down the red tent. He was the one that was up there causing a big scene. Now he's over here arguing with people. I'm not sure if it's his. That's what he was carrying. Yeah, I think the guy needs some help, man, honestly. Just help the guy. Nobody knows him. He was very aggressive to the protesters, man. The guy needs some help, dude. Just help the guy. This is our failing system here, man. I don't know what they could do to really help the guy, but he's getting angry again. I know, poor dog, man. Sir, thank you. We just need some help. Help the guy. Look at that, guys. If that's his tent and it fell down, everybody's helping him put it back up. The guy's helping him, man. Amazing. Amazing. No, it was an aggressive anti-protester got into a scrap with some people up here and made his way down the street. It looked like he was going to do some damage carrying a huge piece of wood and such and anything. The guy just needs help more than anything, though. But if you guys are just tuning in, greatly appreciate it. The way to get this out there, because YouTube's not really helping us, folk, so like, hit, share, especially that share button, guys. It's the only way everybody's going to see what's really going on down here in Ottawa. And if you guys are just joining, I've been streaming now for almost 2 hours after Pat King drove by and was laying on his horn saying, get up, get up, get up. It's time, everybody get up. They're coming. I guess Pat King in the middle of the night had seen them all forming up, taking place, getting on buses, coming on down, paddy wagons and such, fencing's being put up again around Parliament. So it's just a lot of things happening on the ground that don't look good.
Love it. For freedom.
Yes. Lots of police up there. Probably about 12 police officers just walked by. This is probably the heaviest police presence I've seen in a morning here in Ottawa, especially for a weekday. It's different. It's different. Black SUVs rolling through the blocked down streets. Hey man, I just wanted to say thank you guys for doing what you guys are doing. Fox is showing most of the truth, guys. Thanks. Thanks for acknowledging me. I was giving you props, bro. Unreal. Fox has done a decent job for you guys down there south of the border. Wonder if I'm still allowed in. Guys, I've seen about, I don't know, man, honestly, I'm hundreds of officers already for a Thursday morning. It's different.
Are you on live right now?
Yes, sir.
Did they look like they were looking this, like, curious, or did they look like the look on those police officers looked like they were confused almost? Is that the same view you kind of got? Or?
I think they all know what's up.
Yeah?
Especially when I'm saying good morning to almost all of them and they can't even look me in the eye. It's kind of scary.
They know it's coming?
Yeah. Right? Yeah, Fox is the most legit. But he just snuffed me like that. I was like, come on, bud. See if I can get you guys a pretty cool exclusive. How goes it, Wendell? You got a minute to chat at all? No? All right, I got about 3,000 people on here. I'll talk to you later. That's okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most notorious truckers here we got. He's the man behind the infamous F. Trudeau truck, guys. Absolutely incredible Canadian heritage moment in my mind, and honestly should be on the next $5 bill. And I'm sure enough of us here say thank you. And I actually got some Snapchats on my phone from some Port Hope locals saying thank you. So I got to show you them after I'm done this live chat, maybe later. But I see you're out here holding the line. And is there any different feeling this morning than any other morning?
Oh yeah.
It is different, eh?
Oh yeah. You can feel everything ramping up.
Everybody's on guard?
Everybody's on guard. We're all ready to go.
Yeah.
And all we can do is wait for it to happen.
That's right.
There's no doubt we're going to see dark before we see light.
Absolutely, it's going to be dark.
We came here, we knew there was going to be a battle.
Yeah.
It's coming. So we're all tightened up. Everybody's come around to see each other, make sure we're all good.
Absolutely.
Guys like you are my fucking heroes.
Thank you.
Shit out.
Hi, buddy, I'm trying. Wet feet and all.
You're doing a big job.
Thank you.
And I love you for it.
All day, all night.
But at the end of the day, yeah, they're going to have to hammer us today because everybody's going to roll in here hard and fast tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And it's a long weekend.
Absolutely.
You know they won't do that then.
Absolutely. So today would be the day, right?
I'm expecting today's the hit.
Absolutely.
And we'll get through it.
I see you're prepared.
Yeah.
Attaboy. See what I mean? He knows what's up.
We got our earplugs.
Yeah.
I got my smokes.
Yeah.
I got a piss jug and I'm gonna strap my doors closed.
That's right.
They're gonna drag my ass out through a broken window if it gets that bad.
Amen. And hopefully I'll be standing here and catch it all before they take the camera out of my hands.
Yeah, well, you be fucking careful.
Absolutely.
Rubber bullets.
Oh yeah. Thank you, sir.
Done that.
Thank you, sir. May I have another, right? This is
hold my beer, baby.
The way I look at it, this is a lot bigger than just you and I, right?
It is.
It is.
It is. It's yeah, people think this is just about mandates and vaccines and shit. No.
No, it's freedom.
It's
total freedom.
This has gone way, way deeper than most can imagine.
Absolutely.
So they'll wake up.
Absolutely. Did you get a early morning awakening this morning from anybody?
No, I just popped my eyes open at about 3 o'clock and started downing coffee like I usually do.
I had Pat King driving by, laying on his horn, telling everybody, get up, it's time to go. He was on live and he saw, I guess, all the cops. Did you see that live this morning?
No, I missed that one.
Pat King said this morning he was at a certain hotel and he saw dozens and dozens and dozens of officers, tactical trucks, tactical units, buses. He says today's the day. He was just down here and then in front of you here about an hour ago giving press conferences pretty much to a whole bunch of media saying that today's going to be the day.
Yeah, well, apparently everybody downtown here got emails and
yeah, I got a letter. Oh, yes, saying don't come into work today.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep. So I guess they've dropped their cards on the table, and
now we see these fences being put up behind us. Only we can assume what that means, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's there's no doubt it's gonna go back.
Yep.
And Canada is about to show its ugly fucking face to the rest of the world.
Absolutely. The mask is going to be ripped off after today, huh?
It is. We aren't going to be the angels that we used to be.
That's right.
That's when the truth will come out.
Yep.
And we're going to get back to getting better again.
That's what it's going to take.
Yep.
Sad but true. Wendell, thank you very much. Honestly, and ladies and gentlemen, this guy, you guys heard guys being out here for 16, 19 days and stuff, but this guy's been here since day one before anybody. Days before anybody, he's been out here the longest, holding this very line in front of Parliament. Wendell, on behalf of a bunch of people across the world, I want to say thank you for what you're doing, and thanks for the time today to speak with me. And I'm sure that Tiffany, your grandson's very proud of you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll speak with you soon.
Absolutely. You be safe today, please.
Absolutely. I'm on the sidelines. I'm just trying to show the world what's really going on here.
You're young. Don't be
Absolutely. I got to get home to my little guy, and that's the exact reason why I'm here. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed that, man. That guy, whoo, he's been out here longer than anybody. I hope you guys heard him pretty good there. I tried to speak up loud. If I had my microphone, that would have been amazing. But again, ladies and gentlemen, that's the driver of the most infamous truck down here. Of the F. Trudeau truck. Absolutely iconic truck now. What is that? The horn noise thingy is lifted at 1 p.m. today, so if we're still here at 1 p.m., every trucker's laying on their horns from 1 p.m. till 1:07 p.m. It'll be 7 minutes of straight horns. It'll be pretty interesting to see. Again, guys, if you're new here, the only way to really get this out there and show the world what's really going on is to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to get this out there because YouTube's slowing these algorithms down. I really hope you guys were able to hear that interview with Wendell there. Great guy. He's actually from my small town that I live in here in Canada along the Lake Ontario. And I just ran home the other day to grab a new phone because my data ran up. And a bunch of the locals knew I was up here, and I might have went out for a nice pint before I came back up here, and a bunch of the locals made me take some snippets for him, thanking him. It was pretty cool. Awesome. I'm glad the interview came loud and clear. I really am. Even out here trucking in the rain. I saw you out here.
We're holding the line. We're not moving.
I saw you out here late last night and early this morning. Did you sleep?
Yeah, I slept from like 9 until 2:30.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, I passed out in the back of the truck.
Well, good for you.
Apparently
I'm glad you got some sleep.
Too, so I had a good sleep. I'm ready to go today.
Thank you for being out here on your horn. Love it.
Love it.
Thank you.
Guys. Peace and love will win this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's take a walk. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm walking in puddles. My boots, I'm wearing doubles. Oh my God, each foot of mine feels like it's 20 pounds. It's not soaking wet. Nice, that's great. Yeah, today, guys, I ain't going anywhere. So honestly, hit that like, share, subscribe. I'm gonna be around here all day. Ears open, eyes open, feet on the ground, wet or not. Today is the day, guys, and we don't want to miss out on some things, right? But it's funny, though, of all days, when you see all these big cameras pop up, it's because they know something's going on, right? All these big cameras, it's like, all right, something's up. And I really wish that people would just stop talking to mainstream, because they just cut and twist it. Apple, anybody? Yeah, I know, right? Dry pair of socks. Oh my goodness. Boots, guys. I'm not even exaggerating, man. For a weekday morning, the amount of police I've seen, it's different. It's different. Like, just from you guys being on my lives alone, I'm sure you guys seen me walk by, what, at least 20 groups of 10 or 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. They're all in 10s. All the groups. Look, there's another group of 10 down there, another group of 10 down there. They're all going in and out of this hotel. All going in and out of this hotel. Good morning, gentlemen. Hold the line. Absolutely, man. Spirits are still high. Everybody's smiling. It's just a different vibe, a different feeling tonight for sure. Definitely something different. Today, not tonight. I say tonight because I didn't really sleep much in the car last night. Oh, these puddles are gonna kill me. I hope it's worth the... God forbid I get a cold. More police going in here. Police are gathering, watching people now. Something brewing. They're following those guys, maybe, I think. Holy moly. Yeah, something's going on down there, guys. Seems like maybe an angry person, counter-protester, a group of police are following them. Hope everybody stays calm. Oh, I don't know what's going on down here. It seems like they're angry protester or something as before. Sorry? No, I have no change. Sorry, sir. Everything's cashless these days, man. Is this the start? Just analyzing everything that's going on. Oh, they're handing out letters. Handing out letters to leave. May I have one? Thank you. Appreciate it. How come there's no signature? Doesn't the chief or something have to sign off? All right, guys, I'm going to read this to you. I'm going to go over to under the roof, and I'm going to read this to you. Should be a signature, no? Shouldn't a chief or something sign off on a letter like this? Oh, yeah, there is no chief. There is no chief. I'm going to read this letter to you guys that they're handing out today. Yesterday was one, and today's a different one. Give me a second, all right, folks? I'll read it to you. Ottawa Police Service, notice to demonstration participants, all right? This states, we want to inform you that you will face severe penalties under provincial and federal legislation if you do not cease further unlawful activity and remove your vehicle and or property immediately from all unlawful protest sites. You may be arrested and charged with criminal offenses, including but not limited to mischief, and potentially charged with a variety of other non-criminal offenses. Your vehicle and property may be seized or removed. Your driver's license may be suspended or canceled. Commercial vehicle operators' registration certificates may be suspended or canceled. Your personal business bank accounts may be subject to examination and restriction, including virtual currency. Oh, wow. If you bring a minor under the 18-year unlawful protest, you'll be charged and fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend up to 5 years in prison. Those delivering fuel and other supplies to those taking part in unlawful demonstration can be charged. Persons traveling to any other unlawful protest sites to participate in or support with unlawful demonstration can be charged. Be aware that legislation now prohibits interference with any critical infrastructure, including 400 series highways, railways, airports, international border crossings. That's what they just said to us, guys. That's what they just said to us, and they're handing it out to everybody. And people aren't taking nice to it, so let's go. This is it. Here we go. If you guys are just tuning in, like, share, subscribe. It's really the only way to get this out there to see what's really going on to the people, guys. It's starting. The horns are starting.
Shame on you guys. Shame on you guys.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Oh, I didn't get one of those little ones. May I have a little one? Is it different than the big one? Is it different? Is it the same thing? Okay. Do you guys know if everybody else is going to get those today too? Is everybody else going to get them today too, up the line? Yeah? Okay. Thank you, guys. Stay safe. Thanks. That cop was rude. I was talking to that guy, but the guy was giving him some rude stuff too. Again, guys, it's the second day in a row they've handed out letters telling everybody to move. It's like a last-ditch effort to try to save anybody that wants to get out before anything happens. I guess I could say appreciate the heads up 2 times now. They're gearing up. Again, guys, today's going to be the day everybody feels. Probably after 10 a.m. I'm thinking after Justin addresses the country, not us people out here, but the country. Again, YouTube's making this hard for people to see this, so if you guys want to like, share, subscribe, it's the only way that people are going to get to see this, how the world's going to see this. I'm sure the person that finds it and clicks it because you share it's going to appreciate it if something were to happen here. Thanks, Aces High. I'll do that, buddy. I'll write that up there for you. Thank you. 'Cause, yeah, it is freezing and every little bit helps. Gas is expensive on the line. So is data. This is my second phone with 2 different providers now to bring you guys this coverage. I'm gonna follow them in a second, guys.
You know you're on a big story when
I tried to put up my email there. There it is. For anybody that was wondering, like you, Aces High, I appreciate it. There's my email for PayPal, email transfer, if you guys feel so inclined enough to help me out while I'm standing down here. I appreciate it more than you guys know. Thanks for asking. I just posted it up there for you. Appreciate it, brother. Looks like they got a big group of people following them now. And they're handing out those letters, I take it. It's probably these guys up here, and I honestly think that they're not going to take it too lightly. They get laughed at, but then the people on the ground are really the rowdy group that are keep following them and harassing them. That they need to stop. That's not what we're about. We all know, shame for them, guys, but let them be for now, because in the morning it is what it really is. Thanks, Dennis, Iowa. Lots of you guys from there tuning in, man. I love it. Oh, guys, if I was in the States, I'd be able to get a wicked data plan. My last phone, my data went over and it was almost like $300. I'm like, okay, I can't keep paying for these overages. So then I drove 4 hours home to get a new one because I didn't bring my ID because I didn't want to get ID'd here. So then I had to get a new phone with 100 gigabytes. In the last couple of days, I'm almost halfway through that for you guys. Yeah, this stuff, it adds up. Especially when you're not monetized and can't get no super chats or anything like everybody else.
I'm sure he'll be down here.
I appreciate anybody that has definitely helped me out. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Go grab that letter they're handing out, guys.
Pardon?
They're handing out a letter. You guys should go grab it.
Let's go grab it.
Yeah, the letter that they're handing out, you guys should grab that and give it a read.
Why?
It says something about kids in it. So the police are just warning the parents now to take the children out of the area. I wonder why. You can see the seriousness in her eyes. That officer was just shaking his head because those kids are here. Now, is he shaking his head at the parents because the kids are here? Or is he shaking his head at, you know, he's going to have to use that thing on his hip and pepper spray people and those kids are going to be here. I wouldn't feel too good about that. Thanks, Des. I'm out here just trying to bring the people what's really going on. She's too short. All the brand new sprays. I see why they paired you with the tall guy. Uh-oh. Guys, don't feed into them. Don't feed into them. Don't feed into them, guys. They want this. They want this. Guys gotta lay back, man. They're gonna feel threatened. Guys, they're gonna feel threatened, man. This is not what you guys should be doing. Sure, shame. But guys, they know this. Guys, relax. Relax. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, back up, man. This is what they want, guys. Come on. Boys, don't feed into them. Don't feed into them, guys. Don't feed them, guys. Oh, yeah. They're walking, that's good. Now they're going to go back to their command station and say that they're all harassed off the street. Come on, boy. Guys. Right? Same clowns. You're right, man. There's a couple of these guys we got to watch out for. They got to stop following them, man. That's what they want, and they lined up against them. Really? Legit, there's some people that are going a little bit above and beyond here. It's almost as if they were meant to. You guys are absolutely right. I feel like if I did half that stuff as a regular person, I'd be locked right up. Screaming in their faces like that. Guys, this is what's gonna bring it on. I apologize for this right here. Even though how much spewing these guys are spewing, and they're right towards these cops. As much as I don't agree with what they're doing right now, man, it's not like they're going and stealing gas from people this second. They're just handing out some letters. And now they're all going to go back saying that they were rushed off the street by a group and they feel threatened. And here we go. Hey, Mr. Trudeau, we were just out half an hour ago and they were totally threatened us, backed us off the street and everything.
How do you guys do this? How do you get up and shoot up there? I'll show you how to shoot off. The rest of the move now. What are you doing? Partner with the police. I'll show you how to shoot off. You're being negatively affected by this stuff too. Police. No, you guys are being hurt by these. Someone give me this.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Stay safe, guys. It's time to back off, guys. Come on, let them go. You feel threatened, man. Sorry, guys. Kill him with kindness.
The words that are on these papers are garbage.
I agree, buddy.
Garbage. C'est bon pour les déchets.
Let's get a prescription. We're inciting a riot.
Yes, bro, you're right.
We gotta stay peacefully.
Bro, they're feeling threatened, man.
I was loud.
No.
You can be loud.
You can be loud.
Absolutely.
But I'm saying the
I
crowd.
was raised by police.
No, I'm just saying everybody surrounded the cops.
It was just a herd mentality. Yeah.
I'm saying it's gonna turn bad on us, and you know what? We're all standing together.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything you're saying is truth, butter. Everything you're saying is truth. Everything you're saying is truth.
I'm not slandering. I'm not calling them names. There's
No.
still a human being behind their costume.
You're right. You're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100% you're right, buddy. Yeah. Right, I got their faces pretty good. That one dude there in the jeans though and white shoes, he's pretty cool. I was talking to him the other night. Oh, they're arguing with the trucker there now.
There's a bit of a new installment over there.
They're still handing out the letters, I guess. They were going to try to make their way up there, but then they got bombarded by folks and couldn't make it up anywhere past the spot they were at. And the abundance of big cameras and press suits. Crazy. Whoa. Again, guys, thank you for tuning in. I've been now on live for over 2.5 hours. I was woken up by Pat King driving by, blaring. It's not really woken up because I wasn't really sleeping. I was trying to shut my eyes for a minute. Everybody was pretty much on night watch after knowing what we knew was going to happen today. Pat King this morning, though, was driving around all night, checking up on all the parked vehicles anywhere in the convoy and all the streets, all the lines. He was driving around all night, and then he found a spot where he watched, he viewed dozens and dozens and dozens of officers and buses and paddy wagons, and and he went around, driving around downtown this morning, honking all the horns, saying, get up, it's time, it's here, it's now, waking everybody up. So I've been on live stream ever since then. I don't have my gimbal for you, so it might not be the smoothest stream. I just got up, went out of the car, and walking around for the last 2.5 hours with puddles in my boots for you folks. If anything would pop off, I really don't want to miss it. I hope I can bring it to you guys. Just gonna take a sip of my water here, if you guys don't mind. Give me a second. Whew, it's been a long morning, long night. I know a lot of people want this to end, hopefully our way, freedom. But we'll see how they end up going today at 10 o'clock when our amazing leader speaks at 10. Alright guys, let's go for a walk back up towards the hill and see what's going on up there. See if there's any new action at all, or if those police officers that were over there in the van are trying to drive up around to continue doing what they were doing. Again, hi trolls, thanks for being in. Thanks for stopping in, chatting with us. We all appreciate it, and everybody else could do me a favor and ignore them as much as possible. It's early in the morning, and not sure if the mods were up yet or not. But I appreciate every one of you guys tuning into my feed and helping me out here. Gonna head back up to bottom of the hill. I see more yellow vests up there. Maybe they're continuing with handing out their letters. Good morning. Whew, a little chilly now with that wind being wet. Put up the hood there, folks. Brr. Wet and cold, not a good mixture. Might get that cold or flu that's going around, you know. Good morning. Good morning. What the fuck are they looking at? Let somebody plant something? Weird, like what were they doing? Good morning. Guys, remember this truck for some reason? They're staring at it pretty hard, like something was going on. Or they're staring at this car or something. I don't know what the hell they were staring at. They were staring at something. How are you? She stopped and radioed something in. I don't know what. Again, thanks everybody for tuning into my channel this morning. I've been on the ground for now almost 3 hours since Pat King gave everybody notice to get up. This is it. This is now. I appreciate you guys tuning in with me, and YouTube's doing a hard time on getting this video out there, so if you guys want to do me a favor and hit that like, share, subscribe, that's how everybody can see what's going on here on this hill today, especially today, guys. I've seen these police presence in these groups all over. It's different. Looks like she's over there praying for a miracle. It truly feels like this is the calm before the storm almost. Thanks everybody that helped me out there. Appreciate it. If you guys missed it later on when this live goes back on, I had a great interview with the probably the most infamous truck driver here. His name is Wendell from the F. Trudeau truck. He's holding it down on the line still there. One of the best trucks in this convoy. He's been here since day one before anybody, holding it down. I had a great interview with him on what this morning felt like an
I don't think they're handing out letters. These could be the same costume before, I'm not sure.
And I said that right.
That looks like something new right there. Right there, whatever. I recorded these guys quite a bit up there on the roof with snipers the first weekend. And that doesn't look like it was there before. If anybody wants to go back and look at that video quick and see if that was there in any of those videos, that looks like it might be a new piece of equipment up there or something. That doesn't look like it's part of the building. But that's where the snipers were there. And then I seen snipers all over this building. Down here on this end, there was multiple, and they walk back and forth and patrol that end and that way down. And also that green building there were snipers on it the first weekend. 6 city buses full of police is down at Infinity. Word from George on Facebook. Yes, George is 100% correct. That's what's coming our way. That's what Pat King said this morning, and that's why everybody's up, all on high alert and ready to go. Everybody's aware that these guys are about to come in, and I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know, 10 minutes, Justin Trudeau speaks, correct? So if anybody wants to keep me up to date on what Mr. JT might say, that would be great. I appreciate it. Maybe, I don't know. I'm still new to this, guys. I just hearted it. I don't know how to pin it or anything. I'm so new to this, man. Not sure if I can move it. But I appreciate everybody tuning in and helping share this and help sharing for everybody else. Looks like it's safe to go up here for now. Show you guys some stuff. I think at least for the next 10 minutes it'll be safe. It seems like some people are up in here and getting together.
You guys are outside where I am. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, right. Evil laugh.
My name is Benita. I'm from Alberta, and it was on my heart to come to Ottawa. How many can relate to that? It was a call on my heart that brought me to Ottawa. For over a year, I have been rallying. On February 4th last year, I founded an organization called All Fired Up for Freedom. So join me for a moment in a bit of a cheer. I'm going to say All Fired Up for...
We've got a very important message to put out today. So I need this page to explode. Then you guys are going to need to share the crap out of this today.
Yes, but
Weird, weird, weird.
Came out of a meeting today, guys. 11 o'clock meeting.
Again, everybody, I'll tell you about my morning. Last night, we were all ready thinking that today might be the day, last night might be the night. So a lot of folks.
I need a lot of people on, guys. This is an important message. I don't know if some of you guys might have seen some video floating around. This was handed to us this morning, giving them out to everybody. So we're gonna see who the real supporters are and who's just hanging out to see what it looks like walking around in Ottawa. But right now, that anybody who's on their way here, get here ASAP. Anybody that's up in these office buildings around us that are supporting us, today's the day you need to drop your pencils and come down and support us. The message we had today at our morning meeting, guys, today is probably going to be the day. Okay? We are talking about pulling the children out of here. Okay? We're talking about rubber bullets, tear gas, tactical teams coming in at us today, guys. It's either going to be sometime today or sometime tonight. The message has been loud and clear to us. If anybody's out there watching that's on these streets down here, that are in those trucks, get those trucks grouped together, guys. And it is your call if you want to leave or stay. It is up to you. Any of the police officers out there that are watching these live feeds, today's the day you need to decide on which side that you are on. We hope today's the day that you guys drop your badge and join us. As you guys see what they did in the government, okay, what Justin Trudeau has done, he's invoked the War Act. I don't care what you guys want to call it, Emergency Act, War Act, a duck is a duck, if it quacks, it's still a duck, okay? You can change the wording, but it's still the same thing. So that's been invoked. So apparently they're allowed to use that for the next 7 days while they're waiting for it to be approved. So, anybody out there that wants to support us, we need you in Ottawa ASAP. Cars, trucks, please leave your children at home. Okay? You can see what the government is doing, and they're pushing hard. Everybody knows Klaus Schwab. Justin Trudeau is in bed with him really deep. Okay? And he will use anything for his great reset. Read the book. It's out there, guys. They want a one-world government. They want martial law. If we continue to stand our ground with numbers, vehicles, we can win. But today is the day that we need every supporter, like they have on the weekends, guys. We need those people here now. Not yesterday, not Friday night, today. That is a very important message. Send this out far and wide. Any rig that wants to support us talking about coming down, yes, get your butt down here now. If you just want to sit at home and support us that way, great if you can't make it here. But then here's what we need you to do. We need you to call or email the Liberal government and the NDP government, guys, and have your concerns. You need to send your concerns in there now. Not tomorrow, today. If you guys want to support us from home, like I said, you need to send those messages to the Liberal and NDP government. Because what they're going to do, and they have letters telling us, if you want to leave, leave now. Okay? So, anybody out there that wants to support us, if you're in Ottawa, if you're working today, drop your pens, drop your tool belts, drop whatever you're doing, and get down here. If you really want to support us. If we lose this, guys, we lose everything, okay? We lose it all. Even those little trolls, even the people on the Liberal who voted for Trudeau, anybody who's voted for the NDP. You have to see what they are doing. If they come in and get us and take us out of here, they win. And anybody who voted for the Liberal government and the NTB government, you guys are screwed too. Okay? It's just, I'm going to put it that way. You guys are all done. It doesn't matter who you voted for. They don't care. They're showing their colors. They don't give two craps about any one of us. We need the numbers. We need the vehicles. And we need the brave people that are willing to come down here. Not to come down for a party. Wave your flags, great. That is awesome. But that's not what we need today. Today we need the true people that are willing to have our backs and support us. Anybody who has an ounce of humanity in their soul, that is watching what's going on around the world, watching what's happening here in Canada. Today is the day you need to be here. And if we can keep these numbers and they don't come in, we make it to the weekend, great, celebrate. But we will not make the weekend. I'm going to let you know that now. We will not make the weekend. We've been warned. In our morning meetings, some of the guys that sit down with the police officers and talk to them have been warned. Today is probably going to be the day. I don't normally say too much, guys, about stuff. The banks are going to freeze everything. Pull your money. Pull your money out of those banks and see. Then you watch them cry. All those Canadian banks, okay, they're on the side with that the Parliament Hill sitting up there. Yeah, they're all with them, with the Great Reset. So if anybody is watching this, guys, share the crap out of this. This needs to get out. Anybody that can drive here, start driving now. Right now. Get off your page and start driving. Start getting down to Ottawa. The more people we have down here, we will win with numbers. If we don't have the numbers, we will lose, and it is over for everybody. Even the people that hate us. They're going to be sitting back later going, oh, I wish I would have been on there helping them. It's going to be too late by then. Doesn't matter. So I'm just letting you guys know, today is probably going to be the day, or tonight, it is coming. And they're going to come in hard. We need the numbers here. We have this place. The borders, that don't mean nothing. They can come in and wipe them out. You can see that. We have the numbers. We also have information that there's a unit on its way to Trenton, Ontario right now at the base. That's the one that puts that loud noise out there. The one that you can't hear and you got to cover your ears and you're rolling around in pain. It's on its way. Okay? It's on its way. So like I said, guys, if you really want to support us, we need you in Ottawa now. Right now. So please, if you want to support us and you can't make it here, you need to blow up the emails with the NDP government and the Liberal government. If anybody paid attention, normally the votes will come in at 150 to 181. One Liberal member voted against them. That's why we had 151. We need you guys to send the emails, blow up their phones. They are stepping over our rights and freedoms, and we cannot allow that. So please, I'm going to address it one more time. If you're on our side, get down here. And do not bring any children. Do not bring any weapons. We have to keep this peaceful. We have numbers. You get arrested. We have numbers for you to call. Get bailed out of jail. Could take a couple of months before it hits the courts, but we got your back. And we need your back. So please, please share this out to everybody and get your butts down here. If you're in your office watching this video, drop your pencils, get down here. If we lose, it is over for everybody, guys. Like I said, I don't normally come on here with, you know, I like to take you guys around the streets and stuff, and we still will be going for a quick tour. If anybody's watching the video that's in your trucks, you see police coming, you lock those doors, you roll your windows up, and you lay on the horns, and do not let off on the horns. That'll trigger all the horns to be lit up. Police cannot speak to each other with those horns going. Has any of you guys ever watched any of the videos with the horns going? You cannot talk to the person in front of you within 2 feet. So that is another way that we're going to let everybody know that they're here. We're not going anywhere, okay? We're gonna hold this line as long as possible. It's not gonna be a Coutts border. It's not gonna be a Windsor border. We are in the city of Ottawa. And we're scattered out through down here. And we need more and more vehicles. We need more people. If you're afraid, stay at home. But I don't want to hear anything later on down the road that, oh, I wish I was there. That's going to be too late. I don't want to hear that. Okay? So please, if you guys can get down here and you have our backs and you want your rights and freedoms, we need you here, guys. So please share this out to everybody. And please do not bring any weapons. We're going to keep this peaceful right to the end. Email the Governor General. Email the Liberal parties. NDP party. Blow up their emails. Blow up their phones. And let them know what they are doing is completely wrong. So if you want your rights and freedoms, let's see who wants them. Who wants them bad enough? Do you guys want it? I do. I do. And I want it for my kids. I want it for my family. I am here. This is what I came for, guys. And I'm going to hold the line, guys. I didn't come down here for nothing. We need your support. Today we need your support, guys. As you guys can see, guys, it's been an emotional day so far, listening to the meetings. We need you guys. If you can drive, I don't give a crap. It's a couple hours, 5 hours, 10 hours. Get down here if you really want your rights and freedoms. Because if not, it is gone. Okay? It'll be over. Share this out to everybody. Share it, share it, share it. We're running out of time. And they're going to come in hard. They don't care. The government does not care one bit about your freedom, about your rights. They don't care who you are. They just want the power, and they're showing that. They've shown their true colors. Anybody who cannot see what they are doing, you are a part of the problem, okay? We need you to pick a side and pick the side today. What side of history do you want to be on? The right side or the wrong side? So please, guys, share this out. This is for our children's future. So that is all I'm going to say right now. We have some more people to talk to down here and decide who's going to stay and who's going to leave. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying. For my kids, for my wife, for my family. You guys are my family. We need you today. So that's all I'm going to say, guys. And I hope to see you guys down here. I do. Come down, I'll give you guys a hug and we'll stand together. We will stand together. Numbers win. Numbers win, guys. Share this out, please. I love each and every one of you guys. Share this out.
Capture as much as I can.
Watch all these crying bitches get arrested.
How goes it, buddy? I'm trying to stay safe. My plan, if I get arrested, I get out and I just go home after it's done. Hopefully I don't get hurt. I'm here, I'm peaceful. I'm sitting back with a camera in my hand. I'm not being an aggressor at all in any way when stuff pops off here. If I get arrested, it happens, and then once I'm done, I just go home and tell my story on how I was standing back at the sidelines, just, you know, just taking a journal in on what's going on in this moment of Canadian history. If you're gonna arrest me, sure. But I really hope that's not the case, guys. I really hope that I can stand back on the sidelines and capture as much stuff as I can before anything gets cut or I get taken down or sprayed or rubber bullets. That's all the rumors flying around now, guys. Exactly, I'm a journalist. I'm sitting here just trying to capture this moment in history. I'm not doing anything wrong, but of course they really don't want their face smeared all over the internet when, you know, they're hurting peaceful, freedom-fighting protesters, inflicting pain on these guys. Mischief is like 30 days. Yeah, mischief for standing back with a camera in my hand. Mischief, I know, it's crazy to think about, man. It's scary. But honestly, what really makes that scary, and what you're telling me, 30 days in jail for mischief, and in this country, for standing back with a camera in my hand, if I'm going to get 30 days for mischief, that is silly. That can't happen here in Canada. I didn't do anything. Oh, that girl was following me, everybody's staring at me. Loaded up, black one, full of people. Yeah, if I have to fight a charge, it's not like I can cross the border anyways, right? It's my choice to be unvaccinated, and I'm not gonna get vaccinated yet until I feel that it's, you know, I really have a need to, or there's a little bit more studies done on it. That's just my opinion, and that's why we're all here, is the freedom of choice. I can't cross the border anyways, so it is what it really is. I'm not ever going to be able to bring my son to Disney World again. I'm never going to see Fenway Park again. The world has become what it's become, and it's sad.
De la Chambre, le Premier ministre, le chef de l'opposition, le ministre proposant la motion et les députés parlant immédiatement après puissent prendre la parole pour au plus 20 minutes, suivi de 10 minutes pour les questions et observations, et qu'ils soient alloués à partager leur temps avec un autre député et que le Premier ministre puisse parler avant le ministre parrainant la motion.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable député propose, la motion vient de dire non. D'accord? La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien dire non. Adopté. Presenting of petitions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Mr. Dalton. The honorable member for...
L'honorable député de Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur de déposer une pétition au nom des résidents de ma circonscription. Depuis un certain temps, ces derniers sont touchés par plus de trafic aérien dans leur quartier. Leur qualité de vie en est donc affectée et ils veulent trouver des solutions raisonnables. Les pétitionnaires demandent au gouvernement de mettre en place des changements pour leur permettre de retrouver une certaine paix. Présentation de pétition.
The honorable member for Charlottetown.
L'honorable député de Charlottetown. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour présenter une pétition signée par plusieurs personnes de l'île du Prince-Édouard qui sont frappées par les crises climatiques et qui demandent au gouvernement de réduire ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 60 % par rapport au niveau de 2005, ce qui créerait de bons emplois, une main-d'œuvre inclusive, protégerait les droits de la personne et élargirait le filet de sécurité sociale. Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands. Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur de prendre la parole aujourd'hui pour présenter une pétition, particulièrement des résidents d'Ottawa, qui s'inquiètent de la destruction du parc Queen Juliana qui a été créé pour rendre honneur aux soldats qui se sont battus pour libérer les Pays-Bas et dont plus de 70 000 ont péri pendant ce conflit. L'établissement du parc Queen Juliana était pour rendre honneur au sacrifice des soldats canadiens et de la relation étroite qui existe entre les gens des Pays-Bas et du Canada. La décision de retirer 750 arbres matures est à l'opposé de tout ce que nous savons par rapport à la création d'espaces verts et leur bien-être sur nos âmes. Surtout pendant cette pandémie, il est essentiel de pouvoir sortir en nature. Donc, ces arbres seront coupés pour créer un stationnement pour un nouvel hôpital, alors que la Commission de la capitale nationale a dit à la Ville qu'il y avait déjà un lieu plus approprié. Les pétitionnaires demandent à ce que la recommandation originale de la Commission de la capitale nationale soit respectée et que le parc Queen Juliana soit protégé et qu'il y ait une commission d'enquête. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Petition presenting petitions, the honorable
L'honorable député de Kitchener Centre. Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai une pétition des gens de Kitchener Centre qui sont d'accord avec le député de Charlottetown et les résidents de sa collectivité. Les pétitionnaires demandent une loi sur une transition juste, notamment que les cibles soient cohérentes avec les données scientifiques, c'est-à-dire que les réductions de gaz à effet de serre soient de 60 % par rapport au niveau de 2005 et qu'il y ait une transition vers la création de bons emplois verts tout en protégeant les droits de la personne et les droits autochtones. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. Questions on the...
Question inscrite au feuilleton, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement à la Chambre. Monsieur le Président, je demande que toutes les questions soient réservées.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, statutory order, consideration of a motion for
Prise en considération d'une motion de ratification de la déclaration de situation de crise.
Mr. Mendocino, seconded.
M. Mendocino, appuyé par M. Trudeau, propose que, conformément à l'article 58 de la Loi sur les mesures d'urgence, cette Chambre ratifie la déclaration d'état d'urgence proclamée le 14 février 2022. Débat. Le très honorable Premier ministre. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je partagerai mon temps avec l'honorable député de la Sécurité publique. Lundi, nous sommes entrés dans la 3e semaine de blocage et d'occupation illégale. Le gouvernement fédéral a invoqué la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Nous l'avons fait pour protéger les familles et les petites entreprises, pour protéger les emplois et l'économie. Nous l'avons fait parce que la situation ne pouvait être réglée par aucune autre loi au Canada. Monsieur le Président, nous l'avons fait parce que c'est ce que font les dirigeants responsables. Pour le bien de tous les Canadiens et toutes les Canadiennes, les blocus et les occupations illégales doivent cesser et les frontières doivent rester ouvertes. Nous avons fait des progrès depuis lundi. Mardi, la frontière a été réouverte dans le sud de l'Alberta après le démantèlement du barrage de Coutts. La GRC a arrêté un petit groupe de personnes au sein du blocus et a saisi des armes à feu, des munitions et des gilets pare-balles. On pense que ce groupe était prêt à utiliser la force contre des agents de police. Mercredi, le blocus d'Emerson, au Manitoba, a été levé sans arrestation ni accusation. Le trafic et le commerce à ce poste frontalier ont maintenant pu reprendre. À Windsor, le maire Dilkins a déclaré que les forces de l'ordre avaient réussi à intercepter un nouveau convoi soupçonné de se diriger vers le pont Ambassadeur. Et ici à Ottawa, les forces de l'ordre disposent désormais de plus d'outils et de ressources pour redonner aux habitants de cette ville leurs emplois, leurs quartiers et leur liberté.
À Windsor, à Coutts et à Emerson, les barrages illégaux ont été levés et la circulation à la frontière a repris ou est en voie de reprendre. Je veux remercier les policiers pour leur travail, incluant les membres de la GRC sur le terrain. Pour le bien de l'économie, des familles et des travailleurs, il est plus que temps que ces activités illégales et dangereuses prennent fin, y compris ici à Ottawa. Monsieur le Président, invoquer la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'on fait à la légère. Ce n'est pas la première option, ni la deuxième, ni même la troisième. C'est une solution de dernier recours. Lorsque j'ai consulté les premiers ministres des provinces et des territoires lundi matin, j'ai été très clair. En bloquant les chaînes d'approvisionnement, les barrages illégaux font des torts considérables à notre économie et aux Canadiens. It is consistent with the requirements.
Conformément aux exigences de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, les opinions des premiers ministres de toutes les provinces et de tous les territoires ont été soigneusement prises en compte. La consultation et la collaboration avec les premiers ministres provinciaux se poursuivront jusqu'à ce que la situation soit résolue. Comme je l'ai dit lundi, le champ d'application de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence est limité dans le temps et ciblé, ainsi que raisonnable et proportionné. Elle renforce et soutient les forces de l'ordre afin qu'elles disposent de davantage d'outils pour rétablir l'ordre et protéger les infrastructures essentielles. Ces blocus illégaux sont fortement soutenus par des individus aux États-Unis et ailleurs dans le monde. Nous constatons qu'environ la moitié des fonds qui alimentent les barricades ici proviennent des États-Unis. L'objectif de toutes les mesures, y compris les mesures financières dans la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, est de faire face uniquement à la menace actuelle et de maîtriser totalement la situation. Monsieur le Président, je tiens à rassurer les Canadiens. Lorsque la loi sur les mesures d'urgence est invoquée, la Charte canadienne des droits et libertés
Using the Emergencies Act to call in the military. We're not limiting people's freedom of expression. We're not limiting freedom of peaceful assembly. We're not preventing people from exercising their right to protest legally. We are, in fact, reinforcing the principles, values, and institutions that keep all Canadians free. The blockades and occupations are illegal. They're a threat to our economy and relationship with trading partners. They're a threat to supply chains and the availability of essential goods like food and medicine. And they're a threat to public safety. La loi sur les mesures.
The Emergencies Act will be time-limited and targeted to address threats from illegal occupations and blockades only. The measures are reasonable and proportional. And I want to make it clear for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, when the Emergencies Act is invoked, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to protect individual rights. We do not use the Emergencies Act to deploy the military. We do not suspend fundamental rights. We don't restrict freedom of expression or the right to peaceful protest. What we want is to keep Canadians safe, protect workers' jobs, and restore confidence in our institutions.
We understand that everyone is tired of this pandemic. We understand that Canadians are frustrated with COVID. Some protesters came to Ottawa to express their frustration and fatigue with public health measures, and that's their right. Like I said, it's a right that we'll defend in this free and democratic country. But illegal blockades and occupations are not peaceful protests. They have to stop. On a tous hâte d'en.
We are all looking forward to the end of the pandemic, public health measures are constantly being reevaluated, and we will continue to modify them based on science and the situation, and we will continue to encourage vaccination.
This week, based on advice from public health experts, Health Minister Duclos announced that we'll soon start easing border measures for travelers. Our government, the health minister...
If I can interrupt the Prime Minister for a second, we need to make sure we're not using proper names in here, so we want to stick to the writing names. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
This week, based on advice from public health experts, the Health Minister announced that we'll soon start easing border measures for travelers. Our government will continue to follow the best scientific advice to keep Canadians safe and support healthcare workers. People are making sacrifices, and have been for 2 years. It's never time to hurt our communities or our fellow Canadians with illegal blockades, but especially not now that we're reopening and beginning to get back to the things we love. That's why, Mr. Speaker, it is so important for us to be having this debate today and in the days to come, and for Parliament to play its role in this process. Today, I ask all members of this House to take action against illegal blockades that are harmful to Canadians. I ask all members of this House to stand up for families and workers, to stand up for jobs and our economy, and to stand up for the freedom of Canadians and for public safety. Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
And we'll try our best to get all parties represented during this time. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Minister for Emergency Preparedness have repeatedly stated that there is evidence of foreign extremist financing behind this convoy. Last week at Public Safety Committee, Deputy Director of Intelligence for FinTrack, Barry McKillop, stated that there is no evidence that this funding in Ottawa is tied to ideologically motivated extremism. Under further questioning, he stated that there has been no spike in suspicious transactions. Under what basis is this government freezing the bank accounts of Canadians in violation of Section 8 of the Charter against unreasonable search and seizure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I think it is going to be extremely important that in this House over the coming days there will be important and robust debate on many such issues. But I can highlight once again, Mr. Speaker, that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to apply. The Emergencies Act is subject to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the measures that we've brought forward are proportional, measured, and responsible, and designed to get Canadians their lives back, their communities back, and restore their freedoms.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bellay-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that roughly everyone agrees about the intent, namely to end the siege in Ottawa, which is almost the only hostile protest that is still active here. If the intent is fine, well, while it is, the means to achieve the end is not. If Quebec had ended protests, well, they did without the Emergencies Act. They opened the border without using the Act, and arms were seized without the Emergency Measures Act. And the Ambassador's Bridge was reopened without the Emergencies Act. And there are other situations that were solved without this Act. How come the Prime Minister say that there's no other means to intervene? And how come he cannot exclude the other provinces such as Quebec who do not want to be subject to the use of the Emergencies Act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Police forces in jurisdictions across the country now have more tools at their disposal to tackle these blockades and illegal occupations. when and if they are needed. And we will continue to make sure that measures are proportional and reasonable and limited in time. But it is important to give more tools to our police officers who need them. We understand that in many parts of the country, they were able to properly control the situation, but the Emergencies Act applies across the country, will only be used, though, when it is necessary.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks, this occupation was allowed to continue. People lost their wages. Citizens were harassed. The potential for violence grew. And the federal government, instead of acting, argued over jurisdiction. So what responsibility does the Prime Minister take for the inaction that made the Emergencies Act necessary?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to reiterate that from day one of these barricades and blockages and occupations, the federal government has been supplying resources and working closely with local police of jurisdictions to ensure that they had the tools that they needed. Obviously, this situation has evolved, this situation has escalated, but every step of the way, the federal government has been there to support the law enforcement of jurisdiction. Here in Ottawa, that means the Ottawa Police Services and the OPP, and we will continue to be there with the RCMP as necessary.
Time for about a 15-second question and answer. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As you very much aware that my riding includes Parliament Hill, which has been under siege for over 3 weeks now, Speaker. My community has been held hostage, and I can assure you that these protests have not been peaceful or lawful. My question to the Prime Minister is, how is this Emergencies Act is going to help my constituents in Ottawa Centre?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians continue to have the right to free expression, the right to protest peacefully, but occupying the downtown of our major cities, protesting and blocking border crossings is unacceptable. That is why we have given more tools in a proportional way to police officers.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Prime Minister for commencing this important debate on the invocation of the Emergencies Act for the first time. And I want to begin with a number of expressions of gratitude, both to my colleagues on this side of this House. I'd also like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the opposition for the informed debate which we're about to have. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Canadians because I know that this has been a very difficult time, a period of great frustration and anxiety and uncertainty, and it is not lost on me, and I hope not on all members of the Chamber, that the confluence of events of the pandemic and now these illegal blockades does create for an emotionally charged atmosphere. And sometimes we let that get the better of us here in this Chamber, but my sincere hope is that we'll be able to have a principled debate about why it is that the government has chosen to invoke the Emergencies Act, the paramount reason being the health and safety of all Canadians. Now, you've heard the Prime Minister set out what the test for the invocation of the Emergencies Act is, and I know that my colleague, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General and other members will elaborate on that, but I want to focus my comments on what I believe are the perceived and real risks to public safety that we have seen over the last number of weeks, which emanated from the so-called Freedom Convoy. Now, this convoy has been taking to the streets right across the country and at other critical infrastructure, including our borders, our national symbols, our communities, our neighborhoods, and it has had a profound impact. And I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, and to members of this chamber, a very negative and detrimental impact to public safety. I want to touch on a number of the ports of entry which have been interrupted significantly as a result of the participation of those in the illegal blockades, including at Coutts in Alberta, Emerson in Manitoba, Surrey, British Columbia, Windsor, Ontario, Sarnia, Ontario, Fort Erie, Ontario, as well as here in Ottawa. I hope that all members would recognize that the kind of conduct that we have seen at our borders puts into serious question, the integrity and the security of this country. The impact at Coots, for example, has cost the economy approximately $48 million per day. In Emerson, $73 million a day. And in Windsor, where we conduct nearly or roughly a quarter of all of our daily trade with our most important trading partner in the United States, roughly $390 million. Now, those are just numeric figures, but I think about the translation of those dollar figures into the impact on Canadians' jobs, on families, on those who are just trying to get by right now. And whatever the motivation of some individuals who have commingled with those organizers and agitators of this illegal blockade, whatever their concerns are with regards to the government's strategy to get out of the pandemic, which of course is to get vaccinated, it has become something much, much more concerning. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that we have made some progress at these ports of entry, and that is in large part thanks to the very important work that has been undertaken by the members of our law enforcement. Je vous remercie.
I would like to thank the RCMP for their efforts and energy. All police forces, in fact, they're doing good work on the ground. There's a lot of progress being made. Most of our borders are now open, and that is good for our economy and for trade. And it's also good for Canadians. But this progress, it's not a given.
That we continue to guarantee the progress that we have made. I want to speak for a moment about the situation here in Ottawa, and I know that many of my colleagues in the NCR caucus have spoken very articulately and very passionately about the damage that has been caused in our communities and our neighborhoods. Mr. Speaker, I've heard some members on the opposition side try to somehow cast a minimization, some kind of effort to generalize what is going on outside of this chamber as being legitimate. It is not, Mr. Speaker. It's illegal, and it causes great harm. We've seen people intimidated, harassed, been threatened. We've seen apartment buildings that have been chained up. We've seen fires set in the corridors. Residents are terrorized. Yeah. And it is absolutely gut-wrenching to see the sense of abandonment and helplessness that they have felt now for weeks. And I want to assure them that since day one, that the federal government has done everything that it could to provide additional resources. The RCMP has sent three sets of reinforcements to the Ottawa Police Service, and will continue to do whatever we can to help. But it is also important, I think, for members of this chamber to recognize that we here, we write the laws, we set the policies, but we trust our police, our law enforcement, to enforce them. And that is why it is so important that we use every tool in our box, especially now, where we find ourselves in a predicament, in a dilemma, in a situation that has perhaps never been seen before. Now, I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, and I hope others are reflecting as well, what's this all about? And trying to step back and looking at what it is that's occurring. And I'm concerned. I've heard some people say, and still say, that this is a protest about vaccines. It's not. Or that it's a protest about mandates. It is not. I've heard some people say still that this is a protest about freedom. Mr. Speaker, what is going on outside in the streets of Canada at our borders is most certainly not about freedom.
Absolutely not.
It is not about freedom. It is about a very small, organized, and targeted group of individuals who are trying to strip away the very freedoms that we here have sworn to uphold.
Exactly.
That the generations of those who preceded us have sworn to uphold, Mr. Speaker. Now, I've seen many striking similarities in the way that these blockades have manifested across the country, the tactics that they are using, the timing in which they are occurring, the targets, whether they are national symbols like this, like the Parliament here, or provincial legislatures, like the War Monument outside, where we hear members speak passionately about their forebears who went and made the sacrifices for the freedoms that we now enjoy. The individuals outside are tearing down the barriers to attack those monuments. Now, what does that say? Those are going. I know members are heckling, but I'm encouraging them to reflect. And also the rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. And yes, the rhetoric. And yes, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the efforts of my colleagues to try to shout me down, I'm speaking here on behalf of constituents and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And yes, there is an ideologically motivated operation that we see in the rhetoric here that is meant to incite. And that is indeed one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, that we have chosen, that we've had to invoke the Emergencies Act. Now, I want to assure members that these are very targeted measures, that they are time limited, that they are protected and bound by the Charter. And for those who want to ask questions as to how those powers are going to be enforced, part of the debate is going to ensure that there are the sufficient guardrails and safeguards in place. There will be transparency on how those measures are implemented. There will also be an inquiry to be sure, so that we can learn from these lessons and make sure that this is an instrument that has been used responsibly and in a manner that is consistent with the Charter to uphold the health and safety of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the end of the day, we're all here, I would hope, to do one thing, and that is to protect the health and safety of Canadians. We find ourselves at a crossroads with the pandemic, but we've made progress. We've made progress with the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and we are making progress in restoring public order. But it is absolutely imperative that we have these debates in a principled, in a reasonable manner that is respectful of our constituents, respectful of Canadians, and that is certainly something that I hope that we will see over the next number of days.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister today and in a news conference yesterday has repeatedly stated that there is an ideologically motivated violent extremist. There is a small group of extremists who are willing to use violence. He says that there are ties between extremists that were apprehended in Coutts and extremists here in Ottawa. But when asked repeatedly by the media to back up that assertion with evidence, the minister failed to provide any evidence. We are talking about invoking a once in 34-year Emergencies Act. Parliamentarians deserve real evidence, not conjecture, from this minister before we can ever contemplate suspending the rights of Canadians. And what basis does this minister make to claim that there are violent extremists in Ottawa?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I'm afraid he operates from the false premise that the Emergencies Act is any kind of suspension of charter rights. It's not. As I've said throughout the course of the debate, and as the Act itself says, that all of the powers that need to be exercised in the Emergencies Act must be done in accordance with the Charter. Mr. Speaker, that means ensuring that Section 8 is respected. That means which protects people from the right of It guarantees the right to be protected from any unreasonable search and seizure, and same for Section 7 as well. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse, Matan, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the beginning of his speech, the minister said that he was proud for tabling this motion, proud of being the first Minister of Public Safety to invoke the Emergencies Act since its application. How can he be proud of applying a law that will limit fundamental rights of Quebecers and Canadians? Listening to the Prime Minister, he said it was the measure of last resort. Unfortunately, I don't think he used all the tools in the toolbox before getting to this point. I'd like to know what other actions could have been taken before they invoked the Emergencies Act. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I want to thank my colleague for her question. The Emergencies Act is a last resort. It is not the first option. It's not our preference. And that is why we added many resources since the beginning to help police forces restore order. Now we are at a very difficult time with many challenges, and that is why we introduced this measure. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I was listening to the honourable member's speech, he spoke of the people that are being impacted by the blockades. He spoke about the harassment and the assaults, and I know I've spoken to a lot of workers in this downtown about that as well. It's truly heartbreaking. I think of the workers and the businesses that have been impacted negatively. I think about the people at the Rideau Centre. I think about people within my own region in southwestern Ontario and those businesses who have been impacted. But what is this government's plan to help those workers and those businesses after this debate is done? After we've seen that the protesters have gone home, after everything, we've been asking for this government to come up with a plan. So what's the plan for those people after?
The Honourable Minister, Public Safety.
Thank my colleague for her question, and I share her concerns about public safety, and certainly the impact of these illegal blockades across the country has not only undermined public safety, but it has impacted families' abilities and individuals' abilities to provide for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that we will work with her and with all members so that once we clean up these illegal blockades and we have public safety restored on the streets here in Ottawa, that the Government of Canada will continue to be there to support Canadians as we have been throughout the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
With the member for Mégantic-Lérable today. Speaker, this week, for the first time since its passage, the Emergencies Act has been invoked by the Prime Minister. This is historic and it is extremely disappointing. The Prime Minister has invoked the Act, he says, to deal with the protests that have gathered here in downtown Ottawa and blockades that were happening at the Coutts border in Alberta, the Emerson border in Manitoba, the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, and the border at Surrey. All of which, by the way, are now open. There are no more blockades at any borders. What's left are the trucks parked outside here in Ottawa that need to move or be moved. However, throughout the last 3 weeks, the Prime Minister has failed to take meaningful action to de-escalate the protests here or use any tools that he may have available. Instead, he has jumped straight to the most extreme measure. And as he has invoked the Act, he has failed to meet the high threshold set out by the Emergencies Act to justify it. That being, and I quote, when a situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and when the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of the country. Conservatives do not believe the government has shown that threshold has been met, and thus we will be voting against it. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, this Act is already invoked and is the new law of the land. Our debate and the vote on Monday can only stop it if the NDP vote with Conservatives and the Bloc to stop it. Supporting the use of the Emergencies Act is one of the most serious decisions a parliamentarian can make. I want to remind especially the NDP of this, who are supporting the Liberals in this sledgehammer approach. History will not be kind to the leader of the NDP or his members on this particular question. The Emergencies Act predecessor, the War Measures Act, was only used 3 times: World War I, World War II, and the FLQ crisis. Colleagues, we should keep these precedents in mind. The weight of those events should caution us against making this decision lightly. These protests have caused disruptions for many Canadians, especially local businesses and residents of Ottawa. As I have said, Conservatives are the party of law and order. We believe the trucks should move or be moved. But, Mr. Speaker, we want to lower the temperature across the country. The Prime Minister clearly wants to raise it. Let's be very clear how this all started. The Prime Minister decided to impose a vaccine mandate on truckers with no scientific evidence that it was the right thing to do. Many Canadians opposed it, but he went ahead anyway. Truckers and millions of Canadians felt they had no recourse with this Prime Minister, and who can blame them? After all, this was the Prime Minister who called them racist and misogynist. He said their views were unacceptable, that they were on the fringe. And when truckers and their supporters arrived in Ottawa, what did the Prime Minister do first? He hid for a week, and then he continued his insults, calling them and anyone who supported them or even talked with them things like Nazi supporters. We saw that name-calling and unfair and mean-spirited characterization happen just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, by the Prime Minister of Canada in this House. That is all he has done to rectify the problem: call names and insult. Mr. Speaker, many of the people that are protesting, many of the people who are upset are our neighbours. They are our constituents. They are Canadians. And they want to be heard and given even just a little respect by their Prime Minister. But the Prime Minister has decided that because he disagrees with them, doesn't like their opinions, he won't hear them. At every turn, the Prime Minister has stigmatized, wedged, divided, and traumatized Canadians. And now, without even a single meeting with a trucker, without talking through one of their concerns, without apologizing for his insults and listening to what people have to say, without using any other tool at his disposal, he has used this overreach, this Emergencies Act, and it's wrong. The Prime Minister's leadership in this situation has frankly been abysmal. He said this week, and I quote, "Invoking the Emergencies Act is never the first thing a government should do, or even the second. The Act has to be used sparingly and as a last resort." But his actions have shown the opposite approach. The so-called measure of last resort has come before taking any action to address the frustrations at the root of the protest. How did the Prime Minister go directly from ignoring the truckers to turning this to the Emergencies Act? Why has the government jumped straight to this without doing anything to lower the temperature first? Conservatives put forward a reasonable approach that could help bring the temperature down and address the concerns. We asked the government to commit publicly to a specific plan and timeline to roll back federal mandates and restrictions. But the Liberals and NDP refused to support our plan, and instead the Prime Minister reached for more power. This comes as provincial governments are announcing plans to end COVID-19 restrictions. The Prime Minister is an exception to this trend, and he refuses to come forward with a plan. Even the provinces are unhappy with the Prime Minister for doing this. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, Nova Scotia, they're all opposed to the use of the Emergencies Act. This is not a good look for the Prime Minister. We all want the trucks here in Ottawa to move. We want a peaceful and quick end to the trucks blocking the streets in Ottawa. Our message to those protesting is still this: Conservatives have heard you. We will keep standing up for you. But it's time to move the trucks. At the same time, no government should resort to the kind of extreme measures that we're seeing. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister has a track record of serious disregard for the law, and that raises a lot of red flags. This is the Prime Minister who interfered with an ongoing criminal trial in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. This is a Prime Minister who took the Speaker to court instead of fulfilling his legal obligation to provide documents to this Parliament. On 2 separate occasions, this is the Prime Minister who has been found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner. This Prime Minister admitted his basic admiration for basic dictatorships. Red flag after red flag after red flag. He may not like it, Mr. Speaker, but in Canada, civil liberties must be defended at every turn. Section 2 guarantees our freedom of association and assembly. Section 7 guarantees our right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Section 8 guarantees our protection against unreasonable search and seizure. Canadians can't be expected to simply take this Prime Minister at his word. His plans are not consistent with fundamental freedoms. The government should not have the power to close the bank accounts of Canadians on a whim. The Prime Minister Minister is doing this to save his own political skin. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a game. It comes at the cost to Canadians' rights and freedoms. Speaker, Parliament should not allow the Prime Minister to avoid responsibility in this way. I urge all members of this House, proceed with extreme caution. Now is the time to stand up for your constituents, to show real leadership, to help heal our divisions, to listen to those we disagree with, to not shut them down, to not tell them that they are irrelevant, to not speak insults to them. That is the job of each one of us as members of Parliament. No matter who we represent, we have to represent them with integrity, with hope, with honor. And what the Prime Minister is doing, Mr. Speaker, he has for the last 2 years disregarded these Canadians, called them names and insulted them. It is time to show leadership for every one of us and say no to this Emergencies Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now I will speak on behalf of my constituents, which all of you are sworn to do. I just ask the members opposite. If this kind of occupation was happening in their neighborhoods, in their ridings, for 4 weeks in a row, for 4 weeks in a row, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I just want to say the longer I get to stand here, the less option that people have to actually present their feelings and represent their constituents later on. We good? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
4 weeks in a row, Speaker, and the members opposite talk about listening to the protesters. They won't even listen to a member of this House to understand, Speaker, what my constituents, the members of my community is going. And when did the line cross between being a lawful protest, which we welcome actually, Speaker, in this riding, and happens all the time, to an illegal protest? Members opposite were out there taking photos and encouraging those protesters to keep honking in the middle of the night. Would the member now denounce those actions?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's a very good question for his leader, the Prime Minister, when these protests started, the first thing this Prime Minister did was call these people names. He insulted them. I don't think anyone in that member's constituency thinks that the answer for a Prime Minister the response for a Prime Minister to do is to hide and then hurl huge insults, not just saying he disagrees with them, calling them misogynist, racist, their fringe view, they should not be tolerated. So very good question he should ask his own Prime Minister. Why didn't he take action? Why didn't he show leadership? Why didn't he take the high road and try to at least listen to these folks so that they felt that they were respected? Good question for your boss.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the problems in Alberta were resolved without the Emergencies Act. The same Emerson and the Ambassador Bridge. The situation resolved without the Emergencies Act. In Quebec, there were demonstrations. It was resolved without the Emergencies Act. In the Prime Minister's backyard here, there is an occupation. What did the Prime Minister do? First, he insulted them, and then he invoked the Emergencies Act. My question is simple. Between playing Pontius Pilate and the atomic bomb, there is tools that the Prime Minister could have used, like leadership. What does the Leader of the Opposition think of that? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I tell that member thank you for his question. And he may recall I sent a letter very early on to the Prime Minister asking that he meet with the opposition leaders to talk about solutions like the ones that he just spoke about. It's clear that the borders were cleared by police action, and that's a good thing. We believe that these protesters here in Ottawa, these blockades, could have been moved quickly had the Prime Minister shown some leadership, said, hey, I'm hearing you. I disagree with you, but I hear your concerns. We're going to look at removing these mandates. We're going to do it because it's actually scientific. unscientific to remove them. I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that these folks would have moved on had the Prime Minister decided he wanted to actually listen. And what I promise you is we would not be here today invoking an Emergencies Act, which is a sledgehammer on all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It's no secret that the convoy stated their mission, which was to overthrow the government. It sounds ludicrous, but they brazenly posted that on their website, and they reiterated it.
Order, order. I can't hear the question, and I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition can't hear the question. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It's no secret that the goal of this convoy, posted brazenly on their website, reiterated as recently as earlier this week in a press conference, was to overthrow a democratically elected government. That was their goal. So the interim leader of the Conservative Party says, we have heard you, we will keep standing up for you. Do you regret endorsing a convoy that is attacking the fundamental democracy of our country? Do you regret endorsing and supporting an occupation that has harassed citizens? Do you regret endorsing a movement which has lost...
Order. I mean, I know the questions have to come through the chair, and I can't speak on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition, but I'll let the Leader of the Opposition answer the question.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, nobody in this House believes that a government should be overthrown, although I have seen that members, colleagues at a number of pro-communist marches, and so not sure if that means he endorses communism. In fact, I'll tell you what I know is when history looks back on this, Conservatives will have stood up with Canadians, millions of Canadians, vaccinated Canadians, Canadians who are blue-collar workers, Canadians who are white-collar workers, Canadians who have had enough of a Prime Minister who has divided, wedged, stigmatized, and traumatized them. And the party that will have stood with that Prime Minister is that member and his NDP colleagues, and it's shameful.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish that I was rising here today to speak about increased inflation. I wish I was here to defend parents and seniors who have suffered greatly since the beginning of the pandemic and who today are dealing with all kinds of serious and grave situations. But because of this Prime Minister, because of his inaction, because he chose to protect his career instead of listening to Canadians, here we are today debating a bill which was invoked. It's been invoked for the first time since it was created in '88 by the Parliament. It's the Emergencies Act that I'm referring to, and obviously this will go down in history, Mr. Speaker, but not for the right reasons. And it's very disappointing, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister had to invoke this to manage the blockades, the protests in downtown Ottawa and at Coots in Alberta, the cross-border bridge in Emerson, and the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor. Colleagues, we have to remember these precedents. And we have to be very careful. However, there are only the blockades in Ottawa that remain. All the other blockades have been dismantled or are being dismantled without resorting to the Emergencies Act. For 13 days, the government took no significant measures to appease these protests, did not listen to the rumblings of discontent, the fatigue, and the demands of the protesters. He decided to go straight to the nuclear option. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister simply did not respect the high threshold that is set out by the Emergencies Act to justify its invocation and its enforcement. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are going to be voting against his decision. Resorting to the Emergencies Act is something that it's one of the most important decisions a parliamentarian can make. The previous act, the War Measures Act, was only used 3 times during the First World War, the Second World War, and during the October crisis in Quebec, and we remember that well. Mr. Speaker, it's our responsibility as parliamentarians to protect democracy first and foremost. That includes the election of elected officials and the rights of citizens to not agree with the government, and their right to be able to express that publicly, Mr. Speaker. These protests have created disturbances for many Canadians, especially people who live in Ottawa, for local businesses. And it is very tough for them. They are collateral damage of a situation that goes well beyond Ottawa streets and Ottawa citizens. We all know that, Mr. Speaker, and as we've long said, the Conservatives are the party of law and order. Illegal blockades must come down quickly and peacefully. Mr. Speaker, we have to calm things down, not only in Ottawa, but across the country. Unfortunately, as many experts have said, as many analysts have pointed out, the Prime Minister's actions will have the contrary effect, unfortunately. Let's go back to the beginning. How did all this start? Well, it started with a Prime Minister who chose to turn an election into a political game. He called an election in the midst of a pandemic. And then he decided to oblige Canadians to get vaccinated with no scientific proof that that was the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. We asked him the question. We put the question to the government and to the Minister of Health. On what scientific basis what scientific basis are you using to get truckers vaccinated, to oblige this? But we never got an answer. But we didn't back down. They didn't back down. They maintained this obligation despite all the damage it caused to our economy, to the supply chain, and the scope of the ensuing movement that it created. When the protesters came to Ottawa, the Prime Minister hid. He hid out for an entire week, Mr. Speaker. And then he didn't try to calm things down. He just came out and insulted the protesters. He insulted Canadians who don't agree with him. That's what happened. He said that they were racists, misogynists, and he even said that their viewpoint was unacceptable. But we see that often in this House, Mr. Speaker. Every time we say something that the Prime Minister doesn't agree with, well, he goes straight to the unacceptable accusation. You know, over half of people in Canada, half of Canadians did not vote for him, and yet they're still Canadians. They're people who have the right to their opinions. They have spoken out, and they continue to have the right to do so. It is acceptable to vote against this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. I heard his viewpoints everywhere, in my riding, on social media, over the phone, in emails. All of us, we've gotten tons of emails this week. We've been swamped. People who are speaking out, but there are neighbors, there are voters, there are people who want to be heard, and they should be heard. But, you know, since the Prime Minister doesn't agree with them, Mr. Speaker, well, he doesn't like their opinion, so he decided simply to not listen to them. He's turned a deaf ear. Every time the Prime Minister has an opportunity, he stigmatizes Canadians. There was no representative from their association. He didn't discuss anything in the concerns with the truckers. He didn't even apologize for his insults, that he's insulted all the protesters, and he's insulted people in this House, Mr. Speaker. You know, apologies from the Prime Minister, it's not for people. He doesn't give them to people who disagree with him. He heard that the crisis was getting worse, so he just stayed hidden. He could have intervened. He had a lot of tools at his disposal to intervene. The first tool is himself. You know, he's the head of state. He could have listened to Canadians. That is the very first thing that he should have done. That's the first option he should have used as head of state, to choose to act. He should have acted like a statesman, but he didn't. So instead of listening, he decided to give himself more powers. He decided to broaden the government's powers, Mr. Speaker. That is a bad decision. The Prime Minister's leadership is miserable. It's pathetic in this situation. And this week he even said, invoking the Emergencies Act is never the first thing that the government should do. It shouldn't be the second or the third option. It should be used with moderation and as a last resort, Mr. Speaker. That's what he said. No one thinks that the Prime Minister used any kind of first or second or third option or fourth option even. He has not succeeded in convincing anyone that it is justified for him to resort to the Emergencies Act. Mr. Speaker, just about everyone, experts, police chiefs, analysts, everyone said that he had all the tools at his disposal. Even the premiers didn't want him to use the Emergencies Act. They've said it over and over. We can look after this. Do not throw oil on the fire. That's what they said. By invoking the Emergencies Act, that's what you're doing. That's what they told him, Mr. Speaker. How did the Prime Minister go completely from ignoring the protesters and hiding to the nuclear option of adopting the Emergencies Act? We hope that history will tell us why this happened, because currently the Prime Ministers and his ministers are not telling us why, and currently the crisis that we're in has been directly created by the leadership void, the vacuum left by the Prime Minister. He could have used a reasonable approach. We asked him, give us a plan to announce the withdrawal, the lifting of obligatory vaccination and the lifting of health restrictions. And that's not unreasonable. All the provinces are doing it right now across the country. But unfortunately, this Prime Minister chose to put his head down, to do nothing, to not listen to the experts, to ignore them. And now he's wondering why the protesters and why Canadians are fed up with his lack of leadership. That's the reality in which we find ourselves. The Prime Minister would rather do what he thinks is right and continues to refuse to give us a plan. Mr. Speaker, the government should not have the power to shut down Canadians' bank accounts. It should not have to resort to the Emergencies Act when there exist other tools to fix this type of crisis in Ottawa. The Prime Minister has failed miserably. And unfortunately, he will be judged not by us, but by the generations of Canadians to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kings Hants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. He talked about leadership, and his party is trying to denounce and support the protest at the same time. It was said that the Prime Minister should show leadership. What measures should the government have taken, or should the government just give in to protesters' demands? What does the member think? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, unfortunately, the official opposition is the official opposition. We have a Prime Minister who had at his disposal the tools he needed to cooperate with the provinces, to send additional police forces to Ottawa when Ottawa asked for it. There were ministers who could have intervened who did not do so. So the question that the member is asking right now to the official opposition, well, he should ask his own ministers, his own Prime Minister, why was nothing done at the very beginning of this crisis that would have calmed things down? The lack of leadership isn't on this side, Mr. Speaker. It's across the way. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for L'Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's something that makes me angry. When the Prime Minister said that he invoked the Emergencies Act, he said, well, it's going to be geographically targeted, just where we need to apply it. But Premier Legault said, we don't want anything to do with this act on our territory. The National Assembly voted unanimously. We want nothing to do with this. But now we can see that it's localized across Canada. And it's not the first time that the Prime Minister has said one thing and done the opposite. So I would like to know whether he thinks this is a reasonable type of application of this law, or is it unjustified and unjustifiable? The Honourable Member. I'm going to quote Premier Legault of Quebec. Imposing this act will throw oil on the fire by polarizing all Quebecers. It should not apply to Quebec because we don't need it. I think that right now it would not help the social climate. That's what the Premier said. I have quotes like that from the Premier of Manitoba, from the Premier of Prince Edward Island, from the Premier of Alberta. I think it's pretty clear. The Prime Minister, what Premier Legault said, listen, we don't want anything to do with your Emergencies Act. We can look after this all by ourselves. So why isn't he able to do so? Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and to the Honourable Member for Mégantic, I'm actually raising a point that I've heard his leader, the official leader of the opposition, the leader of the opposition party, raise something as a hypothetical, and I want to address it now, and that is this notion that the Prime Minister hid. I think we forget the Prime Minister, and I'm not going to defend all the Prime Minister's actions by any means, but at the moment this convoy started, the Prime Minister had been diagnosed with positive for COVID. Had he gone in to meet with people who were unvaccinated, and had any of them been sickened and died, he could have been charged with manslaughter. Does that not occur to people on the other side as a...
Order. I would really like to hear the... I'm just looking over to the Minister. The member completed her question?
No, it's Zoom right there.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure everybody listens to the question so that we can get a good answer on it. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Speaker, I know this is a difficult time for everyone, but I think that hypothetical and the use of the word hid is again inflaming divisions in this place we shouldn't have. If someone tests positive for COVID, they should not be meeting with anyone, and they certainly shouldn't be threatening the health and safety of people who have chosen not to get vaccinated.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, I've had I don't know how many opportunities to listen to speeches and presentations from my honourable colleague on this little platform, this little computer called Zoom. I've heard her on many occasions, and also members of the Liberal Party on this small screen using Zoom. So hiding means not answering questions. Hiding means not taking a stance. That's what the Prime Minister did when he hid. He shirked his responsibilities. He didn't hide at home. He shirked his responsibilities. He could have taken the floor because he had all the means he needed to do so.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to remind our friends across the way that we're in the midst of a pandemic. And I'd like to remind the Conservative Party that I'd like to be able to hear myself as well. The pandemic has caused many victims. People have died. People have contracted major health problems. There are people who live in anxiety, who live in suffering. People have seen their purchasing power plummet because of long-term inflation effects, either structural or contextual. The pandemic has attacked seniors. It has attacked our health system, that of Quebec and the provinces. Now, obviously, given this unprecedented situation, you know, we try. We do what we can. We're not sure if we're doing it right. And sometimes when we try these things, well, you know, we're not sure that it's going to work out. That's true in terms of medical measures, health measures, vaccination. And it's also true with regard to travel restrictions. We understand that. So the answer to all that must be information, communication. So obviously not all things that are disseminated, not all information that is conveyed is correct. But this pandemic was mismanaged. It was intoxicated by one single obsession. The obsession with encroaching on the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. The obsession to even use the pandemic to create multicultural powers, and that has created misunderstanding both in Quebec and in Canada, whereas what we need is clear, factual information. Mr. Speaker, this was also what sowed these protests in the form that we're seeing today. Mr. Speaker, fear is legitimate. Doubt is legitimate. Opposition to a government's policies and ideas is also legitimate. Protesting, speaking out, assembling, all of that is legitimate. Sedition and insurrection, though, are not. Refusing treatment, is that legitimate? Endangering other people's lives by refusing treatment or vaccination, is that legitimate? Yesterday, I was vaccinated for the third time of my own free will. That was my freedom that I chose to exercise, and thereby I contributed to reestablishing the freedom of other people who are more vulnerable and who are waiting to feel safe again when they leave their homes, especially from long-term care centers. Freedom is a matter of balance, Mr. Speaker, between individual freedoms and collective freedoms. And we need good judgment to establish that. And it's not all political parties who show that good judgment. We need leadership. And the Prime Minister has failed this test of leadership and the test of freedom. Why? Because of his ideology. Because he wants to subject collective freedoms to individual freedoms. He wants to quash the identity of a nation. He wants to talk about a post-national state. And he's continuing on where his father left off, denying Quebec and trying to play down the importance of a Quebec nation. Now, speaking of freedom, that was the aim of the Charter of Freedoms. Individual freedoms, that which denies the French fact, secularism, the freedom of instruction. So, you know, we're hearing a lot of insults, but there is a lot of propaganda that's being thread around. He's trying to denying collective identity, so very naturally, the Prime Minister is defending individuals. And freedom becomes just another catchphrase. There's insufficient information, so now freedom looks like something the right wing would use. And it condones all excesses, it fuels civil disobedience, and it flirts with violence. In addition, it's polluting social media. But the Prime Minister, what he likes to do is nothing. It is in his ideological nature to scorn and inflame differences.
Ottawa is under siege. The flag that is associated to the Prime Minister is everywhere, but he has to take action, but he doesn't know how to do this. So he's pretending to take action. He's putting on a show. He's distracting people and camouflaging his failures. He's tabled a motion that is both heavy and useless. And The Prime Minister keeps repeating that there's no infringement of charter liberties. If it wasn't for this charter, well, our freedoms are being hindered, and he wants to justify the Emergencies Act. He has to explain it, the use of it. The Emergencies Act was not useful at the Ambassador Bridge or in Coutts or to seize arms at these locations. It was not useful in Quebec either. And ironically, because Quebec does not want the Emergency Act to be applied in Quebec, it is the Quebec police that has gone to help out in Ottawa. Ironically. And the Prime Minister wants to skirt the law. This is a Canadian law and in our tradition. But in terms of tradition, Mr. Speaker, the copy is never as good as the original. The National Assembly of Quebec doesn't want the Emergencies Act to be invoked, and Quebec government doesn't want it to be either, and obviously the Bloc doesn't want it to either. The Conservatives in Quebec don't want it to be either. And I'm meeting with the leader of the NDP this afternoon to discuss, to see if we could reach a mutual understanding. Only the Liberals in Ottawa, those in Ottawa want it, but those in Quebec don't. If Ontario wants this law to be applied, it has to be useful. Well, we could have done things differently, but that's up to them. And Quebec has clearly said they don't want the Act to be invoked. The Prime Minister has failed the liberty test in terms of collective freedoms. And he has a pretty bad balance sheet in this respect. He often fails this freedom test. He abandoned Raif Badawi. He ignored the Uyghurs. He is an accomplice of Spain against the Catalan region. He mistrusts Quebec's freedoms of expression and its desire for secularism. If Quebec doesn't say exactly the same or think exactly the same thing as him, and any provinces who don't respect his health conditions, and even in terms of security, the Prime Minister acts first and foremost by interfering. He takes powers that are not his, and he intervenes in an unjustified manner given the current state of things across Canada, except for the crisis that he himself created in Ottawa. He has failed the freedom of expression test as well, because he has infringed our liberties to our worst enemies, the extreme right and ignorance. Liberty is a progressive value, a national value. Freedom is a Quebec value, and it is fed by truth. Vaccination is a tool of freedom. Yes, it isn't perfect, of course, but it is the best of the worst solutions. And the quicker we follow vaccination, improved vaccination, the faster we can live health guidelines. But because of his failure, he's turned his back on those who are sick to manage a crisis that he himself created. I will always defend freedom, Mr. Speaker, particularly those from my nation. Quebec is free to make its choices. Thank you. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the Bloc Québécois is comparing this measure to the War Measures Act, which is not the case. His public security critic has suggested that this measures does not respect charter rights, which is not the case. It is up to police and provincial law authority. It gives them additional powers so that they can end illegal activity, even in Quebec, and prevent economic damage. Normally, the Bloc would appreciate the idea to have provincial discretion. Why is the Bloc against a reasonable and proportional measure for that province? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. There's a big difference between offering additional powers to other jurisdictions and grabbing powers from other jurisdictions to give you to your own, to yourself. And once again, this is kind of a tricky exercise that the government is taking. And Mr. Speaker, and when measures are necessary and they are relevant and they do alter liberties, instead of saying that they don't affect our freedoms, you have to justify it. Whether it's justified or not, seizing someone's bank account or preventing them from going down the street, that's not altering someone's freedom. At a certain point, it's clear that this government often says the opposite of what is obvious. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the leader of the Bloc Québécois, what does he think about the balance between the law and the capacity and the resources that are available? We've seen a major issue for the City of Ottawa is in terms of the capacity of removing all these tractor trailers. And does he know that Section 21 of the Criminal Code obliges transportation companies to provide the police with resources when they're asked? And once again, does he agree that there's been a lack of balance between the existing law and available capacities and resources? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Except, well, if you want to immobilize a tractor trailer, unless you have the police involved, it can be illegal. The Ottawa police has asked for assistance since they're overwhelmed, and then you don't give them that help. You say that we're going to send RCMP, and the Prime Minister starts to find things that are getting complicated, and that he himself has said that Ottawa police has all the necessary power to intervene until he realized what he said didn't make sense. Provinces have powers and they have legislative abilities. There are emergency acts in various jurisdictions, and it gives them all the necessary tools. We shouldn't say without this, such laws wouldn't exist. The province could have intervened and can. They could have done that everywhere except for here around the Parliament.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable leader of the Bloc Québécois. I have a question because I am concerned with the law and the geographical issue. What we have in front of us lacks a clear reference to a geographical region. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and other ministers said that the use of the Emergencies Act will include a geographical limit, but I don't find it here. So my question for the leader of the Bloc is this. If the government amended the act with the geographical limit, which excluded Quebec, would the leader of the Bloc think that that would be necessary for the situation here in Ottawa? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Over the past few years, we've learned one thing, that what we say in general is not always applied as clearly when we write it down. I've learned this from recent experience. When the Prime Minister says something, well, then I have to look at what the text says. What does it say? It says it's applicable everywhere in Canada. There's no nuance that has been added or restrictions. Earlier in English, they said that they would consult and perhaps if they wanted to go somewhere, they would. They could amend the text and recognize provincial jurisdiction, and some provinces said that they would like that. But if they were to withdraw the text and replace it with one that said, here's what we're able and ready to do to help Ottawa right now, to end this political camouflage.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. We can't hear you. Please start again. We still can't hear you. Sorry, we still can't hear you. We'll go to someone else and then we'll try to come back to you. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I think it's clearly a black day for democracy in Canada. In Quebec, the War Measures Act in 1970 was the resulted in great trauma. There were people who were wrongly imprisoned, and it recalls painful memories. In policies, there is legislation, there's the letter of law, there are the different commas and the text, and there's also the spirit of the legislation. We can say that the Emergencies Act is not the same as the War Measures Act, but it reminds Quebecers of their trauma. So when our leader talks about trauma that was experienced in Quebec because of the War Measures Act in 1970, that's obvious. The honourable member for Belleuil. What is traumatizing is speaking after that member. But nevertheless, yesterday I asked a member from the government to show some sensitivity. I understand that this doesn't come to them easily because when you ask for an apology, well, we were the last, along with the Acadians, to receive an apology from Canada. And they almost laughed at us when we asked for one, historically. So I'm not expecting any miracles. But let's be somewhat sensitive to the fact that for Quebecers, there's a uncertain relationship, not with the humanitarian role of the army. Yes, we were happy to see them at some point, but when we're talking about an act that shakes freedoms and that looks like the War Measures Act, both in the content of the nature of the act, this concerns us. We have experienced this in the past, so please provide some understanding. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree with the fact that the act should not be applied in Quebec because there's no means to do so. We were ready to support the Bloc's motion on that yesterday. But where I disagree with the leader of the Bloc is the doubtful history that he mentioned to talk about the trauma from the War Measures Act in Quebec, even though there's no common measures with the current act and what happened 50 years ago. So we can't be accused of lacking sensitivity in Quebec because these two acts are not comparable. So I would invite the leader to look at the various provisions of the act and see what that entails. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Humility in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie doesn't seem to be legal, but I would ask the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie to listen to the National Assembly. It should also be his friends in Quebec Solidaire are against it. The Liberals are against it, as is the CAQ and the Parti Québécois. The only person in Quebec who is right is the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'm somewhat concerned. But I would like to remind him that the NDP leader in 1970 voted against the War Measures Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a critical moment in our history. In a few weeks, we will enter the third year of this pandemic. Canadians are tired. Tired of a pandemic that has created so much loss and such sacrifice for so many. Canadians are frustrated. Frustrated that so many have found themselves worse off, while those at the very top have only increased their wealth and power. And many are afraid. Afraid of the next wave, of the next variant, but also afraid of the other crises we face, of fires and floods caused by the climate change destroying their homes and their livelihoods, of losing those they love to a toxic drug supply, of not being able to get the care they need or that their loved ones need when they need it. But neither fear, frustration, or fatigue have won over Canadians' fundamental desire to take care of one another. We are here today at this moment because of a result of a failure of leadership. People were abandoned by government that argued over jurisdiction rather than helping people. People were abandoned because governments didn't take this convoy and its impact on people seriously. And they were abandoned by the police, some of whom stood with the occupiers and the occupation. It should never have come to this. It should have never come to a point in time where thousands of workers lost their wages because of blockades at bridges. Thousands of workers lost wages because of blockades of one of the busiest shopping centers in Ottawa, retail workers, people who are already precariously employed. It should never come to the point where residents, families, children were harassed, intimidated, terrorized by the convoy. It should have never come to this. Many people right now are rightly concerned about the impact of the Emergencies Act, that it might crack down on protests in the future. What we're dealing with is not a protest. It is not peaceful. The organizers of this illegal occupation have been clear from the beginning. They haven't shied away from this. They have been brazen about it. They came here to overthrow a democratically elected government. It is a movement funded by foreign influence, and it is fed on disinformation. Its goal is to disrupt our democracy. We share the concern of many Canadians that the government may misuse the powers in the Emergency Act. So I want to be very clear. We will be watching. We will withdraw our support if at any point we feel these powers are being misused. I've been at many protests and strikes, and I've witnessed the full and brutal power of the police being used against peaceful protesters. So I want to make this clear as well. Indigenous land defenders, climate change activists, workers fighting for fairness, and any Canadian using their voice to peacefully demand justice should never be subject to the Emergencies Act. New Democrats will never support that. What has become very clear in this crisis is that there needs to be as well a serious examination of policing in Canada. Occupiers get hugs from the police, while Indigenous and racialized protesters are met with the barrel of a gun.
Yep.
There are several accounts, very troubling accounts, of current and former law enforcement and military members involved in these occupations. One of the requirements of the Emergencies Act is that after its invocation, there is a public inquiry into its use. This must include a full public inquiry into the role of law enforcement in these occupations, both in their support for the occupiers and in many cases the refusal to enforce the law. L'utilisation de la
The use of the Emergencies Act is because there is a failure by the government. They never should have gotten to this point. But the situation of a crisis in Ottawa requires additional action in order to avoid something serious from happening. We take the use of the Emergencies Act very seriously. No one wants to see a situation like that which occurred in 1970 happen again. Some people remember the use of the War Measures Act in 1970, the army in the streets. Many people are concerned that this kind of situation could occur again, and I understand those concerns. That is why the use of the Emergencies Act must be done carefully and with a great deal of seriousness. We are reassured that the use of the military is not being considered, and the rights of under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms will be maintained. Arbitrary arrest will not be justified under the Act. The NDP believes that there is no justification at present to use this Emergencies Act in Quebec. We are asking the Prime Minister for guarantees that the emergency measures will only be used where they are really required. The NDP is prepared at any time to use the mechanisms available to it. We're not giving the government a blank check, and we will keep our eyes on the government to avoid any abuse or misuse.
We've heard a lot about divisions in our country. That division, sadly, has been fed and amplified by members in this House. That has to end. Using a pandemic as a political wedge to score points off your opponents to try to win a leadership or an election is wrong. And frankly, dangerous. This virus doesn't care who you voted for. Wearing a mask isn't a partisan activity. Vaccines save lives. And the vast majority of Canadians and members of Parliament know this and have supported vaccination efforts. We cannot let Canadians' trust in science and public health be eroded by political opportunism. The pandemic is changing, and our response has to change as well. Restrictions are being lifted. We need a plan to get out of the pandemic, to get to the end of the pandemic. A plan based on science and our fundamental responsibility to take care of one another. Canadians who have done everything asked of them now want to know what to do next. Canadians have followed the rules, but they need to believe that restrictions are fair and make sense. We know that things can change quickly. New variants may appear, the evidence may change. But without a clear plan, confusion, disinformation, and resentment grows. We believe that a plan to get to the end of the pandemic, to get us out of this pandemic, has to include the urgent repair of our healthcare system so that people can get the care when they need it. It has to include finishing the job of vaccination, especially of our children. And we have to make sure there's global access to vaccines so we avoid future variants and waves of infection. And we need to move forward on solving the problems that this pandemic has only made worse. The reality is, working people have paid the price of this pandemic. While big companies took government money and gave out shareholder dividends and CEO bonuses, frontline workers got sick because they had to work without sick leave. Parents struggled to keep their kids at home while schools were closed and big box stores stayed open. You are right to be angry that life has only gotten harder over these past 2 years, that it is almost impossible to buy a home, to keep a roof over your head, or to rent a decent place to live, because wealthy speculators are driving up the cost of housing. You are right to be angry that the cost of groceries go up to feed the profits of wealthy corporate grocery stores. You are right to be angry that you work hard and pay your taxes, but the super wealthy and big businesses don't pay their fair share. And you are right to be angry that your life has become harder while the super wealthy and powerful have only added to their wealth and power. I'm angry too. And when I get angry, I fight. But I learned long ago that my anger and my fight is not with the powerless. Your anger, your fight is not with Canadians. It's with those at the very top, the powerful who have built a system rigged against working people. We can change this. We can change this, but only if we come together to fight for a Canada that doesn't leave people behind while others profit. The story of this pandemic is not one of division, it's one of solidarity. It's a story of frontline healthcare workers showing up day after day in impossible situations. It is a story of grocery workers and farmers and truckers keeping us fed, of teachers doing their best to connect with children through screens. Our story is one of neighbors helping each other get vaccinated, helping each other when they're in need. We will not let the last few weeks define this pandemic for us. Canadians have sacrificed too much, lost too many loved ones, missed out on too many moments to allow our country to become divided by hate and violence. Don't let your anger turn into hatred. We know that hatred is like a fire. When it's allowed to grow, it will consume everything. As I hold my daughter, I often think about the world I want for her. I want her to walk through the world without fear. I want her to always feel like she belongs. I don't want her to face the same struggles that I have. I believe this is what we all want for our children. This is my hope, that our decisions in the coming days are guided by this desire to build a better and safer, more just world where all of our children believe that they belong. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Burnaby South for his very thoughtful presentation, and also want to take this opportunity to congratulate him on his baby very recently. I do want to note that I've seen the member on many occasions engaging with protesters over the many years I've known him, and in this particular time he hasn't. And I know the opposition has advised that the Prime Minister engage with the illegal blockades that are here, and I want his reflections on engagement with those who are here in the illegal protests, in the illegal blockades, what message that would send if the Prime Minister or him were to engage these folks.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
We've been very clear that this is a group, the convoy, that wants to undermine our democracy, and that it's not a group that we can negotiate with or work with. What we do need to do is acknowledge that there is real frustration amongst Canadians, those that have done everything they can to get vaccinated, to follow public health guidelines, and they are frustrated. Canadians are frustrated, and they want to know what the plan is to get out of this pandemic. And that plan has to include making sure we invest in our healthcare system so it's no longer pushed to the brink of collapse. That plan has to include responding to the frustrations of Canadians who can't find homes that they can afford, who are worried about the cost of living going up and can't find a job that pays the bills. We have to respond to those real frustrations that Canadians are feeling. That real anger has to be responded by us working together to find real solutions to solve those problems.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was disappointed to see the stand that the leader of the NDP and the NDP party have taken on an issue that deals with the fundamental civil liberties of Canadians. What has happened to the party of Tommy Douglas? What has happened to the party of Jack Layton that fought against C-51, that fought against the War Measures Act? What has changed? Why have the NDP, they're just trying to split hairs here, Mr. Speaker, but why have the NDP abandoned one of their fundamental principles?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Let's be really clear. We are in this national crisis because of failure to respond to how serious this crisis is. All levels of government failed to take this convoy seriously. They failed in their leadership, and that's why this crisis became so bad. In order to fix this crisis, it has to be taken seriously now. And I believe to take it seriously, enacting powers, limited and specific to deal with this crisis, are appropriate. We do so reluctantly, and we will closely monitor to ensure that there is no overreach. And we know that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to apply, and that legitimate, peaceful protests demanding justice should continue and will be protected.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Minister of Public Safety, who said that he was proud of supporting the Emergencies Act, I am fundamentally convinced that it's not with a great deal of happiness that the NDP leader is supporting it. It wouldn't be consistent with the history of their party or consistent with the legacy of Tommy Douglas, which has already been mentioned. We could spend days talking amongst ourselves, but there'll be a vote later this week. There will be developments possibly in the situation of concern, and I'd like to know whether there are things that could make the NDP leader change his mind, or if the door is definitively closed with regard to his support for the Emergencies Act. The honourable member for Burnaby South. I want to be clear. We are not proud of supporting these measures. We are reluctant to support them. It is a clear example of the government's failure that we find ourselves in this situation now. We are giving our support with reticence. We will continue to be vigilant in order to ensure that the measures are applied as necessary only. There is an emergency, however, and action needs to be taken. The governments in place did not take action. It's a failure of their leadership, and we want to resolve this crisis and use the powers. If there is misuse, we will remove our support, or if they are not needed any longer. Questions and comments?
Comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we had the lowest death rate in the Western world, the highest level of vaccinations. The solidarity of Canadians was incredible. And yet the absolute failure and the exploitation of fear by members in this House, by the Leader of the Opposition who said they wanted to exploit this, by the failure of the Prime Minister to stand up and show vision, by the failure of police to defend people in the streets. We should never have been at this moment where we're looking like a failed state. I want to ask the leader of the New Democratic Party, what steps will he take to hold this government accountable? Because they have failed us at every step of the way in this crisis. How can we trust them at this point? How can we say to Canadians, we will make their streets safe, we will return the rule of law, but we will make sure that they are accountable? How will we do that?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I really appreciate the question from the Honourable Member. I want to be clear to Canadians that we take this step with a lot of reluctance. We are not in any way proud that we're at a point in our country's history where the Emergencies Measures Act has to be implemented. We think this is a failure of leadership that got us to this point, a failure of taking the convoy seriously, and people were abandoned. Workers were abandoned. Residents of Ottawa were abandoned. And as a result, we're in this crisis. So we are going to support this measure, but we're going to do so with a lot of vigilance. We're going to pay close attention to this implementation of the Emergency Measures Act, and we are prepared to withdraw our support at any moment that it becomes clear that there's an abuse of power. We have the powers to do so. There are a number of tools at our disposal, and we'll be paying very close attention to the way this Emergency Act is used, and we want to make sure it's used only for the goal of dealing with this convoy and this national crisis so that Canadians can have restored confidence in the ability of this country to be able to function properly, to protect them, to keep them safe.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go back to the Leader of the NDP's comments about the real story. Over the last couple of years, there have been so many heroic moments that we have witnessed where people from all regions of the country have stepped up, and that's really needs to be acknowledged right up front. You know, it's an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. You know, it wasn't that long ago, a week ago, where we had literally $500 million worth of trade between Canada and U.S. being held hostage to convoy blockades, having a very negative impact on issues like jobs and so forth. We've had some opposition parties be inconsistent with their messaging, which has also caused some issues. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in terms of how important it is. Yes, we recognize how Canadians have contributed, but at this point in juncture of time that we have to do the things to protect our families, businesses, and trade lines, economic lines.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you for the question, and it gives an opportunity to talk about the incredible sacrifice of so many people. I think of all the frontline workers, all those frontline workers that kept us going in the most difficult parts of this pandemic. The retail workers, the logistic workers, the truck drivers, the frontline healthcare workers, and how it's been so difficult for these frontline workers. And in a lot of ways, these frontline healthcare workers and frontline workers were abandoned as well. They were the most important workers in some cases that were paid the least. And so we fought to make sure that they were recognized not just with their hard work and sacrifice, but with fair compensation. And that has to continue. The healthcare workers right now are struggling. They are at their brink. Nurses have told us about the crisis in healthcare. So we have to make sure we're supporting them with real investments. And we are in a real crisis. The fact that one of the busiest borders in North America could be shut down, causing thousands and thousands of workers to lose their wages is unacceptable. It is wrong. We need to make sure workers are protected, and that's why we reluctantly support this measure to make sure this convoy is ended and that workers are protected, that people are protected, the residents of Ottawa are supported, we'll stand with them.
For a quick short one, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. It's interesting that the honourable leader of the NDP has spoken about the division of the government, and yet he has consistently propped up this government that has chosen to divide. Now, in his speech, he spoke about the fact that the Emergencies Act should not touch on Quebec, and yet he is supporting legislation which, theoretically, could freeze bank accounts in Quebec. So, will he support that aspect of the Act because it cannot be separated from the remainder? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Burnaby South in 30 seconds.
We want to make sure that this act is used in a way that stops a convoy, and it's not used where it's not necessary. But I want to be very clear about division. I certainly have said that in this House, divisions have been flamed, and that the story of this pandemic is one of solidarity. But I want to be clear. Conservatives have purposely tried to use this convoy as an opportunity to score points and cause problems for the Liberals. The Liberals have also looked at this as an opportunity to divide and wedge. And I'm saying that it is wrong to do that. We cannot be wedging people on a thing that is not partisan. This is a crisis that we have to come together on. The pandemic is one where we all have to tackle together, and it should not be something to score points on.
Prise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. And I see that it's now Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased and honored, but also do this with a deep sense of obligation to rise today to speak to the invocation of the Emergencies Act by our government and to the motion in this House to affirm the government's decision. Canada is a rule of law country. By declaring a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act, we followed the law and we are acting within it. There are clear conditions set out in the Emergencies Act in order for a public order emergency to be declared. Our government believes those conditions have been met and that those same conditions required the Government of Canada to act. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence.
The Emergencies Act exists since 1988 and replaced the War Measures Act. It differs from the War Measures Act in two significant ways. First, the Emergencies Act contains a number of parameters and safeguards, including parliamentary review. Second, the measures taken under this Act must respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
The preamble to the Emergencies Act states, and whereas the Governor and Council in taking such special temporary measures would be subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights, and must have regard to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, particularly with respect to those fundamental rights that are not to be limited or abridged even in a national emergency. Madam Speaker, any and all of our government action will be subject to the Charter, and it is my job as Attorney General to ensure this. I take that responsibility incredibly seriously. There is therefore a further check in the parliamentary oversight process as well. The Emergencies Act can only be invoked in specific, serious circumstances that amount to a national emergency. In order to meet the thresholds for a national emergency, 3 conditions must be met. First, we must be in a situation that either seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and exceeds the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. Second, the provinces and territories' capacity to handle the situation must be considered insufficient or show gaps. And third, we must conclude that the situation cannot be handled adequately under any other Canadian law, including provincial or territorial laws. Our government believes these conditions were met, and yesterday we tabled an explanation of the reasons for issuing the declaration as required by the Act. We also tabled yesterday as required, a report on any consultation with the provinces with respect to the declaration. I would especially like to highlight the support of British Columbia, Ontario, and Newfoundland and Labrador, as noted in the document of invoking the Act to respond to this national emergency. Une fois l'urgence déclarée,
once the emergency is declared, the Emergencies Act allows the federal government to adopt decrees or regulations that are required to intervene. Our government respects Canadians' rights and freedoms as protected by the Charter, and it is our intent to only use the powers necessary, reasonable, measured, and necessary powers to solve the crisis swiftly under Section 1 of the Charter.
Our government has introduced targeted orders under the Act. While the Act technically applies to all of Canada, we have been very careful to tailor orders to be as focused as possible, and only in those places affected by blockades and illegal occupations will we see any change at all. We have introduced the following measures to bring the situation under control. Temporary regulation and prohibition of public assemblies that lead to a breach of the peace and go beyond lawful protest. The situation in Ottawa and blockades at certain border crossings have gone far beyond lawful protest. Temporarily designating and securing places where blockades are to be prohibited. This could include borders, approaches to borders, critical infrastructure, hospitals, and democratic institutions. Temporarily directing persons to render essential services to relieve impacts of blockades on Canada's economy. This could include tow trucks and their drivers, for compensation, of course. Temporarily authorizing or directing financial institutions to render essential services to relieve the impact of blockades, including regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund or support the blockades. Temporarily enabling the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws and provincial offences where required. And finally, temporary imposition of fines or imprisonment for contravention of any order or regulation made under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act. Madame la Présidente, nous traversons une période.
Madam Speaker, we are living an extraordinary period, and the government of Canada has pledged to respect and protect individual rights while maintaining public order. This includes all measures taken by the Canadian government under the Emergencies Act, including orders or actions of government representatives.
To repeat what I previously stated, it is my responsibility and commitment as Attorney General of Canada to ensure that all steps taken by our government are consistent with the Charter as required by the Act. The Emergencies Act, Madam Speaker, also contains a number of significant limits, checks, and safeguards. As required by the Act, on several occasions over the past week, the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet consulted with the Premiers and members of their respective governments. Having now declared a public order emergency, we tabled the declaration in Parliament, as required, within 7 days. And in fact, we did so as quickly as possible, well before the 7 days, tabling yesterday for discussion today so that Parliament could perform its important oversight role. In the coming days, a parliamentary committee will be struck to provide oversight while the emergency is in effect. This declaration only lasts for 30 days, unless renewed. However, we can, and we sincerely hope to, revoke the emergency much sooner. Le Parlement a le pouvoir.
Parliament has the power to repeal a decree which ensures that all measures taken will be done so responsibly, moderately, and while respecting the criteria established.
2 days for review of parliamentarians, as was done yesterday. Parliament has the power to amend or revoke any order made under the Act. In closing, I want to address two critiques of the official opposition. They say this declaration is unnecessary. The illegal blockades and occupations are ending. I say, look outside. They are not. I say, look at the streets of Winnipeg. The ones that have ended did so after the Prime Minister announced we were moving to declare a public order emergency. We are achieving what we intended to achieve with these measures, and we're doing it in a most measured and responsible way. We have seen further how fluid the situation is. Since we declared this emergency, we have seen other potential blockades stopped. We want law enforcement to have the necessary tools for a limited time to ensure we do not have a repeat of any of the blockades. The official opposition is talking about rights. On this side of the House, we take rights seriously. So did the progressive Conservative government that introduced the Emergencies Act and ensured it was charter compliant. That was the right thing to do. We are invoking this act to end illegal blockades and occupations. We are invoking it to restore the rights of those who cannot walk safely on the streets of downtown Ottawa. We are invoking it to protect the rights of workers to earn a living, of businesses to serve the public, for people to move freely across international borders. Let's not confuse illegal blockades and occupations with lawful protest. We know what a lawful protest looks like. It does not look like what is happening on Wellington Street or what transpired in Coutts or in Emerson. So we have declared a public order emergency to help law enforcement deal with these issues quickly and to protect us from them happening again. Our goal, Madam Speaker, is to see order restored and for this emergency declaration to be lifted as soon as possible. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Act expressly prohibits violation of charter rights. The declaration put forward by the government assumes power to regulate or prohibit private transfers of funds to protesters, including the ability to mandate the reporting of such transfers and freezing of accounts without judicial oversight. How is this measure compliant with Section 8 charter rights to be free from unreasonable search and seizure?
Well, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the honourable member for the question, Madam Speaker. Indeed, this Act is compliant with Section 8 of the Charter against unreasonable search and seizure. It is an extension of procedures and practices that already exist with respect to anti-terrorism financing and money laundering, Madam Speaker. So we are extending these practices and procedures that already exist, that are already Charter compliant, and to this other situation, i.e. funding illegal blockades and protests, and we are going to do it in a reasonable manner. It will be Charter compliant, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avignon, Limites, Matapédia. I'd like to thank the minister for his speech. I think we all agree on this side of the House that this is a last resort, and I feel that the current situation shows us that we're not at that point. There are a number of other tools that could have been used prior to this, and I believe that we're sort of playing down the importance of the Emergencies Act. And I'm no lawyer, but we know perfectly well that there are tools under the Criminal Code that could have been used well before coming to the Emergencies Act. For example, charging people criminally who are blocking the streets. So why didn't we do that? I'd like him to explain then why those tools were not used before getting to the Emergencies Act. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. What we found from the beginning of the crisis, and obviously we've worked with the governments across Canada and with the RCMP. The RCMP has also worked with the other police forces. And what we saw is that there were gaps. We had to work together. And so what we did with these measures, which did not exist before, is we gave other tools. We were able to give other tools to police forces across Canada in each jurisdiction in order to better supervise their situation using more effective tools to ensure that these situations are better managed. So we're filling in the gaps, Madam Speaker.
James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been here for much of the last 3 weeks, and what I've seen in Ottawa is a complete failure of civic officials and a complete failure of the police. This should never have been allowed to spiral. We saw in Quebec City and Toronto, the police did their job. We saw at the Ambassador Bridge the ridiculous situation that our bridge could be shut down for 8 days without action. So now we're having to take these measures. And I want to ask the minister, because he's talking about anti-terrorism measures, is the government able to tell this House that they have evidence that there is terrorism and extremism, that they can justify this, or are we just having to clean up the mess for the failure of what happened here in Ottawa?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, delivered with his usual passion in this important circumstance. Madam Speaker, I mentioned terrorism as part of the financing. This isn't a terrorism act. We took measures that had been applied to terrorism. We've applied it to other illegal activity. But I'm not equating this to terrorism. What we have done is declare a public order emergency. Based on the reasons we gave in the declaration that we have made, they include the very deleterious economic impact to the kinds of workers that the honourable member has tried to protect throughout his whole career. Think of auto workers in southwestern Ontario or Niagara. Think of beef farmers. Think of pork farmers out west whose supply chains were blocked in trading with our largest trading partner. Madam Speaker, we have declared a public order emergency based on those very serious grounds. We needed to act. We had been there from the beginning. We saw gaps. We filled them. Now we've given better tools to the police.
Debate, the Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness and President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is a privilege to have the opportunity to rise today as the Minister of Emergency Preparedness to speak to the importance and necessity of the motion before the House. But Madam Speaker, let me also acknowledge that the fact that we are all in this House, that elected representatives from across Canada have come to debate this important measure, is evidence of the strength and resiliency of our democratic institutions, Madam Speaker. And although the subject of today's debate is a solemn one, I think it is also evidence that should give us strength, resolve, and hope. Madam Speaker, let me begin my remarks by acknowledging the impact that these blockades and demonstrations have had on Canadian citizens, particularly for the people of Ottawa, who have been subject to intimidation and threats, a disruption of the course of their lives that, frankly, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. Among the most important freedoms that we covered and protect in this country is the freedom of opinion, freedom of expression, and freedom of assembly. Lawful, peaceful protest. But, Madam Speaker, it's also been said, your freedom to swing your fist ends at the end of my nose. And what we have seen, unfortunately, over the past 3 weeks, is those rights have been exceeded and abused to the point that it's put Canadians in harm's way. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak briefly about the impact of the blockades that were taking place at vital trade corridors in this country, our international borders. Madam Speaker, when the protesters decided to go to our borders, we need to recognize and acknowledge they were going for the throat. They were going to cut off the supply of goods and services that our country relies on. When they stopped parts from coming across that border at the Ambassador Bridge, they shuttered factories. They idled workers. They damaged the reputation of Canada as a safe and stable place to invest. They hurt Canadians. It was clearly their intent. It is clearly what they were doing. And Madam Speaker, it had to stop. And we saw the same targeted approach to hurt Canadian interest, to harm their fellow citizens in Coutts, Alberta, in South Surrey, British Columbia, in Emerson, certainly at the Ambassador Bridge, a number of feints at other border points. This was not by accident. They didn't just wander into those spaces. They went for the throat of this country. And Madam Speaker, they created an emergency that we had to respond to. And Madam Speaker, for the first time, we have come to the difficult decision to invoke the authorities of the Emergency Act. And I want to assure this House, from the very outset, our government recognized the significance of this decision, the heavy responsibility that would come with pursuing it. Not just the responsibility of this government, but of this House. We approached the process with caution and with care. It was essential that we explore all options available to us, Madam Speaker. We looked at everything very closely. We looked at our existing legislation. We looked at the regulations that support the Department of Justice officials, with the support of our Department of Justice officials, to see what additional federal supports would be required. We examined existing municipal, provincial, and federal authorities. Madam Speaker, I think it's rather evident. The threat of parking tickets did not deter those trucks in Ottawa. The threat of The enforcement of the Ontario Highway Traffic Act did not deter those commercial carriers from coming down our highways and using their vehicles, which are licensed under that legislation, to cause harm to Canadians. And it has also become clear of the limitations of even the authorities enshrined within federal law and the criminal code that our law enforcement officials were struggling. One of the things that became evident, and I'll give you two examples that I hope would be helpful to to the Parliament in consideration of the necessity for these measures. One of the challenges that our law enforcement officials had, and not just our law enforcement officials, but those who are tasked with gathering and analyzing financial intelligence through FinTrack. Unfortunately, the funding associated to these actions which in many cases have been clearly criminal and harmful to Canadians, was opaque. And it became very clear when our officials came to us said they did not have the tools that they needed to provide the necessary and appropriate scrutiny of the source of that funding, and they did not have the tools to bring the accountability and even the consequences that were required to do their jobs. We listened, Madam Speaker. We listened to what they needed. We looked at the important Ontario, for example, declared an emergency and brought forward really important and useful regulations. But they couldn't do that because it was our responsibility. And so we considered that. We listened. Another example, Madam Speaker, and this may sound trivial, but it was significant. Jurisdictions right across the country. I heard from my counterpart and colleague, the minister responsible in Alberta, who for weeks has been asking for help to get tow trucks down to Coutts, Alberta, to haul those trucks away. And yet the tow truck industry in Alberta, like in Ontario, like right across the country, as a result of threats and intimidation, they were afraid to do their job. We needed that equipment, we needed those drivers, we needed their ability to remove those vehicles. But Madam Speaker, they were intimidated and afraid. And so we brought forward in these measures an authority to not to compel them, but to really authorize them to do what we all needed them to be done. And Madam Speaker, I just might submit to you all, these measures work. People who knew the gaps in our laws, the gaps in law enforcement's response, they were exploiting it. And when we closed that gaps, they went to school, and we saw evidence of it in Coutts. Now, I don't want to minimize the importance of the RCMP investigation. And by the way, I'm not going to comment on any aspect of their investigation or the prosecution that will follow. It's totally inappropriate for a minister to do so. But I want to thank them for doing their job, and I want to thank God that they were able to do it safely. That eliminated part of the threat at Coutts. But when we announced on Monday that we were coming for the source of their funding, that there were going to be real consequences, financial consequences for their actions, they scurried away. And that's exactly what we needed them to do. They did exactly the same thing in Emerson, Manitoba. And even though we've seen yesterday in Windsor, some of them were going back because this is the way they can most effectively attack this country. They were stopped. They were stopped by effective law enforcement. And so, Madam Speaker, we have brought forward these measures. But let me also assure all my colleagues in this House, these measures must always be charter compliant. Our expectation is that our law enforcement officials will do their job, the job we all need them to do, but they will always do it mindful of their responsibility to uphold the rule of law, to effect their lawful purpose with a minimum amount of force, to do the work right. And I also want to assure this House, Madam Speaker, we'll be there to support them. We'll be there to support them. When they say we need tools, we'll give them the tools to do the job. And when they say we need resources, we'll provide those resources to do the job. Madam Speaker, every order of government and every person in this House has a responsibility to stand up with resolve and determination and to do what is necessary to protect Canada's interests. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would note that the Deputy Director of Intelligence for FinTrack, Barry McKillop, would disagree with the minister's suggestion that there is extremist financing of the convoy. But I'll move on to my question. Back in January through March 2020, as the minister said, these people came for the throat. What happened to the throat of our country when our railways were being blockaded, when our pipelines were being blockaded? We couldn't even get propane to Quebec in the middle of the winter, risking the lives of so many seniors. The port of Metro Vancouver was blockaded. And now this government said we needed to initiate dialogue. We needed to work with these people to come to a peaceful resolution. What is any different with this current situation that we're facing? Why is the Emergencies Act needed?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me speak to the member's first point, because I heard him ask the question before, and perhaps he hasn't been satisfied with the answer. I understand, because I also speak to FinTrack often, and I've worked with them for decades. They didn't have the evidence because they didn't have the tools to collect the evidence. We listened to them. They said it's opaque. We don't have the tools to examine cryptocurrency wallets, for example. And we said, we hear you. You don't have the evidence, we'll give you the tools to go collect the evidence because it's necessary to protect Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, the member's argument against these measures is clearly a little bit shallow. And he needs to recognize he's right. We didn't have that information, now we're getting that information. It's what our law enforcement officials need to protect the country.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We agree that the situation is serious. The problem is that for more than 2 weeks, only the opposition said it was an emergency. The Prime Minister gave up on his obligation to use the tools he had at his disposition. Quebecers and Canadians deserve better. I would like to know if the Honourable Minister is proud to be seated aside a Prime Minister of last resort.
Minister.
I want to assure the member, not only am I proud, it is the honour of my life to be a member of this government serving Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, I also want to be very clear. We have been seized from the very first moment in supporting law enforcement's efforts, but not also the efforts of our municipal and provincial partners. We've been working closely with provincial governments right across the country, including in Quebec. And, Madam Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity, if I may, to acknowledge that we respect very much the jurisdiction of provinces and territories over policing in their jurisdiction, as I'm sure they recognize and respect our responsibility to maintain the integrity and security of our borders. Madam Speaker, all orders of government have a responsibility to protect Canadians, and we'll all work together to do it.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I understand and share the concerns that people have about the potential long-term impacts of the use of emergency measures legislation, and in particular, as it relates to the expansion of the institution of policing, given their past abuses and overreach against legitimate political actions by Indigenous, racial, and climate justice activists and workers. And yet, with the capital and country in crisis, Canadians are feeling abandoned by their local police services, who have repeatedly been caught on video, compromised, and at times seem to be working in collusion with the insurrectionist occupation. Madam Speaker, the last Royal Commission on Policing was in 1962. Will the Minister of Public Safety commit to establishing a national commission on policing that would review the duties assigned to the police and their corresponding budgets? And will the minister commit to a secretariat or some other office to report on the radicalization and use of public resources in security forces for undemocratic ends?
Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and I think one of the things that has become quite apparent, and I've heard concern across the country as well, an overwhelming desire that the police in this country do their job, and that they do it right. Madam Speaker, that they do it in a way which is compliant with all of our laws, with our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that their response is measured, thoughtful, proportional, and effective. Madam Speaker, and we're working hard to make sure they have the tools and the support that they need. But I will also say, I spent 40 years in policing. Policing must be always accountable to the people they serve, because the most important tool that the police have is the trust and confidence of the people they serve. And, Madam Speaker, we'll always work to maintain that trust and confidence.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness for his comments this morning. My question is with respect to what I'm hearing. I appreciated his sharing the care and caution that this is being applied with. The Prime Minister shared a more targeted approach, but I need to also reconcile that with what I'm reading in the regulations we've been provided with, mention of critical infrastructure quite broadly. I share the concerns of the member from Burnaby South, for example, with respect to how this could be applied in future to Indigenous land defenders, to climate activists. Could he clarify the difference between the more targeted approach we're hearing and the words we're seeing here?
Honourable Minister, in 30 seconds or less.
I want to thank the member for the question, and I understand the concern. I want to provide him with reassurance. These measures are time limited. They are subject to parliamentary and judicial scrutiny. and we will only use these measures as long as they are required. We recognize their extraordinary nature. They have to be subject to the scrutiny of this House. It's in the law. And we will only use them as long as they are required, and we will always ensure that they are compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Prime Minister and ministers across, it actually gives me no pleasure to rise to speak on the matter at hand. The invocation of the Emergencies Act earlier this week, for the first time in Canadian history, is a significant moment, and it's not a moment to be pleased about. It's a solemn moment. It's a moment where we have to ask ourselves, how did we get to the situation we're here in the first place? And when we examine the evidence of how we got to this situation, I don't think there's much for this government to be proud of. Now, the Conservatives thoughtfully considered the justifications written in law and given by this government for the enacting of the Emergencies Act. This government has based their justification on one provision, that a public order emergency exists throughout Canada. This claim is not supported by the evidence. Yes, we have seen border blockades in at least 4 provinces, and we have seen a persistent and now declared illegal protest in Ottawa. Before the Emergencies Act was invoked, the blockades at the borders and across Canada were lifted, or were well into the process of being lifted. So the government trying to claim credit after the fact is completely absurd. The Emergencies Act is now being used solely for the purpose of addressing the situation in Ottawa, not throughout Canada as defined by the Act. Now, a key part of the threshold for enacting these measures is that existing laws and capabilities have proven insufficient for dealing with the problem. Madam Speaker, existing laws are well equipped to deal with these situations. They were well equipped to deal with the situation at Coots, Emerson, at the Ambassador Bridge, and I submit that they are well equipped to be used here in Ottawa. The Minister of Justice said earlier, and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, that they were required to pass this so they could requisition essential services like tow trucks. But it has been noted by many that under the criminal code, police already have the authority to requisition such services under pain of criminal sanction. That was before the Emergencies Act was brought in. So this argument that the Emergencies Act was necessary is completely absurd. I also want to note that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Regina Cabell. Now, the police already had the power to compel many of these services. The police already had the power to be coordinated with the RCMP, with the OPP, and the various police forces and national security forces throughout Canada. They have measures existing under the criminal code, mischief, intimidation, to be used against illegal protesters and blockades. Now, the government has used an argument where they're citing potential acts and threats of violence against Canadians and critical infrastructure. And this is not just any violence, they're saying. This is violence intended for the furtherance of an ideological and political objective. I'm very concerned with the language that this government is beginning to use, because that language is very similar to the language used under terrorism laws. The definition of terrorism is the use of violence to advance a political or ideological agenda. This government is using terrorism legislation against Canadian protesters. Wow. There is very little evidence that there was a serious threat to persons and critical infrastructure from these protests. There was a short-term risk. It was dealt with by law enforcement. I am very concerned, I'll address the member's question there, Ms. Heckel. I am very concerned about the situation that occurred around Coots, Alberta, where a small group of militants were arrested with firearms and with the intent to do harm. I am so thankful for law enforcement, for their efforts in taking down this very real threat. And I am so confident in our law enforcement because I know they have been planning this operation for weeks. They have likely infiltrated this group. They had a plan in place, and they had the appropriate tools and expertise to deal with this dangerous situation and diffuse it before it became a very real and dangerous situation. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, that they did this before the imposition of the Emergencies Act. Clearly, they had the tools. This undermines the government's complete argument that they are justified because there were tools that were insufficient to deal with the problems. The tools have been insufficient. The threshold has not been met. I want to address some comments that have been made by this government. The Minister of Public Safety at a press conference stated very clearly and definitively that there is a connection between that militant faction at Coutts and protesters here in Ottawa. He declined to provide any evidence to back up that assertion. He was asked repeatedly by media to back up that assertion, and he failed to back up that claim. His only evidence was citing social media posts and a general tone that has been seen in protests across Canada. Now, this government has been very quick to label protesters and anyone who would oppose their political agenda. Even before the protests began, the Prime Minister called people who opposed mandatory vaccinations, which the Prime Minister did earlier in 2021, he has called them racist, misogynist, among other epithets. Now, since the beginning of the protests, the government has sought to brand and label all protesters as fringe extremists with, quote, unacceptable views. Despite this unrelenting scrutiny and rhetoric, there has still been no evidence that there are violent extremists in Ottawa. In fact, if there were, I don't know how the government could be responsible in allowing us all to be here today and walk the streets of Ottawa. It undermines their whole claim. There is no evidence that there is a plot to violently overthrow the Canadian government, despite constant repetition and saying so. I remember there was a quote from a previous Liberal minister that says, if you tell a lie big enough and loudly enough, people will totally believe it. This government is constantly saying something that they do not have the evidence to back up. And I'd like to see that evidence if they have it. We deserve to see that evidence. This act was not designed and not intended to crack down on peaceful protesters, even if they are protesting illegally. We have other laws for dealing with this. The government is citing a so-called terrorist threat, but protesters in Ottawa, it's very inconvenient, it's terrible for the people of downtown Ottawa, but honking your horns does not meet the threshold of a terrorist organization, and the government knows that. Without further evidence of a violent threat, I cannot in good conscience support the invocation of this Emergency Act. But even if I were to accept that the government has met the threshold for calling the emergency powers, I would still have serious reservations about the powers that the government says they need to deal with this situation. If they believed there was a threat to critical infrastructure and persons, which they say they believe, I could support, if they showed evidence, I could support declaring Parliament Hill and certain sensitive areas to be a no-go zone. I could accept that we need better coordination between the RCMP and local police. But what I cannot accept is the necessity of the government undermining Section 8 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees Canadians' rights from unreasonable search and seizure to have their bank accounts frozen. The Minister of Justice on a panel last night said, if you are part of a so-called pro-Trump organization, you should be worried. I think all Canadians should be worried when a Minister of Justice threatens people because of their political views. That is not the Canada that any of us want to see, and it's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, which we are going to be having over the next number of days, Canadians will know that their official opposition is alive and well. We are prepared to stand up for Canadians' rights. We are prepared to hold this government accountable. We're going to keep fighting. We're not going to stop standing up for Canadians' rights and freedoms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
To the Minister of
Justice. Yep. To the Honourable.
That's to the previous Parliament, Madam Speaker. Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. And I listened to the member's speech as I was actually walking over here on CPAC, and I'll respectfully, and I do want to try and reduce the tone of this debate, point out a couple of things. One is that what happened in Coutts, Alberta is extremely concerning for any Canadian, and I presume all parliamentarians that are concerned about violence. Secondly, that people, including outside of this very building, have openly called for the overthrow of a duly elected government, including an entity calling itself Canadian Unity. I think that is direct evidence of an ideological imperative or agenda that is being pursued. But the last point that I would gently point out to the member opposite is that I appreciated his submissions, and I mean that with all sincerity. But all that is being extended here with respect to laws that are already compliant with Section 8 of the Charter that relate to unreasonable search and seizure and FINTRAC is ensuring that FINTRAC can be applied to cryptocurrency and to crowdfunding sources. Is that not a necessary initiative given the foreign funding that is streaming into this country right now? If the member could...
For Sturgeon River Park.
I want to thank the honourable member for that very good question, because I was at Public Safety Committee when Deputy Director of Intelligence Barry McKillop answered a question from one of his colleagues who said, why aren't we covering these crowdfunding sources? That's obviously a big loophole. And the Deputy Director stated that the payment processors that move the money from individuals to the crowdsourcing pages report to FINTRAC. And the Canadian banks that receive the money from the crowdsourcing efforts report to the Canadian government. He stated there are no such thing as anonymous donations because everyone must provide their name and their credit card. There are no anonymous donations. FINTRAC knows exactly who's donating, exactly where the money's going. They have the tools that they need. We do not need this further infringement on Canadians' rights and freedoms.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening carefully to the Conservative colleague's speech. Clearly, the Bloc and the Conservatives intend to oppose this. That is the application of the Emergencies Act, but for visibly and clearly very different reasons. The Bloc is opposed because it is the unanimous will of the National Assembly of Quebec and the government in power in Quebec to not allow the federal government to interfere in its business and impose the Emergencies Act, which is a bit of a bitter pill for Quebecers who remember back to 1970. The colleague instead was talking about the absence of proof that there were in the demonstrations and the occupation that we currently see here in Ottawa, the absence of evidence that there are more radical elements that could threaten security and individuals and national security itself eventually. Can the colleague confirm that he doesn't see these in these illegal demonstrations elements that could be dangerous for public safety? Does he trust what he sees on social networks and what we see in other areas happening in terms of demonstrations? I'd like to have his comments on that. Thank you.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. And you could go on Twitter right now and find some of the most outrageous, offensive, and criminal statements across Canada. But what we do not in this country is base the passage of laws and the invocation of emergency acts based upon the possibility of a threat. We must base it on a real threat. We must base it on evidence that there is a threat to Canadians. And the fact that we are allowed to walk freely through this parliamentary precinct with protesters less than 100 meters from us right now belies the fact that it undermines the claim that there is a serious threat to Canadian democracy. Thank you.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable colleague across the way, I find it very difficult. He was talking about that people were just honking their horns, and that he seemed to try and allude that this convoy was just a simple annoyance for the people in Ottawa. However, I've spoken to quite a few who are working in the downtown. I had a lovely young woman who served me lunch at a restaurant, and I asked her how she was doing. And she talked about the harassment. She talked about specific assaults. She talked about the assaults to friends of hers that were working in the market. That is what we need to address here. So I wonder if he could explain, Madam Speaker, why he seems to think that this is just a simple annoyance and why he would want to take away from the safeties of the people who are working and living in this downtown.
River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying that this is a simple inconvenience for the people of downtown Ottawa. I'm not downplaying the experiences that she's telling. I believe they are true experiences. They are unacceptable experiences, and they are experiences that can be dealt with through existing laws. Harassment is a crime. Intimidation is a crime. It's up to police to enforce these measures. We do not need emergency powers to enforce existing laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for agreeing to share his time with me. I think it's very important for Canadians to understand that this is in no way, that the government's reaction, the government's proposal to invoke the Emergency Measures Act is in no way connected to public safety, to restoring order, or to upholding the rule of law. We know this because we know what they've done with previous protests and blockades. When the Prime Minister agrees with the aims of protesters, he does nothing. In fact, actually, it would be unfair to say he does nothing. He does nothing to end the blockades. He actually will send negotiators. He'll actually send government delegations to meet with protesters and even propose settlements and compromises when he agrees with the political aims of those protesting. We know this because in 2020, anti-energy protesters, anti-oil and gas worker protesters held up vital transportation links for weeks, Madam Speaker. At the time, the Prime Minister had a much different tone. Let's take a look at what he said when vital transportation links, when rail lines were blockaded, crippling the Canadian economy for weeks and weeks at a time. He said, and I quote, "Therefore, we are creating a space for peaceful, honest dialogue with willing partners." Compare that to the rhetoric and inflammatory language that he has used over the past several weeks here in 2022. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, the protests that are happening in Ottawa and that have taken place across the country are a direct result of the Prime Minister's actions and his rhetoric. The demonization of people who are fighting to get their rights back. After 2 years of incredible hardship, 2 years of politicians and government agencies telling people that they weren't allowed to have family members visit them inside their own home. After 2 years of governments telling business owners that they had to keep their doors shut and their employees laid off. After years of people not able to use the very support systems that they've had in their life, relying on friends and family. Gyms closed, activities for children canceled. After 2 years of this, just as there is hope on the horizon, as other jurisdictions around the world and even here in Canada were lifting restrictions and easing mandates, the Prime Minister added a new one. He added a new restriction after 2 years of telling truck drivers that they were essential services, that they were be allowed to travel across the border to bring vital goods into our markets. After 2 years of deeming them that essential service, just as there was hope and reasons to lift restrictions and mandates, the Prime Minister added a new one without any data to back it up, without any evidence to back it up. Then when people started objecting to this, finally saying enough is enough, we want our freedoms back, Madam Speaker. It's time for the government to retreat back to the normal boundaries of government interference in our lives. When people started doing that, started to gather together to peacefully protest against government overreach, what did the Prime Minister do? He called them names, tried to smear them with broad brushes. He called them racists and misogynists. He asked the question, the rhetorical question, Madam Speaker, about whether or not we should tolerate these people. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister a question. What does not tolerating these people look like? Because what he's done over the past few weeks has just been shameful. This Prime Minister has lowered the office in which he serves to unprecedented depths. In my 17 years of being a member of Parliament, I've never seen a Prime Minister, for that matter, any other politician, so debase the office that they hold, hurling insults at people, referring to a Jewish member of this House as standing with people waving swastikas. Just outrageous, Madam Speaker. And I have to tell my honorable colleagues in the Liberal benches who have often admonished their political opponents for in any way, even sharing the same postal code as someone who may be holding an offensive flag or a placard with unacceptable language on it. And when Conservatives denounce that, that's not good enough for members of the Liberal Party. They say, you're supposed to paint the entire group protesting with that broad brush. But, Madam Speaker, they don't hold themselves to that same standard. I see many honourable members across the way, some of whom I've served with. I know them to be honourable people. I don't assume that they are all racists just because their leader has performed racist acts by putting on blackface so often in his life that he can't remember how many times he's done it. We don't paint every single Liberal member of Parliament with that brush. They have no problem being photographed with the Prime Minister, despite his history of racist acts. So neither should members of Parliament hold or paint the entire group of people who are protesting for their freedoms back with that same broad brush. The lengths at which this government, and indeed not just the government, but many of their friends in the corporate media, to paint every single person who's protesting, who's demanding an end to the restrictions, an end to mandates with that broad brush, Madam Speaker. You look at the lengths that they go to discredit and to dehumanize those people who are just fighting for their traditional civil liberties. And I ask you, Madam Speaker, if we kind of look at this in two different groups. On the one hand, you've got people who are saying after 2 years of hardship, 2 years of sacrifice, 2 years of being forced to comply with unprecedented government intrusion in our lives. Unprecedented. Government's telling you where you can go, who you can have in your house. That is a new level of government interference in our life that we have not seen in recent Canadian history. After 2 years of that, there's a group of people who are saying, I just don't believe I should be fired for making a healthcare decision. Then on the other hand, you've got a group of people who are saying that anybody who holds that view is a racist, a misogynist, an insurrectionist, Madam Speaker. You've got a group of people who are saying that government should have the ability to tell you who you can have in your house, whether or not your business is allowed to stay open. Which group seems more unreasonable, Madam Speaker? I would say after 2 years, those who are fighting against this government intrusion in their lives have a legitimate case to be made. Whether or not we agree with them or not, we must respect their right to advocate for their views. The Prime Minister has not provided any legitimate justification for bringing in the Emergency Measures Act. He asks us to trust him. He says, don't worry, we're going to make sure everything's fine with the courts, we're going to make sure everything's compliant with the Charter. This is the same guy who fired his Attorney General because she wouldn't go along with his plans to interfere in a criminal court case, Madam Speaker. So you will pardon the members of the Conservative Party if we're not going to take the Prime Minister's word that he's not going to abuse the power that he's granting himself. He points to specific incidences that Conservatives also denounced. We denounced the rail blockades in 2020, and we denounced the border blockades in 2022. Because, Madam Speaker, we do not believe that the right to peacefully protest should mean that you get to infringe on the freedom and rights of other people. But when we raised that point in 2020, calling on the government to do something about the rail blockades when it was the anti-energy workers, who, by the way, there are a lot of radical left-wing protests across the country where you see all kinds of placards, anti-Semitic placards. You see banners advocating violence committed against police officers. You don't see the government rushing to crack down on that. They're talking about foreign funding, Madam Speaker. How about the foreign funding that's poured into Canada by the hundreds of millions to help groups fight against energy projects and natural resource projects across the country? Didn't seem to bother the government then, Madam Speaker. But now all of a sudden they say that they've got to do something about it. It's a little bit like that scene in Casablanca when the inspector comes to Rick and says, sorry, I have to close the place down. There's illegal gambling going on. And then the croupier comes over and puts his winnings in his pocket. That's what this government is doing. For years, they've relied on foreign funding coming to help their allies in the political spectrum fight for their goals and fight against Canadians and their interests. So, Madam Speaker, I'm just going to close on this. This is the exact same playbook that we've seen dictatorial governments across the country. They dehumanize their opponents. They have, they invoke threats of foreign influence. Remember, the Berlin Wall was built to keep others out, ostensibly. Governments always talk about their good intentions when they take away rights and liberties. But I'm asking Canadians not to be fooled by this. And I'm asking members of the Liberal Party who actually believe in civil liberties, who actually do believe in the natural limits of government, to do the right thing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport.
I had to just rush back into the House. I was sitting in the lobby and listening to that speech, and I just couldn't believe how willing the member from Regina Capel was to just justify all these behaviors we're seeing. I saw a video of him crossing the road this morning, giving a thumbs up and shaking hands with people who've been occupying this capital city for the last 3 weeks. And my direct question to the member is, if this was happening in Regina, if his neighbors were being occupied and harassed downtown and were afraid to leave their homes, would your position be exactly the same as it is here? Would you be giving them a thumbs up every single day?
Speak to the chair, if you don't, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
This member comes from a caucus whose leader sent a delegation to protesters. He's saying that I shouldn't wave back to people who wave to me. His government actually sent a minister with a mandate to negotiate. Madam Speaker, I'm Canadian. I'll wave at people when they wave to me. I'll say hello to people who say hello to me. When I have constituents who have left their homes to come and fight for their freedoms, I will listen to them. I will be civil. Because if the government had started off this whole thing with that type of attitude, we might not even be having this debate today, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, the Conservatives and the Bloc are both going to vote against the motion today, but there's something that I'd like to understand. In 2012, 10 years ago, there was a student crisis in Quebec, and there were partisans of the Conservative Party who said, come on, let's go in with the hard line. And so same thing in 2020, the Bloc tabled motion to apologize to victims of the War Measures Act, but the Conservatives voted against our motion. So all of a sudden there's this truckers' protest. So why, when it's the Conservatives' grassroots base that is in play, then all of a sudden the hard line doesn't apply? Because, and they even say that climate change doesn't exist.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague, first of all, I will start off my remarks by thanking the members of the Bloc Québécois, because we disagree on many things philosophically, but it's nice to know that even if we disagree on policy, that there's still some common ground on the principles about using the sledgehammer that the government's brought in. But the member is invoking a series of events that happened in 2012. The Conservative Party didn't bring in the Emergency Measures Act in 2012. It's legitimate. There are going to be protests across the country, across time, where various parties are going to agree with the aims of the protests or disagree. And we can all express our opinion about whether or not those protests should be happening. But the government should not be bringing in this massive sledgehammer to crack down on dissent when there are existing laws. The Prime Minister talked about Coots. That was resolved. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the indulgence. The Prime Minister talked about the Coots border crossing. It was resolved with existing laws, with existing tools that law enforcement have. There's no need for this act.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Grove Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Member for Regina Capel, I found his speech disturbing at many levels. There were more dog whistles to a rabid base of Trump supporters in one short speech than I've heard ever in this place. But I'd like to correct the record and ask the Honourable Member to consider that when the Government of Canada sent a delegation, it was because the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs have Supreme Court of Canada on their side, that they have a continuity of leadership, territorial responsibility that goes back to our Constitution, Supreme Court of Canada. The Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs required that both British Columbia and the Government of Canada, in the honor of the Crown, sent representatives to discuss the situation with them. They were not protesters, they were chiefs.
For Regina Capel.
Well, Madam Speaker, I believe the honourable member may be the only member of this House who's actually arrested for participating in an illegal protest. So for her to now somehow justify the Emergency Measures Act, would she have appreciated it while she was breaking laws and getting arrested if the government had the power to freeze her bank account, Madam Speaker? Would she have appreciated anybody who made a donation to the Green Party at that time having their bank accounts frozen for supporting her illegal activities, Madam Speaker? I doubt it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Heads.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Outremont this afternoon. Today I rise to deliver what may be the most important speech I've given since having the privilege to serve the people of King's Heads in the House. Today, we as parliamentarians are debating whether the government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act on Monday was justified. I submit to my colleagues in this House, and indeed all Canadians watching, that the threshold required to trigger the Emergency Act has been objectively met and perhaps exceeded. As the Prime Minister has said in this House, a decision of this nature is not taken lightly. However, the situation we have seen across the country is serious and warrants a response that is proportionate to the impact we have seen on all Canadians. Let me be very clear. I am in full support of legal protests in this country. It is a constitutionally protected right, and indeed I have spoken to some of my own constituents who in their own way have demonstrated their displeasure with the government's protocols to date. However, we have to delineate between lawful protest and individuals who refuse to abide by the rule of law, who have occupied Ottawa and who have blockaded our key border crossings. I believe it's incumbent on all of us to look at the facts and to try to be objective. We have seen a group of individuals in Ottawa who have occupied the city for now 3 weeks. This despite orders from law authorities to disperse and to go home. The key organizers of the Ottawa occupation have openly espoused their goal of overthrowing the government, of meeting with the Governor General to form a coalition. We've had blockades across the country at key border crossings, which have targeted the country's trade relationship, including at Windsor, Coutts, and Emerson. At Coutts, the RCMP have found weapons and body armor. How can one conclude that this was simply a peaceful protest? The Minister of Public Safety outlined to this House this morning what the impact was having across the country economically. Hundreds of millions of dollars a day in economic harm, blocking critical infrastructure, critical trade routes that hurts everyday Canadians. It impacts our food security and our supply chain. There has been a targeted impact of the Ottawa International Airport, and the organizers of the Freedom Convoy have expressed their desire to reestablish blockades and occupations elsewhere, even if they were taken down by police. We also know that these activities are being financed by international sources. I ask members of this House, do we as parliamentarians have a responsibility to take action on internationally financed activities to organizers of activity that is not only illegal, but indeed represents a threat to Canadian security and the rule of law? I, for one, believe we do. I want to be crystal clear. This is being done to target activities that are illegal and threatening the economic health of the country and the rule of law and order. For those whose intent is to raise issues about government policy, I have no issue. For those who continue to be a part of illegal blockades here in Ottawa or elsewhere, you do not have the ability to do so, and these measures are being implemented because of your unwillingness to abide by the law. So what is the public emergency order being invoked under the Emergencies Act? What does it actually mean? The Conservatives would have you believe this government is limiting all freedoms. These measures do not take away freedoms. The Bloc would suggest that this is akin to the War Measures Act and are seeking to drum up memories of the FLQ crisis. This is not the War Measures Act. It is not taking away the rights of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it is not calling in the Army. This is a specific measure to give additional powers to police and provincial authorities to maintain law and order, monitor the financing, including from foreign sources, that is being used to block and undermine critical infrastructure, and to ultimately remove the blockades and occupations that exist across the country. Let's examine the actual measures in the order. The regulation and prohibition of public assemblies that lead to a breach of the peace and go beyond lawful protest. I want to be clear, lawful protests can continue. Designated and securing places where blockades are to be prohibited. Directing persons to render essential services to relieve impacts of blockades on Canada's economy. So this could include things like tow trucks, Madam Speaker, that could be requisitioned, of course, for compensation by government authorities to help remove removing trucks and vehicles that are blockading key infrastructure. Authorizing or directing financial institutions to render essential services that relieve the impact of blockades, including regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund and support the blockades that are undermining economic security in the country. Measures enabling the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaw and provincial offences where required, and the imposition of fines under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act. I submit to this House that these measures are specific, they are time-limited, and geographically focused. The measures will be overseen by a joint parliamentary committee and of course must be supported by a majority in this House to remain in force. I have previously mentioned that policing is in the domain of municipalities and the provincial government. Madam Speaker, since day one, our government was and continues to work directly with municipal and provincial authorities and their law enforcement. We've answered calls for additional resources. We helped create integrated operations and additional RCMP officers to try and deal with blockades. Leading into Monday's decision, it was clear that the provincial and municipal authorities were being unable to address the situation. Ironically, members of this House were calling us to show federal leadership. Some Conservatives, after openly encouraging illegal activity to continue, and were asking the government to stop the blockades. Well, these measures are designed to do exactly that. My question to members in this House who are criticizing the government for making available time-limited tools under the Emergencies Act to support law enforcement, what intermediate step would you suggest the government should have undertaken? Beyond asking the Prime Minister to meet with individuals who fly flags that say F-U-C-K, Trudeau, and want to overthrow a democratically elected government and have stated that they will not leave until their demands are met, what security measures would you have suggested this government should have undertaken? That is the key question. As my constituents, Madam Speaker, have rightfully pointed out, it is easy to be an armchair critic, but I have yet to hear much constructive measures on the other side of the House on how to deal with the current situation. Madam Speaker, I support the government's measures. They are reasonable, they are balanced, and they are proportionate to the circumstances we have seen. They are focused on giving tools to police in jurisdictions across the country to resolve illegal blockades that are hurting everyday Canadians. And I think it's extremely important for all of us to remember that these are tools that are available. This order is in effect for 30 days. This is to make sure that we have the ability to address the circumstances that we've seen. I would hope that all members of this House believe that this is an important measure so that we can make sure that the blockades, the economic harm, and frankly, the lack of rule and order that we've seen in certain elements of this country do not continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today. Earlier we heard from one of his colleagues that the government says they know what a lawful protest looks like. I'm wondering why the government then did not act when we had protesters blockading Via Rail, CN Rail, blocking the Port of Vancouver, crippling our economy and crippling pipelines and oil and gas transfer to the point that Alberta companies are offering to truck propane to Quebec. Why is that considered a lawful protest not to be subject to such extreme draconian acts that the government is bringing in now compared to what's going on right now?
Member for Kings Heath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I anticipated the question because I've noticed on this side of the House, on the opposite side, that the members are trying to create that narrative. In fact, I find they've been inconsistent in their own way in the fact that they were very quick to call on government action back in 2020 and were silent for nearly 2 weeks on what we've seen in Ottawa and elsewhere in the country. The difference for me, Madam Speaker, of why this rises to the level of the Emergency Act is the fact that there has been an open, stated goal of those that have been involved in the protest to actually overthrow government and to cause disruption and harm to Canadians. I will go on record and say it is absolutely unacceptable, regardless of the motions or the notion and desire of protesters to block critical infrastructure. I support measures that do that, including in this way here today.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to say that I am in complete disagreement with the Emergencies Act and its application. That is the object of debate today. Unlike the colleague who just spoke, and unlike the Prime Minister from whom we heard this morning, who called this bill reasonable and proportionate, I find it completely disproportionate and unreasonable. I would like to put the following question to my colleague. When you say which intermediate measures would have been put in place, I would like to ask him why, from the outset, didn't you put in place political and public safety measures instead of letting this blockade dig in front of Parliament Hill?
Madam Speaker, in the absence of federal government leadership, ordinary people, brave as they may be, put themselves in harm's way because of this government. Protecting the people is the cornerstone of the contract between citizens and the government. Does the government understand the consequences of its lack of leadership? That was from the critic from the Bloc Québécois 4 days ago. What do they expect federal government leadership to look like? Do they suggest that it looks like what the Conservatives are calling for, that the government just simply does as those outside Wellington are asking for and just eliminate any public health measure related to COVID? What we are doing is very simple. We are giving tools to local law authorities, including in Quebec, to use at their discretion to avoid what we've seen across the country. Would the member opposite think that it is a good idea to have those tools available such that if there was a blockade at Lacal, that is not something that we can do to be able to address that situation? And it's ironic because they say, why didn't this happen at the time? The reality is it has to work its way to a federal level, which it has over the past 3 weeks. Had we intervened at the first time, they would have been the same party to say that it was an overstep and to respect provincial jurisdiction. It is hypocrisy.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, having been in Ottawa for most of this blockade, what I've seen is a complete lack of willingness of the police to do their job. Yes. This should never have spiraled. This was allowed to metastasize and create a crisis at our borders, cutting off hundreds of millions of dollars of trade. I remember when the Conservatives were saying that if 10 unvaccinated truckers didn't get to cross the border, we'd have all our supply lines and our stores shut down. When that didn't happen, their supporters actually shut the border. But I'd like to ask the honourable member, now that we're at this point, it does speak to the absolute failure of this government to have shown leadership throughout. We should never be in a situation where we're using the Emergency Act against people who are setting up hot tubs on Wellington Street because of the lack of rule of law.
For King's Hanson, 15 seconds or less.
I'll try to be very quick. The member talks about leadership. What type of leadership would he like to see? Would he like to see a federal government overreach in the first few days of imposing federal powers? Would the member suggest that leadership looks like acquiescing to what the Conservatives have said? No, what we've done is we've waited until the situation warranted a federal response. Here we are. We're putting tools in place to be able to address the situation. It's a bit of a nothing question in my mind. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism, Assistant Minister of Finance.
Here. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The debate we are having today is crucial, and I'm speaking to all members of this House of course, but also to Canadians across the country. This week, the Government of Canada declared a state of emergency, and this decision was not taken lightly, and for good reason. Invoking the Emergencies Act is not the first thing the Government of Canada should do, or even the second, Madam Speaker. It is a last resort, but we must admit that this avenue is now necessary. The illegal blockades that have taken place across the country over the past 3 weeks have disrupted the lives of far too many Canadians. These blockades have caused significant damage to our economy and our democratic institutions. Jobs and Canada's prosperity are at stake. Because of the illegal actions that have been taken, international confidence in Canada as an investment location is now shaken, Madam Speaker. And we cannot stand by while the livelihoods of Canadian workers are threatened, while businesses, large and small, are affected by these blockades.
We will not let Canada's reputation on the international stage be tarnished. That's why we are taking action. The Emergency Economic Measures Order will allow the government to take concrete steps, concrete action to stop the financing of the illegal blockades. The main objective of these measures is to limit the flow of money that is used to finance this unlawful activity and to prevent additional financial support. As the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has said before, this is about following the money. Two broad categories of financial measures are being enacted. First, those aimed at crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers, and second, those applicable to Canadian financial service providers. Let's look at the first one. Crowdfunding platforms and some payment service providers are not currently subject to the anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing laws that we have in this country. It therefore stands to reason that they could be used to finance unlawful activities such as the blockades that we are seeing. To address this, the order extends the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing rules to cover crowdfunding platforms and the payment processors that they use. Specifically, the entities that are in possession of any funds associated with the illegal blockades are now required to register with FINTRAC, the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, and to report suspicious and large value transactions of persons involved in the blockades. This will mitigate the risks that these platforms could be used to receive funds from illicit sources or to finance illicit activity. Second, with respect to our financial service providers, the order directs them to intervene when they suspect that an account belongs to someone participating in the illegal blockades. This means that banks, insurance companies, and other financial service providers must now temporarily cease providing financial services, including freezing their accounts when they believe an account holder or client is engaged in illegal blockades. The order applies to all funds held in a deposit, in a checking, or in a savings account, and to any other type of property. This also includes digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. As a result, Canadian financial service providers are now able to immediately freeze or suspend an account of an individual or business affiliated with these illegal blockades, and to do so without a court order, Madam Speaker. Financial service providers are also protected against civil liability for the actions that they take to comply with the order. Of course, these service providers are required to unfreeze accounts when the account holder stops assisting or participating in the illegal blockades.
With the Emergency Economic Measures Order, the government is also ordering Canadian financial institutions to review their relationships with anyone involved in illegal blockades. The order also gives federal, provincial, and territory government institutions a new power to share relevant information with banks and other financial service providers if that information will help stop financing of illegal blockades and illicit activities in Canada. Madam Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians, those who are law-abiding and are not involved in these illegal blockades, will see no difference. This order in Council will not change anything for them. These measures are designed to stop the funding that enables illegal blockades. They are targeted and temporary measures. They will apply for 30 days and are aimed at individuals and companies that are directly or indirectly involved in illegal activities that harm our economy. These are necessary measures, Madam Speaker. True, blockades are only occurring in certain parts of our country. We know that, but they are hurting the entire Canadian economy. It's also true that most parts of the country have not been the scene of these illicit activities. But the funding that enabled these illicit actions did not only come from neighborhoods where trailers were parked. It came from across the country. Moreover, some individuals have crossed interprovincial borders to participate in these activities. Activities, Madam Speaker, that I'd like to stress are illegal. Our democratic institutions are under threat. The Canadian economy is under threat. Peace, order, and good government are under threat in Canada. This is unacceptable. We must end it, and we will end it.
The message is clear. From the finance perspective, if people are funding blockades that harm the Canadian economy, their bank account will be frozen. If people that fund blockades think that they can get around the law by using cryptocurrencies, that won't work. If a company's truck is used in illegal activity, the vehicle's insurance will be suspended and the company's bank accounts will be frozen. Semi-trailers, they should be on our roads, Madam Speaker, not parked for weeks on end in front of Parliament. They should be delivering the goods and the services and that will grow our economy, not holding up traffic at border crossings or paralyzing our city centres. Cela dit,
nevertheless, I remain optimistic. I remain optimistic that the law will soon be restored and that the blockades will be dismantled. I remain optimistic that we will end this pandemic while still being there for each other. And I remain optimistic that we can strengthen our economy, not by honking horns, but by the hard work of our entrepreneurs, of our small and large companies, and by thoughtful and responsible economic policies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I believe the Honourable Member for Regina Capel has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify the record. I misspoke during my questions and comments in response to the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. I indicated that she was the only member of this House to have been arrested for protesting illegally. I, of course, completely forgot the image of the Minister of the Environment in his orange jumpsuit. He, too, was arrested for illegal protest. And I don't...
Noted. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
To the Honourable Member for Regina Capel, I would like to retain the honour of being the only Member of Parliament currently serving as a Member of Parliament when I faced arrest non-violently, surrendering immediately, and accepting the consequences, unlike our friends outside.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville. She's been waiting for a long time.
Thank you, Madam. The individual who just spoke indicated that one of the problems here is that Canada's reputation is being tarnished by this. And I would ask her, whose reputation is truly being tarnished? Canadians' reputations or this government's reputation? The stands of everyday Canadians that have been taken have gained international support and have drawn disdain directly towards the Liberal government and especially the language and actions of this Prime Minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm sure it will come as no surprise, Madam Speaker, that I entirely disagree. I think that there are many people that have fallen to, how can I say, Canadians have lost confidence in many different institutions as a result of what has been happening over the course of the last 3 weeks. Top of mind is the police. I believe that many Canadians right across the country question whether law enforcement was there, and this Emergency Measures Act provides more tools to our police force in order to maintain confidence in law and order in this country.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, my colleague did mention that her government will not allow Canada's reputation to be tarnished by the events. Right now, the flag has become a symbol of the extreme right and of disorder. I would like to know, given that her speech seems to have written 3 weeks ago, does she agree with, does she need some help with her agenda? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Canada's flag is the flag of all Canadians and of all Quebecers, and I wear it proudly every day. I'd like to answer my colleague because I didn't really understand his very strange question, but I'd like to also stress that I see that Quebecers agree with the application of the Emergencies Act. In fact, more than 70% of Quebecers approve the invocation of this act, Madam Speaker, and I am proud to represent them. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first would like to say that I hold this government responsible for letting these extreme right convoy members into their downtown area, but I'd like to understand there is a collective memory of Quebecers when the War Measures Act was invoked. Today, we cannot compare what was happening at the time to what's happening today. Fundamental rights are being protected, and there is a time limitation. Does this reassure my colleague? Because all parliamentarians will have powers to guarantee limits. Madam Speaker, I find myself agreeing entirely with my colleague from Rosemont. We're talking here about a totally different act. The Emergencies Act is not at all the same as the War Measures Act that was used in 1970. We're not sending soldiers to the ground, and I agree that there is transparency and powers for all parliamentarians to end the application of this act. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I noticed today some very interesting public opinion polling coming out of Quebec. As a matter of fact, it says that 72% of Quebecers support the use of the Emergency Measures Act. More importantly, Abacus data that's been released recently say that 63% of Bloc supporters in the last election would never vote for an MP that supports the occupation going on outside. Yet the Bloc seems to be showing their support for the occupation. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide some insight into that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think I will address this question in French with the permission of my colleague.
And I agree, as I said earlier, that the vast majority of Quebecers are in favor of applying this act. And I would also say that the approval rating is even higher in Quebec than the rest of the country. So, yes, I do think that we have to be very cautious when we're talking on behalf of Quebecers, like the other side of the House is saying, as members of the Bloc.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time for remarks with the Honourable Member from South Surrey, White Rock. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, not only in this House generally, but in such important times. And sometimes we do forget what a tremendous honor it is. I'm sad, though, to be here discussing emergency measures here today. This has been a time, with respect, where the Prime Minister has inflamed, has incited, and has divided. The Prime Minister took that same inflammatory approach yesterday when he spoke in response to a question from the member from Thornhill. I was dismayed that he would not apologize or did not apologize for that today. Instead, he came into this House this morning and doubled down on years of division. So let's recap. The predecessor legislation was invoked 3 times: World War I, World War II, and the FLQ crisis. The Prime Minister invites and likes for Canadians to think that he's the common person. So I'm not sure if he has walked through downtown Ottawa of late, but I did yesterday and today, and I saw trucks in streets. There were a few streets that were plugged, and those trucks need to go, period. The question then becomes, how should that be done? Now, I took an oath when I was sworn in, and it was the greatest days of my life, to take that oath on behalf of all Canadians, and particularly on behalf of the residents of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And I took my oath to do my job to the best of my ability. I have to be satisfied as a legislator that the preconditions for this act have been met. That is my job. That is the oath I took, and that is something that I take very seriously. So I read the act, and I considered it. I actually had to read it twice. I've practiced law for 14 years, Madam Speaker. I previously taught at a law school for a number of years. So when it came to my analysis of the act, I did what I taught my students to do. I went back to first legal principles, first statutory principles, and we apply legal principles and statutory principles, not because it is popular, not because we want the trucks to be cleared in any way possible, but because we here, 338 of us, must apply the law. After all, the Prime Minister has made the same remarks about the rule of law. He wouldn't strip Canadians of citizenship just because it was popular, just because people may like it, but instead we must accede to the rule of law. So let's apply the rule of law, Madam Speaker. Let's apply the legislation here. This legislation is clear. It says that its application must be the last resort. Members of this House have repeatedly asked, what was step 1? Crickets. What was step 2? Crickets. The police weren't even stopping people carrying jerry cans in. What was step 3? More crickets. Word salad. The official leader of the opposition asked the Prime Minister to attend a meeting with all party leaders with a view to bringing this matter to an end, and by my count, that was about 10 days ago. Crickets. Even without the Emergencies Act application, which is alive right now, Madam Speaker, protesters could be arrested under the current regime. There are laws about causing a disturbance, mischief, and participation in these sorts of illegal activities. The Criminal Code is very clear on that, and I'm not even touching on the Ontario Highways Traffic Act. The trucks could be seized incidental to arrest as evidence. They could be seized with a warrant. All things that the police have at their disposal right here, right now, to address the very situation that the Emergencies Act says it will deal with as a last resort. These first resorts have not been addressed. So let's next look, Madam Speaker, at what was resolved without the use of the Emergencies Act. Coots, the Ambassador Bridge, Windsor. Why? Because the police had the powers to do so and used those powers. My point, Madam Speaker, is this. The legislation says that we do not resort to its use unless it is absolutely necessary. And what we have seen in these 3 instances I just mentioned is that it is not absolutely necessary. And as a legislator, I need to be convinced that the threshold has been met, or I will not vote for such legislation. I wish we could simply invoke legislation to make our problems go away. That's just not the case, Madam Speaker. It can't be done as a measure of convenience. Let's not forget, this wasn't done during 9/11. This wasn't done during COVID. This wasn't done during railway blockades that had crippling impact on our economy and economic consequences. This wasn't done throughout many protests throughout the country. This wasn't done when BC highways and rail were washed out due to recent flooding. I recently received an inquiry from a constituent in the North Thompson area near Blue River in my riding. There have been protests in that area for years, and Blue River is a small community. Violence, threats, blockades. And I told that constituent what I am telling this House. The legislation is a last resort to be used in extraordinary circumstances of national emergency when nothing else will do. As one of the members for Ottawa here said earlier today, this has been going on for 4 weeks, and I echo that sentiment. I understand that it's been going on for 4 weeks, and those committing illegal activity need to stop. It has been going on for much longer in my riding, and those people are asking the same questions. Now, in closing, Madam Speaker, I will say this. I do agree with the Prime Minister on one point, and he did say that he is trying to save jobs. Unfortunately, I would eliminate the plural. He's trying to save one job, his own, and that is not right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I welcome that member to the House as a new member, but also as a fellow member of the bar. I'll politely point out that an emergency was not...
Could I ask that the people who are outside of the chamber please stop speaking so loudly? We can barely hear ourselves here. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I welcome the new member, also welcome him as a fellow member of the bar. He indicated he's read the statute. He knows full well that in terms of COVID, enacting a public welfare emergency requires the provinces to initiate such a request. No request is forthcoming. Secondly, he asked for what steps have been taken. The first step was actually the City of Ottawa declaring an emergency, which didn't render the results. The second step was the province of Ontario declaring an emergency, which hasn't rendered results. The last step, the final step, is this very important debate that we're having today. And I'm going to put to him an issue about the capability of the province under its authorities to deal with it, which I think is squarely an issue, because the provincial order that has been made by Premier Ford fails in 2 important respects. It does not compel essential workers like tow trucks to actually tow vehicles away. And secondly, it cannot compel vehicle licenses to be suspended where that vehicle originates in another province, such as one of the western provinces. Are those not instances of a lack of provincial authority which necessitates the usage of the Emergencies Act in this case?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Well, the criminal code actually deals with all of those issues. And when the honourable member speaks about the invocation of a state of emergency, I didn't see a single thing change. He's right. I didn't see a single thing change. I didn't see any enforcement change. What was step 1? What was step 2? We can't simply do this because we don't like how something is being enforced. It should be a matter of last resort. And those steps are available in the criminal code, whether it comes to seizure, to search, or to seizure and arrest with warrant. So with respect, I disagree.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, just a moment, Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech. A number of things I agree with. We heard from the Prime Minister say this morning that there were a number of solutions and that the Emergencies Act was the last resort. We don't know the first measure, the second, the third taken. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague the following question. A government that is unable to ensure security when it comes to truckers' demonstrations, does that government deserve to be sitting on the UN Security Council.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I would thank the honourable minister for his remarks. I look forward to someday hopefully being, pardon me? Oh, sorry, did I say minister? Honourable member, I misspoke. I thank the honourable member for his remarks. The Prime Minister declared Canada is back when he was first elected. The problem is this. You can say anything you want to say, but at the end of the day, it's actions that people will judge. And when people look at actions, they look at integrity. And we have a Prime Minister that, with respect, has not displayed a great deal of integrity, whether it comes to ethical breaches or it comes to a deliberate desire to divide, both in this House, but also with respect to Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, we're seeing growing escalations. This situation is clearly out of control due to lack of leadership from all levels of government. In addition to the firearms and arrests for conspiracy to commit murder in Coots, an attempted arson of a residential building in the occupation area, convoy members have been deputizing themselves and now claim they have the lawful authority to detain and arrest others. Madam Speaker, I don't recall the honourable member mentioning the seriousness of the violent terror cell apprehended at Coots on conspiracy to commit murder. No one wants to see someone get hurt here, yet this is a recipe for disaster. Does the honourable member and the Conservatives not view this situation as an emergency?
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I'm very clear here. When we talk about the legislation, has the threshold been met? Simply saying, do you review it this way colloquially, isn't the question that is before this House. The question, Madam Speaker, that's before this House is, has the threshold been met? And with respect, I don't believe it has been, because I don't view this as the act of last resort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a somber time in this House to be speaking. It is a seminal time in Canadian history, in my view. It is apparent to me that we seem to be living in two Canadas. There is the Canada of fear and division promoted by the current Prime Minister and the leader of the NDP, confirmed by their caucuses. But there's another Canada out there, a united and proud nation that has sacrificed and done without and suffered economically, physically, and in their mental health condition. This is a Canada that is a bit worn out, plainly speaking, but still firmly patriotic and ready to take on whatever the future brings. They are Canadians who do not share this PM's post-national narrative and embrace the essence of Canada that they see themselves as a part of, as the true North, strong and free. In our national anthem, we call out to God and we pray that He keep our land glorious and free. The truth is that Canada can only be glorious if it is free, meaning its people are free, free from tyranny, free from government abusing its awesome powers, mindful of the responsibility and trust given to it in a representative democracy. Because this Prime Minister wants to dwell in the extreme, infringe and false narratives of what is happening during peaceful protests, I am choosing to address those other Canadians. I remember the historical term, the two solitudes, Mr. Speaker, in reference to impasses between Anglophone and Francophone people in Canada. Its meaning was meant to refer to a perceived lack of communication and, moreover, a lack of will to communicate. Here today we see history repeating itself, Madam Speaker. A lack of communication, but more significantly, a lack of will to communicate between the present federal government and Anglophone and Francophone citizens alike. The Emergency Act is extraordinary legislation. Extraordinary means remarkable, exceptional, unusual, and uncommon. The measures in this Act are to be entered into reservedly, advisedly, and with extreme caution. Through all the trials and tribulations of a newly created and burgeoning nation, trying to unite coast to coast to coast, through other public health emergencies, through other civil unrest. Our federal government saw fit to invoke the Emergency Act and its precursor, the War Measures Act, only 4 times in our history. These extraordinary measures were used in World War I, World War II, Prime Minister Trudeau I, and Prime Minister Trudeau II. Excuse me. World War I, World War II, a previous Prime Minister in the 1970s, and the current Prime Minister. It was not invoked, Madam Speaker, during the fears and protests around the Spanish flu. It was not invoked during the workers' strikes in the 1930s, not invoked during the crises in Oka or Ipperwash or Caledonia, during the aftermath of 9/11, during crippling national strikes affecting our supply chains, during the rail blockades or pipeline protests also negatively affecting the Canadian economy. The list is long, Madam Speaker. The point is, where other methods and authorities exist to deal with serious disagreement, government should use those methods and authorities. Government should not subjugate free people to abusive, wide-ranging, freedom-altering overreach of government. A Liberal member asking a question earlier in this debate said to the Leader of the Opposition, well, what if this happened in your neighbourhood, in your riding? Well, it did happen in my neighbourhood, Madam Speaker, and in my riding. It happened at one of the border crossings in South Surrey, White Rock. I received many reports on the ground about the activities there. I did have 3 complaints through national media calling the people involved the same outrageous, inflammatory names that the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister have been using. There were no complaints to my office. On the other side, I have had overwhelming outpourings of support from my constituents because the supporting protests were meaningful to those in attendance, and even joyful in hope for change. What kind of change? Not necessarily a change in government, although that might happen in the next federal election, but most definitely a change in federal government approach. On 2 previous weekends, vehicle after vehicle in support of the right to protest, this government's policies, actions, and inactions drove in a rolling loop around those border crossings and highways in South Surrey, with thousands, not hundreds, thousands of Canadians cheering them on from the sides of the roads and on highway overpasses. Those involved were vocal but peaceful, holding high Canadian flags, singing the national anthem, saying prayers, and greeting others cheerfully, including the police. The result, Madam Speaker, is that the border has been cleared. Goods are flowing, and the police, using tools already at their disposal, were able to show both respect for the protesters and clear any impasses. Why is the Emergencies Act needed now in my riding? It isn't. The only distress being expressed right now from my riding is that the Prime Minister and his cabinet are showing disdain, having inflamed the situation, are not even attempting to engage in dialogue, and saw the only tool in their toolbox to be taking more power unto themselves. I have heard from many civil enforcement officers, civil liberties scholars, and lawyers on this subject, Madam Speaker. Collectively, they want me to remind the House that a public order event is not necessarily an emergency. We are down to a protest in a few blocks of downtown Ottawa. That's all. With some proper policing, the situation in Ottawa can be brought to a conclusion, as it has been elsewhere. Unlike some of the other events, in downtown Ottawa, our nation's capital, we're not at a U.S. border, so it does not affect imports and exports. I'm not sure who the Leader of the NDP was referring to when he said, "Don't let your anger turn into hatred." The Prime Minister has turned his back literally on a large segment of Canadian citizens, showing them nothing but derision and disdain. This only escalates, never de-escalates, tension and disagreement. I had occasion, Madam Speaker, early in my career to attend advanced negotiation classes at Harvard Law School under the supervision of Professor Roger Fisher, the author of the acclaimed book titled Getting to Yes. There are necessary steps that should be taken in any conflict resolution. Some form of engagement, de-escalation, respectful dialogue, looking to best alternatives to resolve the conflict, short of the only one the PM has employed, which has been described as the nuclear option. I agree that we should never have been at this moment looking like a failed nation state. We are looking this way due to weak and ineffective leadership. It is that simple. Why invoke this act now when it was not invoked all those times before? The federal government should be talking to and engaging with citizens to resolve this conflict by introducing a plan to get back to normal. Instead, we have seen the federal government demonize and insult our fellow Canadians. Remember, Prime Minister, they are all Canadians out there on Wellington Street, and a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere before. Instead of creating a plan, engaging in dialogue, and looking for a peaceful solution, the Prime Minister is looking to invoke and stoke more fear and division. Countries around the world and Canadians themselves at home are looking at this and wondering, is this my Canada? Is this the Canada I have believed in patriotically, firmly, and with a full heart for so long? The truth is that the Prime Minister and the government initiated these protests by Canadians by calling them down in the first place and then not dealing with it as it unfolded. I think back to a former leader of the Progressive Conservative Party that went along with the former Prime Ministers who invoked the War Measures Act, and then for the third time in Canadian history, and not during wartime, Madam Speaker. He voted for that War Measures Act. His name was Robert Stansfield. He later said it was the greatest regret of his life that he voted with the government that day. Edmund Burke is often quoted, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing." Well, I stand against this measure with every fiber of my being. I will vote no. This is a free country, and its people should be free to protest, free to exercise their given human rights, and we need to respect and engage them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I respect the member opposite a great deal and served with her on the Justice Committee in the last Parliament. I would just simply put it to her, because I've heard this narrative throughout the debate thus far, that the tools are no longer necessary, for example, vis-a-vis blockades at borders, because the blockades have been cleared. And I would put to her a few simple facts, just simply one lawyer to another, that we know that there was an attempted resurrection of a blockade at Windsor just yesterday, and the Windsor Police used the tools under the Emergencies Act to their benefit to prevent and thwart that quickly. We also know that protesters who have threatened to take up arms have openly declared that they will be returning to Quebec City on February 19th in front of the Assemblée Nationale. And we know the type of arms that were seized at Coutts. Does not these threats and ongoing threats merit the necessity of using a federal power, including the Emergencies Act, to deal with what is an ongoing, current and future situation in this country? Merci.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend opposite. I also have great respect for his intellect and abilities, and yes, I apologize to all Canadians, we are both lawyers. But having said that, we are now members of Parliament, and as well. And with great respect, I do not think it should have ever come to this. I believe the Prime Minister and the government should have engaged in respectful dialogue, should have at least signaled out an understanding that we can have differences of opinion in a free country, and those differences are being listened to. And if the government had acted on our opposition motion to table a plan of action, all of this would have calmed down immeasurably.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly agree this should never have come to this. The fact that a protest was allowed to become an occupation speaks to failures at every single level. But the problem I really have with my honourable colleague and what her party's saying is, if the Prime Minister had just gone out and talked to the nice protesters, everything would have been settled. When Pat King, an organizer for them, the spokesperson, said this is going to be settled with bullets, a line is crossed. And I know the fact that he's talking about shooting the Prime Minister may not seem like a problem, but it should be a problem. It should be a problem to every parliamentarian. I will not negotiate with anyone who talks about shooting a Prime Minister of this country. They need to start addressing these issues.
Honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and with all due respect, the police and law enforcement authorities in this country deal with threats, deal with violence every single day. They deal with it effectively, they deal with it forcefully, and they deal with it definitively. Our Crown prosecutors make sure that those people come to justice. The expression that's coming to my mind, Madam Speaker, is, "O ye of little faith." Why do you have such little faith in the people who are tasked with keeping us safe? You don't need these extraordinary measures.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The
Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't think I would do this, but I would like to add on to what the member for Timmins, James Bay, just said. At what point do the Conservatives recognize that there is a real threat that the police visibly don't have the means to contain? At what point will there be an admission that the evidence is there, seized weapons in Coutts, veiled threats, and not so veiled threats, literally, on social media? So I would like my colleague to tell me what more evidence is needed that the police cannot contain this occupation here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, my colleague, for the question. It would be really refreshing to actually have real evidence connecting these dots. The Minister for Emergency Preparedness, at a press conference in the last couple of days, asserted that what happened at Coutts, the arrests at Coutts, were directly related to the leadership here in Ottawa. And under questioning by the media, back down further again, and basically said, well, I'm just sort of figuring that out myself. That is not real evidence, that is not a real connection, and that is not a national security threat.
Déclaration des députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to recognize a Better Tent City, an innovative and successful housing solution serving previously unsheltered neighbours of mine in Waterloo Region. Consisting of 42 insulated cabins and an indoor warming space, kitchen, showers, and laundry, a Better Tent City is a safe and caring place.
Very best that Canada has to offer. From embracing public health measures like staying the blazes home to mourning incredible tragedies together, we've been there for each other while keeping 6 feet apart. And like all Canadians, this pandemic has worn us down. We are tired. But just as public health measures are easing, those
if you do so.
let's see, this is Supreme Court of Canada. We got a little bit of some some freaking, this is like some piece of junk fencing, you know that? That's some real piece of junk fencing. I don't get it. Yeah, I just don't understand what the point is. I mean, yeah, okay, intimidation, I guess. I got to talk to the wizard. We got to talk to Gat, see what he thinks.
Maybe they're gonna say, "Oh my God, the protester was in fear of my life."
You know, this is what I didn't like about these Pantifa little pussy boys, right? So they were actually, when they stood at Bank and Riverside for the counter protest on Sunday, not for the Saturday that when we were at the week before, but the one we were at, we didn't go to on Sunday. We missed that. We were busy doing other stuff. But there, Pantifa were stopping the cars, and then every car with a Canadian flag, they would stop. And then to actually go forward, they had them hand over their flags, or they wouldn't allow them forward, believe it or not.
That's one of the craziest things I've heard of happening. For those patriots, those Canadians, to have the restraint not to just beat the crap out of Antifa that day. You know, those are true patriots who are holding the line peacefully. You know, the restraint they showed, I commend them. You know, 'cause I don't think I could have done that. Someone tries to take my American flag, we're going to have a fight, brother. We have a lady in the chat who says, "War campaign, are you in the United States too?" Well, Roe is in Canada. He's a citizen of Ottawa. I'm in the United States. I'm in the state of Oregon. So thank you for joining us. Good stuff. The chat is great. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. You guys make it a lot of fun for me, so I appreciate it.
Hail the chat, hail brethren. Let's find out what's going on over here, the 13th tribe. Let's see if I can find D-Gen. Get the load out. Because, I mean, like I was saying earlier, people are a little more reticent to kind of speak. Okay, so, you know, I'd rather just stick to the kind of crew that I know now. My contacts, you know?
Right. Yeah, you've met a lot of people over the last 2 weeks. A lot of really, really cool people. Some laid back, you know, hard-working folks, you know, that are standing up for their rights. Mob Boss in the chat says, it's a little community. Exactly. That's kind of the feeling that I get. We have a hashtag bobblehead in the chat says, holy moly, love you, bro.
Well, brother. Thank you, sir. It's good to be here, man.
We have Mike Knife in the chat says, cops are trolls.
Cops are trolls.
We have Andre Alexandru who says, Woodstock 2.0. Does have that festival type of vibe.
Let me see if I can ask these guys over here. They seem, got another Pastafarian.
Pastafarian. Yeah, Rastafari, give me some pasta, man.
Otherwise, I got his number. I
can
call him up, I guess. How you doing, brother? I'm filming. I hope you don't mind. All right, man. guys seen Dijan? He's got an SRB truck. No, huh? Cool. I mean, this tribe as well, but it's like you had a handle, throttle. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Man, it's a vit.
We see a few.
Yeah?
40 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can get even a speed limiter removed.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, you too, brother. I'm looking for, il y avait un gars ici, c'est mon ami là, Dijan, il est Serbian. Dijan. C'est comme un, il vient de Serbia, il y avait un SRB truck, SRB. C'était blanc. Non, je vais juste marcher encore un peu. Non, don't worry. Mais il n'y a pas de problème avec la police maintenant? Rien?
So far, so good.
Nothing, huh?
Il s'est rien passé à date, hein.
Good. Anyways, we're just about peace, right? I'm gonna bring my kids, Samzi. Doesn't matter what happened, I'm bringing them. I don't care, dude. Yeah, man. That's a little bit of franglais for you. The 13th tribe is a little different. You got to respect their ways.
Respect the long tribe. We have it's Tiff Jade in the chat. So it's Hail Brothers. Hail Tiff Jade. Thank you everybody for joining us. If you haven't already, like and subscribe. We're going to be doing this every day, exploring parts of the convoy you may have never seen before.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going to walk into the center of the tribe, and I'm going to try to spark a conversation with the locals while maintaining a professional distance as an observer of different cultures across this beautiful earth. I kind of feel like David Attenborough, you know, that famous biologist, cuck, historian.
Little bit, huh? I feel a little bit like that.
Yeah. Just sort of exploring. I'm just exploring, man.
We have Denise Pema in the chat. I probably said your name wrong, Denise, but she says good French.
Oh, wow, thank you. It's just franglais. I haven't spoken French in years. I grew up in Montreal. So what you see is what you get. It ain't that good.
We have Peter Gunther in the chat says, you are no Attenborough.
Oh, excuse me.
You are no David Attenborough at all.
Whoa. Peter Gunther.
Whoa.
Peter Gunther. Gunther. Meine schöne Hund, Gunther. We just want to talk to you a little bit. How you guys doing? I'm just walking around.
Where are you from?
Where am I from? Orleans, Ottawa.
Oh.
Yeah, man. 15 minutes away. Exactly, brother. I'm a local, sir. I'm a local. How about yourself? My name is Rohan Kumar, Paul.
Keith.
Nice to meet you, Keith.
Coburg, Ontario.
Right on, man. Right on. I know you guys are stuck behind in the back over here. I just show the world, everybody, that there's more people back here. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that nobody forgets.
Are you broadcasting live?
I am broadcasting. Yes, in fact, I am. Yes, sir. Right now, Pan, how many viewers we got on? Do you mind being on camera?
We have over 8,000 watching live right now.
We're going to show you heart to heart. You ready?
Ready.
World. This is what it's all about, world heart to heart. You see how easy that is? Going heart to heart with a stranger today. Let them know that they're important. So what we need from you, the viewers, is more people to come to Ottawa. It's totally legal here. It's safe. Billy Graham Ministries is walking the streets. We want to set a world record for most bouncy castles. All right?
I'm bringing my kids on Saturday.
Come to Ottawa. The joy that you bring with your presence is much further appreciated when you're here in person. And you see, I've witnessed two miracles here already. I've been here from the beginning. The Quebecer is doing the hugging and the speaking to the English, and the Quebecer is doing the hugging and the speaking to the Albertan. So there's two miracles already.
Couple hours?
Probably next 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Oh, really?
Every minute I'm spending more here, they can cancel everything to the company, and then it's game over for them.
All right.
So that's why they so. I cannot describe.
Because of the.
Weil they so dirty game playing to. They targeting me.
Yeah.
And then they know I cannot keep the
Where's
pressure.
property cat?
Could you give me your number?
Ah, okay. But we just have a line up. Yeah, well, your property's close to mine.
Guys, this is a sad day. He's not doing it because he's a coward, guys. He's doing it for 55 families. If I was in his shoes, I'd do the same thing. It's a very justifiable reason, guys. Eric's a great
I
guy.
haven't been up there in years. Last time I was up there, the bar was open.
Don't show the camera. Don't show the camera. Yeah.
Because I cannot take the phone calls and something. It's
yeah.
Just take them off. Yeah.
I'm gonna miss you, Eric.
I'm missing many people and I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And I promised so many I'm going out when everything is done.
Yeah.
Together.
Yeah.
Like I came in.
I've got someone too that wants to talk to you after.
He's got a book
Yeah.
behind the jerry can. Ask him, is he reading the book? Is he feeling it? There's a book on the back of the rake here.
I don't know who put it
That's
there.
not yours?
No. Yeah, I will miss a lot of people, and I cried before. I had that one lady with the 5 kids, and she came every day and spent time and enjoyed company. I met so many friends.
Yeah. Just know you're leaving a legendary. You were here for how many days now? 21 days? 20 days?
20 days.
20 days. It's more than a lot of people could have done.
And now I have no other choice. I have no other choice.
Yeah.
So I'm not leaving because I want to go home.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving. I'm leaving for a big reason.
Yeah.
I cannot take that on my back.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
It was nice talking to you. It was nice seeing you every day, Eric. I'll miss y'all.
We had some good talks.
Yeah, we did. I'll post some on the YouTube channel. I'll clip them. I'll post them. And I'll keep in touch with you. I'll call you in a couple of days, whatever,
Yeah.
see if you're good. I hope you have a good drive, Eric. I hope you have a great
I will
life.
not have a good drive because I'm thinking of everyone I'm leaving behind right now.
Yeah.
But it's what I said, it's not me.
Yeah.
Whose is that?
My wife?
That's epic. She took it. We need to protect you, hey? I love it. I'm glad you brought it with you. That is so beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I will be filming everything I can to make sure that this does not go unrecorded, like whatever's going on here. Thank you so much. for
Thank you.
Holding the line for us. You are literally heroes to like so many people.
Well, just want to let you know that Eric probably is going to go soon. He doesn't want to leave because he's pressured to go. Yeah, he's being forced out. It's not because of the cops. Yeah,
If anyone asks me about you, I will spread the true message. I won't say you left because you're a coward or anything. I'll say the real reason why.
The real reason why is I have no other choice to do it.
Yeah. And anyone who asks me about it, I will let them know. I will spread the true message.
That's really important.
Yeah.
And then you know who are the criminals doing something like that.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
I tried to make an impact as much as possible. I think I did.
You definitely did. You're the most iconic truck, I'd say.
But that was... I couldn't do more.
Okay, Eric. I don't want to waste more of your time. I
say to his guys too.
I wish you a safe drive, and I wish you a good...
Seems like Mr. Trudeau has a problem with people getting back together.
Yeah.
You know.
It's sickening what this is.
It is.
Fucking sick.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. It should. Nothing should be like this.
And all these stories, these bullshit stories coming out.
Yeah.
That's heartless. He's heartless.
Yeah.
It's... Maybe my move out at my speech right now, it brings another message over too.
Yeah.
How bad it is here in Canada.
Yeah.
So that's the last thing I can do for now.
Coming up too, focus. I was told to come see you anyways. We're like, oh, he's on. There he is, folks. He's live. He's here. Everything all right?
Nope.
No?
No.
I know, I was told to come see you. You've been here. I've come to see you every day. Appreciate everything you've done. Everyone here on Facebook, you know. You're a G. Don't take this personally in any way. You've been here, holding the line.
Yeah.
You know? We love you. You know? We love you.
Thank you.
Okay? Like, don't take this personally, okay? Sometimes you gotta do it,
I
right?
cannot do anything else.
I know. You've been here 3 weeks now, holding down half the fucking block,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's over here, right?
But you know what? That's tears of joy, though. Look how many happy faces have been down here coming to see you, you know, giving you letters and notes and things like that. You know what I mean? You're always going to be a part of this. It's not, you know, nothing's changing, okay? You're a big piece of this.
Yeah.
Big fucking piece.
I tried to make an impact, to tell to the people, to let them know my knowledge. I know a lot about everything, I can say so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I spread a lot of hope to people. Now I feel like, you know, I'm not letting them down, but if I'm not going, you know the story, 50 families will be jobless, a company shuts down.
Yeah.
Just because I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only reason they could get me, and I hope I made the impact as much as I could.
I think you did. 100% I did. That's why I'm standing up here on your truck right now.
So you guys heard the story about Nova Scotia, right?
No.
You're not allowed to have a flag on your car?
No.
Really?
That's what I heard. Is that a true story? Maybe your YouTubers could confirm that?
Can anyone check if you're allowed to have a flag on the vehicle?
Flag on your
Canadian
vehicle.
flag on the
I've
vehicle
seen
in Nova
somebody
Scotia.
got a $160.
Are you from Ottawa?
Yeah, I live here. And
Yeah,
that's
I'm
when I
from Ottawa too,
That's when
yeah.
I came down here. Remember day one I saw you.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? Guys are coming out here. They're putting their life on the line. And I've said everyone on my streams too. I would feel like a piece of shit to not come down here and show the world how happy people have been down here. You know what I mean? This is the happiest I've ever seen people.
For sure.
Right?
I shake so many hands and kids, and I have so many letters and thank you.
Yeah.
So
I see
I'm
one
not
right
letting.
now. I see it hearts right behind your head there.
I'm not letting
That's
them
amazing.
down
No.
because it's. I have to take care of friends and families. They right now rely on me, and if I'm not doing the right thing,
Yeah. And everyone knows that not everyone that's here can stay here the whole course. You know, it's going to happen.
I
That a
would
couple
be here to
people are
the
going
end,
to go.
like I promised.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
Did
no.
you hear his reason of leaving?
No.
It's a very good reason.
The reason is I got an email. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, the whole company I represented, I quit in the meantime. But it doesn't matter to those criminals. They cancel the fleet insurance. That means they cannot, even those guys, they're on the road. They have to park on the side somewhere. They cannot go anywhere. And most of them, they're in the States. And they're freezing their bank accounts.
What if you were to take the name off of it? Would that wouldn't
It's
make
too
it
late. No, they right now, they threaten that company because
Yeah.
they want to get out me.
Yeah.
And
It's
I said I
understandable.
cover the sign and everything.
That's
It's too
why the
late.
other guy left. You know, it was a company vehicle, and you can't shut down just one. You got to shut down the whole fleet insurance-wise. It's not worth it. I
Yeah,
understand.
but the
that.
rig
It
belongs
happens.
to him. The trailer belongs to the company.
Yeah.
It's my truck, but
Yeah.
the trailers company.
Yeah.
And I made probably a very good impact to how that looks like here. And that's
made a
why they
huge
hate
impact.
me, and they want especially me out.
You want to sit down here?
No, no, you're good.
It's,
I love you.
You know the
Austin,
story.
if you guys are on Instagram,
You know I
should
love you.
follow him off there too.
Hey, come inside. Come inside.
You know me, I'm not leaving like a coward. I'm leaving where I have to.
Unlock.
Yeah, sure, I'll grab you.
Go ahead.
Eric, and I'm from Ottawa too, and whenever I walk down this street, all I will think about is your truck. I've seen it here so many times. I've talked to you so much. This, even though you're leaving, this truck will stay here in my mind.
I hope so. Everybody know that I tried everything I could. Everything.
Yeah.
We know that. That's why we're all here. You know, like every time. How many times do I come by here? I want to make sure I get you that fist pump every fucking day. You know.
You probably know how shitty I feel.
Yeah. I've been a supporter of yours since day one. You know,
I know,
that.
I know.
How many times do I come by
And
here?
we stick together the whole time, and it is a tough time for everyone.
Yeah. 100%.
And I would
I've
say
been a supporter of yours since day
and
one.
go
You know
straight
that.
out with everyone together.
You know,
But
from
now,
clothes to
I have
donations.
no idea how bad it is. What
Did you-
Canada turned into.
100%.
All these little strings that they just want to pull.
Yep.
Like
100%.
they can't actually address the issues, so now they want to start targeting people's insurance and bank accounts and things like that. Why don't you just come out and have some dialogue, right?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Trudeau just come out and talk? That would have made some big.
all him and his puppets.
Yeah,
They can't actually address the issues, so now they want to start to.
But
like
what
them
can I-
standing on the fucking thing there,
what
in the
can I
suit and
say?
ties,
Why don't you just
Yeah.
come out and have some
What
dialogue?
can I say? That's
right?
Why don't you just? Why does the
I've
Trudeau
done
just
my
come
job
out
as
and talk?
good
That would've,
as possible.
Like, and made
And,
some big.
You made a huge impact.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, look at this.
You've done your
Here's the
part.
flower
Like
right
that,
here.
standing on the
Oh,
fucking
that's
thing.
probably
I got
something.
roses. I have to
Roses,
wash.
flowers,
You're doing
everything.
your thing,
You're a
man.
gem.
I have so many. Thank you from families. I shake. I've let the little ones in and honk and stuff like that. And now I have to leave this place.
You've done your part.
Because of bullying.
But you're only leaving by truck.
You've held the line. You're doing your thing.
Mentally, you're still here with us.
I am.
Okay?
I am.
100%.
And I will watch you when I'm on the road. And I said, I would love to be here to take a stand.
100%. And nobody's going to force anyone. You know what I mean? There's things that are obviously going to take people out of here, and people have gone.
You're only leaving.
I know even when they come, like they say, and they remove
Mentally, you're
everybody
still
by
here
force.
with
They
us.
made an impact. I know that.
100%.
And I think we won already.
See? One person says, "You will always be an icon and a hero in this movement. We love you."
Are obviously going to
It's true.
take people out of here, and it has people have gone.
You have a lot of supporters, not only here, but all over the world, man. I got people watching you from Finland, Sweden, Australia, Florida, everywhere, all over the world, and they all tell me to tell you that they love you. You know, you're a strong-hearted person. You know, I'm gonna tear up right now, but you know, it is what it is, man. Because at the end of the day, you know, you still have a life to live. You're putting a lot on the line.
I have a
by
lot of
being here.
supporters,
You've
not
been
only
here
here,
since
but all
day
over
one.
the world, man. I
You've
got people
risked a lot
watching
of stuff
from-
in your life.
from
You know,
Finland,
you're fighting for everyone's
Sweden,
life.
Australia,
that's
Florida,
You're fighting for the kids, the
everywhere, all over
grandkids
the
of all
world,
these
and
people
they all
all over
tell
the world.
me
And
to
you
tell
need
you
to
that they
realize
love
that,
you.
you know, if you leave
You know,
now,
you're a strong-hearted
you already made
person.
an impact.
You know,
on
I'm
all
gonna
these
tear
people
up right now,
worldwide,
but
and all these
you know,
people that
it
are
is
here
what
in
it is,
Ottawa,
man,
you know.
because
So
at the
you
end of
have a
the day,
normal life.
you
You
know,
have to
you still have a
live.
life
You
to
have
live.
family that you
You're
want to go
putting a
back
lot on
home
the
to,
line
that
by
you
being
miss,
here.
that you've been
You've been here
apart,
since day
that
one.
you've been away from
You've risked a lot
since
of
the
stuff in
beginning
your
of this
life.
movement.
You know, you're
And
fighting for everyone's life that's out
out here in this world. You're fighting for the kids, the grandkids of all these people all over the world. And you need to realize that, you know, if you leave now, you've already made an impact on all these people worldwide and all these people that are here in Ottawa, you know? So you have a normal life you have to live. You have family that you want to go back home to. You've been away from since the beginning of this movement. And, you know, you've made an impact on not only yourself,
absolutely,
not only the people out here, but the people that are in Parliament. They're all fighting with each other every day, you know? And eventually, when this is all over, regardless if your truck is still here today, tomorrow, next week, or next month, or if you're not here, you made an impact regardless of what the situation is.
Yeah, but
you know,
he's pressured. The true story, he didn't tell you the story.
Give him a hug. Give him a hug.
No, 100%.
Eric, tell him the
That's
story.
what
You didn't
this
tell him.
big movement.
Why you have to leave?
Yeah, why do you have to leave? I would love to hear that.
Yeah, so it's Eric, tell him.
How many
hugs I've seen down here?
They're putting out the company I work for, 55 people out of. They're putting down the whole company. They are cancelling the fleet insurance and their trucks on the road. So then they have to stop. They cannot go anywhere all over the States and Canada. And they cancel their banking accounts. So they kill 55 families. And they are friends of mine. And I quit and everything, but they want especially me out. So it tells me in one way I made a big impact that they targeted me with the company. So I cannot stay here, and then 55 people have no job anymore.
Yep.
And you really good standing and great
What if you were to
companies.
drop the trailer where it is and then move your truck up?
It's the whole picture. They want me
There's
out.
not much more to be done here.
And I talked to the cop as assisting and so on, and I tried to get a truck in here who puts the trailer out. They want especially me out. So
That's because you made a big difference. That's why.
I think so too, but it's so bad that I cannot stay.
Eric, you should leave before it gets worse.
Yeah.
You should really leave right now.
I think so. Yeah. I cannot stay. That's the thing.
This is a letter from Eric. That's a letter from I guess a child.
This
Right?
one. Letter from a kid.
It says thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What you're doing is remarkable.
What you're doing is remarkable.
But we know it's from a child, right? So.
I have so many. You know, the whole back is in the back on the side. It's filled with thank you, roses and whatever. And, I was smiling the whole time. Nowadays, but I'm not smiling.
It says here, stand strong. You know, stand.
You have to notify the police that you're leaving, or you can just go. You have to.
But they pulled your insurance, no?
The
company.
They did? So how do you leave?
Yeah, how can you
So are they not just gonna fuck you as soon as you pull out of here?
It's no. They want me out.
I know that, but
It's a victory, but it's not a
you gotta
victory.
take into consideration that if you leave here, you're taking that chance that you're gonna get fucked as soon as you leave. You know,
It's possible.
you don't want to take that chance. You know, you need confirmation that.
It's possible. So,
Because if that's the
I
case,
would
I'd
say
rather
have
you
something
here.
in writing that your insurance is good to drive out of here with, and you'll leave.
There's a lot of people out here that will try and do what they can to screw somebody over out here. Trust me, I know from
Get you down
experience.
the road by yourself or something?
I've been threatened being out here. My truck's been damaged being out here. You know, I've had so many people send me death threats day in and day out, every single day since I've been here, 19 days. You know, and I sit here with the biggest smile on my face. I tell the haters they can come up and find me on the streets. They can give me a hug. They can do whatever they want. Because at the end of the day, the haters are what keeps me here, and the haters are what keep you here. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you've done a hell of a job being out here. And like I said once, and I'll say it 1,000 times, there's not enough thank yous that can go around for what you've done. You've made a huge impact on everything out here. And, you know, at the end of the day, you can't put a price on freedom. And if we don't win this fight, everyone's life is over as we know it. You know, I've interviewed a lot of people that came from different countries that said, you know, they came to Canada to escape the hell that they lived. And now that they've come to Canada and they're seeing the way that it's going right now, they said they regret moving. They regret leaving their country. They should have stayed there because they were happy there at the time. And when they came here, they escaped it. They were happy for the life that they were living. And now they said they're falling right back into the same path that they were living in before. So, you know, they said they regret giving up their families back home. They regret giving their houses up at home to come to Canada to start a new life because they said it's going right back in the same direction that they left. You know, and with all of us out here taking a stand, regardless if you're a trucker or a civilian on the street, you know, numbers, you care more about 55 families than Trudeau cares about in this whole entire world. So, you know, you have a kind heart, you have a big heart, and, you know, I love you to death, you know. I've always been here for you since day one. I check up on you. I see if you need socks, underwear, t-shirts, anything like that. I go out of my way to make sure you have what you need. I've offered my hotel room up to you for showers, you know, laundry to get done. You know, it makes a huge difference when there's people like us, boots on the ground, that are asking you if you need anything and bringing things that you need, you know, and that makes a huge difference on the truckers out here on the streets. You have a lot of people out here that are doing what I'm doing what they're doing on live streams, but, you know, they don't give back to the truckers, you know, and it makes a huge difference when you got live streamers that are out here taking donations from people all over the world, and it's coming right into you guys. You know, those are the people that actually stand here and care about you guys. Those are the people that stand here day in and day out, and they have your guys back regardless of what the situation is. So if you want to leave, that's your own decision that you have to make. You can listen to 10,000 people here on the streets that tell you to stay, that tell you to leave. At the end of the day, you have to follow your heart, and you have to do what your heart tells you.
This is only phase 1.
100%.
There's a
Watch
lot
you
more
salute
phases
you.
to go on.
Thank you.
Okay? I'm going to stand in front and I'm going to salute you. And
I have to do a stupid region and do my pre-trip and all this crap, you know. I haven't done for, I tell you,
I'll let you jump in. I'm going to jump in.
460 hours and 55 minutes. That's all here.
400 hours.
460 hours and 55 minutes.
That's how long he's been here, guys. That's insane. You know, and just incredible. Just do me the favor before you leave. Call your insurance, see if it's good, because I do not want to see you pull out of here and get arrested as soon as you leave, because I don't want to see that happen. So make a couple phone calls. Make a couple phone calls before you make up your mind and decide to leave or you decide to stay. Make the phone calls. Make sure everything's in order. Make sure everything's proper and everything's withheld.
If not,
and
I have to go to
Because you've seen how snaky these guys get.
100%. Just do me that favor.
If not, I have to go to a registry.
I have a car on the outside. I can take you.
And then put it on my insurance.
No problem.
You know,
if that's what we have to do and I have to take you there, I'll take you there personally. Okay?
Good idea.
So do me the favor, make a couple phone calls. Do not leave right away. You can, like I said, a lot of people are going to have their opinion that they want to throw at you. You do me the favor, make some calls, make sure everything's okay. And if not, and you have to go to Service Ontario or Service Canada, whatever the hell it is, you let me know and I'll take you there. Okay? Because I care about you. You know, I care about every single trucker that's out here on the streets. I've talked to every single one of these truckers personally, one-on-one, every single one of them. And, you know, I've connected with a lot of these truckers out here. And, you know, I've never cried this much in my life, you know, and it's insane. So like I'm saying, just please do me that favor. Make some phone calls, figure everything out. I'll be at my truck. You know where I am.
Yep.
If you need a ride to get this switched into your name, you let me know and I'll take you there. Okay?
That's a great idea.
I got you. I don't want to see anything happen to you, brother, because these cops are snakes. That streamer there, I don't know his name, but just leave him in. Yes, sir. Guys, I'm one of the realest streamers out here, and you guys know that firsthand. And, you know, I don't trust a lot of these fucking live streamers that are out here. I just don't, you know, I do not trust a lot of live streamers out here. It's fucking sickening, and you know that needed to be said. He had to hear that, and at the end of the day, yeah, like exactly. He's not telling him leave now. Like no, don't leave now. You know, make sure everything's right. Make sure everything's in working order. Make sure everything's proper. You know, I don't trust these live streamers out here, guys. I can't fucking stress it enough. I really can't. Like, you know, no, like, end of the day, guys, you guys already know I have the biggest fucking heart, and I care way too much about everyone out here. What's going on?
Hey, sorry, a truck was going by. I'm here in Southern California, and I just wanted to update a little bit of stuff I'm watching that you can't see or you already saw. So I woke up real early watching Pat's live stream, the real early one. And so just to kind of correct the stuff from what I actually saw was the first part I didn't actually see, but I got on and went with him back over there. So we saw the 6 buses. They were just like city buses. And 3 of them were empty, and I saw 6 of them there. 3 of them were empty, 3 of them were full of officers of some type. And they all went into that, is it called Infinity Building or something?
Yeah, the
like
Infinity Center or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, so they're all in there, and then we kind of panned over. You could probably see his older streams from today. I think it was like at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then it showed all the vehicles, the undercover and all the, you know, painted police ones and stuff. And then it showed, and they was there like 40 minutes, like right up in it, right? And then all of a sudden they left. And then I kind of shifted over, and what he explained was that he was told, he went real early to the main headquarters type place for the convoy, because that's what you do when you see, 1,000 or however many, like hundreds and hundreds of people moving downtown. So he went to the main convoy center, and there was only one guy there who was in charge of what you do, and told him to go wake everyone up, make sure, whatever, break, or however they alert each other internally, that they try to make sure they're not ambushed. So he went and did that because that was what the guy said. And so for me, and then he got a lot of flack for it because it was like, false alarm or whatever. But for me, I think it's better personally, and I have a lot of experience too, activism and stuff. I think it's a lot better to alert people and have it not be something than don't, right? And no one else is doing that and out on the ground and stuff. So anyway, I feel for him, and I know he's sensitive, but he's gnarly ass, or whatever. And then I followed another guy because I'm shifting around trying to read all the comments from the people since I went across the country with Tamara. Like I've been following that long from here in Southern California. Because I can't get up there and I couldn't cross and blah, 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 but I can help this way, I figure. And there's a lot of ways people can help by monitoring. And then if somebody puts out certain calls and they're reputable, then I just go along, as and I try and put in comments and, at, Shots by Hill or whatever to get your attention or whatever. And so those are ways. And then the other thing, so anyway, we saw fire department vehicles. It was really weird. Fire department vehicles sneaking in equipment. Like, why use them, right? They're the most honored people of all that put their lives, And so these officers and stuff, they didn't look fire department-y, and they didn't have that kind of thing on. We're bringing in vests and heavy-duty mask things. And opening, because the guy, I forget whose stream it was like, stopped and was looking in the vehicle when they slid the SUV door open. We could see, right? And it was like, ooh. And so kind of like when whoever it was, you or whoever, when the budget truck was parked over there, and we were like, what are all those boxes they're bringing into that brick building right down by Parliament? What are those little things inside? Like tons of boxes. But anyway, so it's the real stuff, and this live stream trip is like the best thing because our eyeballs are on it, right? The world is seeing what's happening in every country, right? But you guys are holding the line. And that guy back there, I agree with everything he said. And the thing is, what we learned in law school, like for U.S. government and for our Constitution in the U.S., and learning a little bit about other countries around the world and what's happened with their governments, is that my understanding is until Parliament votes on the Emergency Act, there is no invoking. Now, maybe there's something I don't know about it, that they can have some little temporary thing, but I don't think so. So to go around and fake out all the police and all the different people that, it's invoked, my understanding is that it's not invoked until it's voted on by 2 parts of Parliament. And he's a huge minority, and that's very unlikely. So they're trying to puff up this whole concept, you know, that they're under the act and that they have these abilities to cause problems for people that are peaceful, that are being peaceful, like the most peaceful ever, right? And so as long as it's peaceful. Now, the other thing that I heard this morning were different attorneys giving different ideas, you know, like, you know, about what the truckers could do to protect themselves and not sit in the driver's seat and, you know, answer blah, 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 whatever they chose to do. But it was through the convoy and it was some legal thing you could check somewhere. I don't know where you check, but I'm sure you could figure that out, or somebody could post that. But anyway, I just wanted to try and update some of this stuff, because if the guy, and then I was thinking, like, you're sitting in there with Eric, and I'm thinking, well, if he's already been pretty much laid off and in trouble and blah, 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 you know, why doesn't the guy come pick up his own one? And when he's there, he can, you know, guard it until the guy comes. But like you said, if he drove it out and he doesn't have all this insurance and stuff, I don't know, you know, I think I want to take an Uber home or something.
100%.
Okay, so anyway, I just wanted to get all that out, because I don't know if everyone knows all that or if you do. And I'm glad you guys, it would be cool if some attorney could talk to him, and just, you know, one of the convoy people could get over there, because I know that one guy is walking around doing interviews, the Viva Fry, you know, a few of those guys might know a thing or two, and it'd be cool if some of these guys, you know, I know they're putting themselves on the line and they're right down there, which is gnarly, but it sure would be cool to, you know, help some of these guys not knowing what to do right now.
100%.
That's pretty much it. Love you, man. You're so awesome. God.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good one.
All right.
Guys, at the end of the day, everyone's out here doing their own thing. Everyone's out here live streaming. You know, you got people that are, regardless of what happens with the live streamers, they're still out here putting out real news. They're still out here showing the truth. So let's not bash a bunch of streamers in my live, guys. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to step on any toes. I'm not here to bash any streamers. But, you know, just do me the favor, guys. Just please don't drop it in the comments. We don't need that stuff. Let's just keep a positive mindset. Yes, guys, just keep a positive mindset, please. And let's just stick to what we are doing here. Let's stick to the reason why we are here. And let's just keep the chat to nothing but happiness and love. That's all I'm asking from you guys. Yeah, just do me that favor, guys. Keep it peaceful, keep it loving, and that's all. Positivity today. We don't need any negativity. I will go talk to somebody and get them to come down to Eric. That's what I'll do. But seriously, like that comment says there, keep your head down and keep working. You are doing God's work. That's what we're doing. You know, stay positive, stay focused, and that's all we can do, you know. And once we let negativity and hatred, and once they see us starting to turn on each other, then that's when they will come in here full force and make sure that we leave. So at the end of the day, guys, we all need to stay focused. We all need to stay as one. We can't make a big deal out of it if someone wants to leave. If that person wants to leave, they can leave. It's their own personal choice at the end of the day. Some people have their own beliefs. Some people, whatever. But seriously, guys, let's just keep it positive today, man. We've had one hell of a day with positivity. And that is all we're focusing on today. So let's just keep doing our thing, staying focused, staying positive. And, you know, if some people leave, some people leave. It is what it is. At the end of the day, we can't lose our vision on what we're here for. So thank you, D-Tuner. I appreciate that, brother. Guys, if
I guess Buddy's car moved up here. That one I was just talking about got moved up here. And he gave $10 million to Omar Khadr too.
It keeps the generators running, and it keeps things going, and it keeps operations operating. So I want to thank you for all your donations of time and money and food and effort. We cannot do this without you. Where we go one, we go all. This is a group effort. All right? Yeah, you know that. Because we're holding the line. So for those of you, we're going to need like human walls. I think tonight, they're not going to, they're not going to be able to roll in a ton of police.
Hello. How are you? I'm well, how are you? Good stuff, good. I'm live streaming on my YouTube channel. It's called Machines Everywhere. Machines Everywhere, yes, excellent. Any thoughts and feelings you'd like to share with our global audience?
Freedom. We're here for freedom. Absolutely. We're not leaving without it. Awesome. Freedom.
Well, thank you for coming out.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Yes, keep up the good work.
Yes,
thank you.
And if you have truckers or protesters, any run-ins, fines, arrests, whatever, democracylaw.ca, we have teams of lawyers ready to go. You are not alone. We are not going to drop you. They may arrest you for an hour or two, but those guys are going to jail for a very, very long time. Right? We know about you, Trudeau. We know about that little girl in BC who is your student. We know about her. Ooh. We know about the money that you've made through Acuitas, 40%. Of the holding of that company that makes the nanolipid particle for that shot that they've been giving us. He's making a personal profit every single time a Moderna or a Pfizer is sold. We have the receipts, Trudeau. We know you are guilty of very serious white-collar racketeering crimes, and we are going to take you to jail. I'm not uttering threats. I'm not trying to steal his life, liberty, and his parental sovereignty. I'm not the one committing crimes over here. I'm just a nurse from Quebec with a big friggin' mouth. And this is day 20 that we've been on this stage, this beautiful crane stage, and the beautiful man Ben, who owns this crane stage. So if you have any crane and towing needs in the future, call that number. It's your guy. Call Ben. Ben will be employed for the rest of his life. All right, I've got a speaker here. He's been patiently holding. I'm going to give him a chance, get a couple of minutes, and then I've got another music act for you guys. We're going to keep you warm. We're going to keep you happy. We're going to keep you entertained. But we are not going anywhere. I'm looking forward to being cellmates with many of you. We're not going down. We are not giving in. We are not retreating. Have no fear. So the law is on our side. God is on our side. The people of Canada are on our side. And we have already won. There are 30 countries in the world, 30 countries that have started convoys, and MAGA hasn't even started yet. Wait till the Americans start their engines. Oh my God. MAGA is pissed off, and they have every right to be. So in the words of my favorite president of all times, number 45, we are winning, and we are going to win so much you're going to be tired of winning. All right. One of us. All right. Freedom.
Don't forget about Operation Warp Speed, guys. They're all part of it.
Thank you, Benton, and the other organizers for giving me a chance to speak. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me a chance to speak to you today. My name is Justin Long, and I'm going to start this speech with a Mark Twain quote. Patriotism is loving your country all the time, and your government only when it deserves it. Trust is earned. It is not given freely, and cannot be demanded by someone. The general distrust of our government and other institutions have never been greater, and for good reason. Why would we trust an agency that has abused and pillaged its own people for the past 200 years? This is not an exaggeration. We have the documented evidence to prove what I am saying. Trusting the government in these times is akin to a battered wife who chooses to stay with her abusive spouse, despite the fact that she knows she is being lied to, cheated on, used, abused, and gaslighted on a regular basis. Yet she stays. This is called Stockholm Syndrome, when the victim is so mentally conditioned that they defend the very people who are oppressing them. This is us as a people. Our society is suffering Stockholm Syndrome caused by an ongoing abusive relationship with our government. Our society depends on a social contract that most of us have seemed to have forgotten. We are governed by consent. The government, the military, the police, and other institutions are there to serve us. They are public servants. They work for us. We are the boss. Their very false sense of megalomaniac power comes from our authority. I happen to know a little bit about contracts and law, and let me tell you that fraud negates all, meaning all this wealth that the elites, the real rulers of the world, the ones who use our politicians as puppets to their agendas, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the royal family of Windsor, all their combined wealth are considered proceeds of crime. And once lawfully convicted, their assets can be seized by us. They made their fortune through selling drugs, international slavery, fraud, and deceit. Klaus Schwab, who once stated that we are destined to own nothing and that we will be happy about it, and is also a descendant of the Rothschild bloodline himself. Strange that the family and group of corrupted, greedy bankers that have seized complete control over our banking system are now actively working to collapse that same banking system around us. International bankers are using fraud and deception to quite literally print money out of thin air. If I were to do that, it would be called counterfeit. We are financially funding our own enslavement, not just through taxes, but through inflation as well, which is the worst tax because it is a hidden tax. For every dollar printed out of debt, the dollars we have in circulation become worth less and less. Money used to be based on something tangible, something real, like gold or silver.
Just gonna go check on Eric, guys. Sorry. A lot of people in the comments are saying to go check him out. Well, let's go have a quick look.